Guys, listen up. As you get older, the best way to continue to look young, exuberant, and vibrant is to continue to take care of your skin. That's why I'm excited to have Teej Hanley as a sponsor of today's video. You heard me talk about them before, and you're going to continue to hear me talk about them because I believe in their products and the positive impact that they have on every man's life. Teej Hanley makes taking care of your skin so easy. They provide you with all the products you need and nothing that you don't. Every box comes with an instruction card that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. Lapeef family, I must admit, skincare wasn't always something I always focused on, but since I started using this system, I've seen improvements in the way my skin looks and feels. And you don't have to take my word for it. They have over 5,000 5-star reviews on their website from satisfied customers from around the world. I recommend you start with the level 1 system, which comes with all the basics: a daily face wash, an exfoliating scrub, an AM moisturizer, and a PM moisturizer. In addition to amazing skin, members of Teej Hanley get tons of benefits, including at least 20% off retail price, the ability to customize your box, pause or cancel at any time, and free US shipping. And because Teej Hanley is sponsoring today's video, they're offering my viewers a great deal. Just click that first link in the description and you'll get 30% off the first box plus the free gift. Seriously, that's an amazing deal. Even though it's too early, as I often say, it's never too late. Click that link and get started today.
All right, y'all. Welcome to the Trigger Mike Show. We are going live in a few after the timer. Make sure y'all hit the like button. Do me a favor and share this out to your social network. Let people know we are talking about relationships or education. Trigger Mike Show is on in a minute. Welcome, everybody. Glad to have you. Oh yeah, oh yeah, we're back. Caught me playing with one of my new toys. Got that new OZ9 Hypercomp. I'm hyped. Shot it yesterday, but I didn't get any video of it. Just trying to get a feel for it. Zero to optic. You know how I do. How y'all doing, man? I've taken a few days to work and get things situated. Um, Hiring some people. You know what I mean? All that type of stuff. So yeah, work does take precedence. How I feed my family. It's how I'm gonna buy this new house next year. Shoot. So y'all understand. Okay. But welcome everybody. Welcome to the Trigger Mike Show on the Lapeef Network. Hopefully everybody had a hope you had a wonderful weekend. It's my first time seeing you since the weekend, but I'm glad to be here with y'all. You know what? Say what's up in the chat. Get ready, strap in, because we got a good one for you today. We got a good title, we got a good topic to break down, and we're gonna get into it, man. We're gonna get into all of it. Um, yeah, what's going on with y'all, man? Talk to me in the chat. We got 26 people in here. Let's see how many likes we got. More people just need to see me on screen, and people are gonna start flooding in. Because Trigger Mike Show has not been on all week, so I know y'all want to chop it up with me. Y'all got some stuff to tell me. Y'all know we family around here. Make sure you hit the like button. If you have not, the likes are free. Go ahead and hit that like button. Please subscribe if you have not. And also, please share this out to people if you can. All right. This network is expanding. We have new shows on the horizon for you, likely coming in November timeframe. All right. A lot of stuff breaking news out here. We're gonna have some dope content for you. Never want the content to get dry. Always moving forward progress, changing some things up on my end. So I'm trying to figure out how to run a game show. You know what I mean? I'm looking at things people aren't doing. That's always where I've made my calling card. All right. So when I was in college, I didn't just want to throw parties. I wanted to throw parties nobody else was throwing. Everybody was just throwing, you know, parties in open space with a DJ. No, I wanted a theme. I wanted mine to be special. All right. I was taking my inspiration from House Party, the Pajama Jammy Jam, all that type of stuff. So yeah, just trying to do something different for y'all. But that is on the horizon. It is coming up. Thank y'all so much. For some of you are at work, put in those headphones. This might be one you may want to come in on. You may want to share, but we're gonna wait for more people to get in here. So I say what's up to the family. But while we're on the topic, let me do some housekeeping. Shout out to the sponsor, Tej Hanley. 30% off along with a free gift. The link is down in the description below. Get that Tej pack, uncomplicated skincare for men. All right. All men need a skincare regimen. It is not just for women. And let me tell you, if you need a confidence boost, clear up some of those razor bumps, get you a nice oil-free wash, especially for darker skinned melanated men. Getting a good skincare routine will change your life. It's not just about looking good, it's about having healthy skin that you're not picking at all day. That worked wonders for me. I was somebody scratching all that type of stuff, had bumps all underneath my beard or when I had no beard on my skin, very unsightly. So I definitely recommend to somebody who has struggled with acne in the past. I definitely recommend getting a good skincare regimen. Tej Hanley got you covered. Remember, the link is down in the description below, 30% off along with a free gift. Go ahead and grab that for no reason. It's not even a holiday. It's not even Christmas yet. Just grab it for no reason. Support your sponsor and the sponsor of the show. They sponsor pretty much all Lapeef Network shows. So make sure y'all do that. Also, let me say this too, especially for the Trigger Mike Show. If y'all know anybody that has a good functioning business to scale and they would like to partner with the Trigger Mike Show, let me know. We're an enterprise around here, okay? We're trying to build an enterprise and a corporation. All right. If they do any kind of affiliate marketing or anything like that, let me know. I will try to get something popping for you. All right. If they have a proven system, you know, if they have it done through the right channels, we can absolutely promote their product on the Trigger Mike Show. All right. Spread the love around here. get the awareness out so they can sell their products. A quick note on that, most of my viewers are women. So most of my viewers are women. They say I don't like women. I don't know how they figure that. I must not be saying stuff that bad because most of my viewers are women. So there you go. If you have something, somebody that sells some soap, all right, and they have affiliate marketing deals set up, get them over to me. Let me see who's in the chat. Who's in the chat today, man? What y'all got going on? Anissa, what's going on? Welcome. Trina, what's going on with you? Canadian Bro TV. All right. MS Best, what's good with you? That beat went hard. Yeah. I actually like playing it. I was supposed to start the commercial right away, but I just wanted to hear that in the background for at least a few seconds. While we're on here chopping it up, I'm going to share this out to my Facebook news feed. This is one of those topics that everybody needs to invite one person into. Go ahead and invite this to one male or female. I mean, if I'm really being candid, go ahead and invite one of your single lady friends that is struggling with relationships, or she wants to be married and hasn't found the right guy, because this particular topic affects y'all. It has the word education in it. It has the word education in it, which is the theme of our generation, right? So we're going to be talking about that today. I have questions. We're going to have spirited conversation on, can you really do both? Relationships or education? Can you do both? For some reason in our midst, in this community, the one thing we keep hearing from people is, I don't have functioning relationships because I'm focused on my education. I'm sorry, I don't particularly think that's true, but I'm going to get into why. Go ahead and share this broadcast out. Let me go ahead and share it out on my Instagram as well, so people know that we are live. Fee invoice. Okay. Says some sneakers dropping soon. Let me deactivate this sneakers app. Oh, baby. These are women's. The OG Jordan 1s. Ooh, the Aquas. Damn, look at how sneakers throwing me off. I do want the Jordan 1s. I don't want the Aquas. I don't really like 6s that much. I can't even remember the last time I had them, to be honest. And you know what? I probably should wear the Jordan 6 because it's a wider, for some reason. It isn't wider, because I remember my foot spread in it a little bit. What's your favorite retro Jordan? Let's shoot the shit for a second. Just a quick second. What's your favorite retro Jordan? Whether you wear them or not, everybody has a favorite retro Jordan that you like. Ooh, them shits is dope. My favorite, let me see. It's changed over the years. It has changed. I used to really be an 11 and a 13 type of guy. 11, 7, and 13. I've had more 7s than any of them. I have a bunch of 1s now, though, because they look like dunks. I have a bunch of Jordan 1s. And they've really shown in the last, they never used to release Jordan 1s. Not even on schedule, I don't think. Maybe that's a lie, but I didn't like them if they were releasing them, and I never paid them any attention. But for the last 10 years or so, they've been really paying attention, maybe, to Jordan 1s. They've been releasing a bunch of them, some of the dopest colorways. That all wheat, I still got those in the closet. I've only worn those like 2 times now that I think about it. Those all wheat ones, had to have them. Wasn't even shopping that day. I got a pair of green and gold ones for homecoming, of course. Wasn't even shopping that day either, but those are my alma mater colors, so I had to get the green and gold. I love that. Says can't afford them. The ones you can afford. The rest of them, that's why I don't really buy them. I think I must have clicked on a pair of 13s that are black and flint gray that may have came out in the last few months because it keeps reminding me to buy them or they're in stock. And yeah, $210 for some sneakers, man. It's the craziest thing ever. I got the money to buy the whole store now, and I don't even want them shit. It's crazy how that works. Crazy how that works. I would rather rock. The dopest shoe drop of the year for me was them damn Shalehi, Bemberry, whatever it's called, Crocs. Yo, I went nuts. I bought 2 pair of them shits. Crocs. I'm a whole dad out here. You will hear me. You will see me wearing those Crocs that look like Yeezys. They got the weird, the regular Crocs are ugly, but those Crocs are tight. Had to have them. I bought 2 pair of them shits. All right. But now I got the money to buy everything in the store. I don't even want it. I don't even want it. For what? It's crazy how life worked, right? When you couldn't afford that shit, you had to have it. When you were spending your last on it, you had to have it. Shoot, I'm trying to buy a bigger house. I ain't worried about no damn sneakers. It's crazy how that works. It's crazy how that works. Crocs, man. They downstairs, bro. I'm going to put the name since you want to play around. Shalehi Bemberry. Crocs. They are dope. I'm going to drop the link. They are dope. They look like Yeezys. There's some designer. Those were sold out. They came out like maybe a year and a half ago, and they have been sold out. They got to drop them like they dropped Jordans. So I had tried to buy them for like a year straight. Then I just said send me a notification when they drop, and I was able to get 2 pair. But those Crocs are dope. Check them out. They look like little Yeezy slides. Far more comfortable though. Far more comfortable than those. Yeah, man, I work from home, bro. I don't have to you see, I dress up like this on good days. Sometimes I'm in a t-shirt. So when I go out to go get my son, I'm not getting fly. I'm not about to go put on socks and go take my sneakers out the box and turn them to the side, make sure there's nothing so I'm looking fresh that day. You don't got to do none of that as a dad. It's a very it's like freedom. I don't got to keep up with the Joneses no more. None of that. Very good feeling that we got going on. We got that going on. But let's talk about the topic for today. What do y'all think? The topic for today is relationships or education. Can you do both? Do you think it's possible to do both? And while y'all are pondering on that, I forgot. I'm going to type my email address because those of you that are in the Dallas area, I have decided to make my Hello Handgun class free for the first people to sign up. So if you know somebody in Dallas, I'm going to call them today. And I think it's like 40 people I can get in the class. It's going to be free. All you have to do is rent a gun from them, buy your own ammo, which is brass ammo. Buy your own ammo, rent a gun, or bring your own firearm. And I'm going to teach that class free. I have rented out Gritter Sports and Outdoors. So we can call it the Lapeef Shootout. I don't know what you want to call it. Just don't be on no BS when you come, because anyway, that will be free. So if you're interested, you know somebody in the Dallas area, go ahead and shoot me an email. I will be launching the website for you to sign up tomorrow. All right. I'm going to put my email here Go ahead and shoot me an email if you want to attend that class. All right. I will send you a link so where you can go sign up. I will be sending you back a link. So for those of you that don't know, if you are in the Dallas Fort Worth area, I will be teaching a Hello Handgun class for free. Just buy some rounds and rent a handgun if you don't have one and show up. That will be November 12th. That's a Sunday. November 12th from like 10 a.m. to 3. November 12th from 10 a.m. to 3. Hello Handgun class. If you have never shot a gun before, you're welcome. If you are a little rusty or want to learn how to shoot like me, then bring your ass. Okay. All right. This is the introduction course for those of you who want to be better with the handgun. You want to learn competency with the handgun. You want to learn a little bit about the constitutional carry laws. Please, please sign up for this class. My email is here at the bottom, triggermikeshow@gmail. Send me an email saying, I'd love to attend the class if you're in the DFW area. If you have an aunt, a cousin, brother, sister, lover, whatever in the area, and you know they have been looking for the best gun training class in the United States of America, make sure they are at my Hello Handgun class, November 12th from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. at Gritter Sports and Outdoors or Gritter Outdoors. I rented out the whole class and the whole range. All right, so come on through. Come on through. It's my way to give back to you. Okay, my way to give back to you. If you're interested in that and you're in the DFW area, they have given me a nice deal to where I can do that for you. So please shoot me an email and I will get you a link where you can sign up. Dallas Fort Worth area, I'm coming next month, November 12th. All right. So what do you think? What do y'all think? What's up to the says, Mr. He said, and Mrs. She said? Welcome to the Trigger Mike Show. Wait a minute. What's going on with you? Thank you for always being faithful. Uncomfortable Conversations was good with you. Welcome, my brother. Always welcome up on the panel. But I'm going to drop the link right now for those of y'all that want to come up and dialogue with me about this. But let me give a little bit of a monologue on this topic. Of course, as per usual, I peruse the YouTube streets, listening to people's talking points and trying to get the best idea of the narrative. What is the idea and what is the narrative about relationships? One of the things that I can say actually troubles me, and I'm not being dramatic, one of the things that troubles me is that when we talk about education and we try to let people know, oh, excuse me, y'all, this work calling, give me a sorry about that. Sometimes duty calls. All right, but yeah, on the topic of relationships, on the topic of relationships and school, can you do both? Now, as it relates to our women in particular, when we are having uncomfortable convos, we do have, and let me give some let me just lay it out plainly. I understand that these conversations are uncomfortable for women. And I actually understand why women are so dismissive when we start talking about what they should have done when they were in college, or what you probably did it the wrong way. It's very hard to admit you made a mistake. Can you put a one in the chat if you agree with that? It's very hard for women who are 30 something years of age to admit that they made a mistake in their 20s, because this is life altering. So let me not be an asshole and say I don't, and speak like I don't understand that. But I do read between the lines. The reason why so many women get so triggered by this convo is because they're afraid they don't have the ability to fix it as they get older. The same thing that Ebony K. Williams was talking about is a stark realization for many women. It was not soft. It wasn't a caress to the cheek. It wasn't a pat on the head like baby girl, you can fit. It was a punch in the freaking mouth. I understand. And in fact, in certain ways, not on this particular topic, in certain ways, the world treats men like that in general. They're always telling us what we didn't do right. We're always worried about if we still have time to fix those mistakes. What about the mistakes a man who had children in his 20s, but he didn't do right by them, right? But now that kid is going through the same struggles he might have went through. You don't think people look back and feel remorse for the things that they cannot change? We all go through this, not just women. People are always telling us what we should have done. It makes it all the more real for both of us. But on this particular topic, I understand why women are so apprehensive, why you get so defensive, why you get so triggered about people telling you you should have done things in regards to relationships versus your education in your 20s. And even though the conversation is uncomfortable, we still got to talk about it. We still have to talk about it. Why is that important? We have to teach the people coming behind us. I understand now. I'm on my way to OG status. I understand that now. I'm the big homie now. Didn't even realize when it happened. I'm the big homie, whether I want to be or not. The things that I've done, the efficiency in which I do things, the level of assets I've acquired, didn't even know I got here. I'm the big homie now. So the little homies always looking at me for guidance. They're watching every single move I make. They're listening to every word I say. So we have to put out better examples. We need to put out better examples and be real and let our mistakes, be open about our mistakes that we made, so the people behind us won't do it. Y'all hear me talk ad nauseum on this platform about how everybody should not go to college. I'm not trying to dumb down the black race. I hate when people say stupid shit like that, because I can actually defend what I say. Most people need to go into the workforce or the military. College is a debt trap for the large majority of people that go. You will not come out with a high paying job for most people, the large majority of people. For most of these majors that we're majoring in are dead end, because they come with no certification unless you go to further schooling and get in more debt. I'm trying to share my mistakes. I'm telling you, I did it backwards. I went to college first and the military second. There are people in college that don't even know what they want to do with their life. That's why they change their major every semester. We need to gain exposure to things. School needs to be like a light bulb. Ding! It needs to be a clear track and a clear connection between what you go to school for and the job. Advancement, especially if we're talking about advancement. I'm not trying to dumb down the black race or any race by telling women and men they shouldn't go to college. I'm saying you shouldn't go right away. I'm saying you shouldn't go until you gain exposure to what it is you want to do. Ain't no change in majors for most people that know what they want to do. This is why Asians are able to create doctor after doctor after doctor after doctor after doctor. They indoctrinated, no pun intended, they indoctrinated their children into the life of medicine from birth. The kid throwing up his hands like, what else? What else would I possibly be in this life? I already know how to suture a damn cat. I can stitch up your brain tissue. I'm only 16. What else were they supposed to be in this life, right? So it's because they gained exposure to all of this. So I'm not trying to dumb down the black race with the college thing. I'm trying to tell you where I've made mistakes. I made a mistake. I shouldn't have gone to college. In fact, I didn't want to go. My parents made me go. The war had just started, and I wanted to go to the Navy. And you know how moms are. They just be crying. That was probably the one time I seen my dad acquiesce, like, God damn. Well, like, maybe you shouldn't go because this lady is, she is hysterical. She was insufferable at that time. But let's see. FemK said something. You need to start at the source, Mike. Black parents, especially African and Caribbean parents, don't encourage any type of healthy and real dating while in high school and for some even college. That's a good thing. Whoa. That's a good thing. I don't know where you were going with that, but that's a good thing. We are see this discussion is needed. So FemK, you don't gotta cam up, but if you want to come up when I drop the link, please do. I'm gonna drop that link again so y'all can come up. But you don't need to encourage dating at a young age. You don't need to encourage relationships. You don't need to encourage none of that. Young people are dumb. They're stupid. And I will let you know that if you want to encourage good relationship behavior, you need to focus on making your kid a good person. That's it. A courteous person, a caring person, someone that knows how to pull their own weight, someone that is helpful to their peers, that wants to stand in front even though it's stressful. You know, that gets up and does the work even when they're tired. You can create a good companion for somebody just by making your child a good, honest, hardworking, ambitious person with courtesy and respect for the human condition. That's what my parents did. My dad did not talk. I told you, he did not talk to me about sex ever. Randomly, as I'm sitting on the couch watching like Emerald Lagasse. This dude, first he told me I better not be no damn chef. I don't know. Your African parents don't get down with nothing but doctor or engineer. They don't give a damn. There's no other job in this world, according to them. But then he just randomly came out of nowhere and was like, you better not have sex without no condom and let one of these damn girls get you pregnant. I don't know if he just heard a story about that. That was the birds and the bees talk that I got. And I was already old. My parents focused on making me an honest, respectable person that respects others and their property, that learns to extend courtesy to my neighbors, that is a gentleman and understands that women are the weaker sex. And you need to not dominate them with your nature, but help them. Everything you are is built to protect, is built to help your community and your family. They created me into a good person, therefore I became a good companion. I developed an understanding. I wanted to FemK, I know you didn't even mean it in the way that you were saying it, like, we need to put our kids out here to be kissing on their peers. But the reason why African and Caribbean parents don't do that is because they're smart. The funniest thing, and I don't think we realized this when we were 16, 17, our parents were kids too. We forget that shit. We created none of this shit. There's nothing new under the sun. Your parents know y'all are complete horn dogs as teenagers. I watched my father-in-law. One of the things I love about him, when I first met him, his youngest daughter's boyfriend was over the house. I didn't even know who this little ninja was. But what he was doing was making sure, if you want to spend time with this dude, he got to do it in front of my face. He's going to know who he's messing over. He's not going to spend time with you. He's going to spend time with your whole family. You see what I'm saying? I thought that was awesome. Like, damn, that was awesome. Awesome. You learn things as you go. I'm not about to be out here promoting relationships for my daughter. They're just distractions when you're young. You don't even know how to deal with the feelings you have. I think it's worse for girls. Do you remember how much competition it was for boys' affection in high school? And the things some girls had to do to keep that boy's attention? Hell no. Do you remember it? Some of you were that dude. Let's be for real. You were entertaining a few girls. One of them was more your main, and another one was trying to take that spot. You remember what that girl had to do to keep your attention most of the time. Nobody wants their daughter to be in that girl. Sorry. I'm not. Teenagers do not know what to do with those feelings. They do not know what to do with those feelings. They're extremely malleable. And to be honest, they will ruin a lot of their chastity. They will ruin themselves. Some people in high school, I'm not promoting that at all. Focus on your studies, focus on being a good person, a good friend, focus on being accountable, and you will know what to do when you get into a relationship. Do y'all not realize that all relationships essentially are the same? All relationships are essentially the same. I started off, I think my wife would call me a good husband. But I'm a good husband because I was a great son. I was obedient. I was made to do the work. I was not rebellious. I listened. I'm a good husband because I was a great son. My parents tell me that all the time because I'm the eldest. Michael, whatever you do, they will do. You cannot do that. Whatever you do, they will do. You must show example. Good example. They laid into my ass, and I was always obedient. They said, it's not about you. You got 3 more coming behind you. They would punish me in front of them. I was like, God damn, I can't catch a break. I'm a good husband because I was a great son. Obedient, loyal, do anything. Look, man, I not only did anything for my family, I did a lot in place of my siblings. Did everybody just get that message they said they were going to send out? I guess that was the FEMA message everybody was talking about. Did y'all get that message on y'all phone yet? I just got it. I guess it worked. Hey, on just a quick side note. Y'all know it's about to be like nuclear war, yo. If they're testing something like that, just go read your news. Go look at what the US, China, and Russia are currently doing at their nuclear sites and different things. They know something they're not telling us, and they just want to make sure we have accurate notice beforehand. But yeah, something about to go down. I'm strapped. I'm strapped just because something about to go down. But hey, look, I'm gonna tell y'all right now, I've never been delusional about this. We are prepped for war. War is natural. I'm sorry. Y'all can listen to all the Y'all can listen to all the people that tell you crazy stuff about a man's nature and savagery or whatever. It's natural. If you have something, somebody's going to want to take it. 5 things you will always find in any civilization to know that humans live there: birth, death, marriage, taxes, war. War. People have warred with one another since the beginning of time. War of resources. Right now, we're fighting a war of ideology, war of supremacy. Y'all be like, oh, we all need to be in peace. Only a woman would say that shit. A man knows another man's nature. War is natural. I know war is coming. I'm prepared. Are you? I've always known war is coming. All this peace shit, this socially constructed peace that we love so much, one bomb drops. You will eat your cousin. You will eat your own cousin. I don't give a damn what y'all talking about. Understand the nature of humans, not just men. You've never seen selfishness till you don't know where your next meal is coming from. Boy, let me stop. Let me stop. Haru says I got my Kevlar gloves and armor. Damn right. Yeah, damn right. I got my plate carrier stock ready to go. Got my bug out bag, my war belt. I actually need to order some MREs. I need to order some MREs. Stay ready. Lauren says, where did I get it from? Oh, I built all that stuff over a long time. But I mean, you can get anywhere that sells weapons, firearms. Most of them are survival stores. Oh, in fact, where did I go this weekend? Bass Pro Shops. Go around their gun counter. Oh, you got all type of survival gear in there. All types of survival gear. And go back and watch our show on the apocalypse. They were dropping game. Marcus was dropping game. Uncle Jeff was dropping game. I gave you my whole war belt set up because I left my damn bug out bag in the garage. But yeah, I'm sorry. If you want to buy all that stuff yourself individually, you can buy an entire survival bag already packed up and stocked. Me, I'm the medical guy. Like I'm buying all that stuff to make sure I'm useful. If you watch that World War Z movie, when that captain said it, the captain of the ship, he was like, as you can see, we don't have a need for non-essential personnel. You are going to have a skill to live in that post-apocalyptic society. You know, I bring a host of skills. What you want? I'm a warrior. I can lead a platoon. I can be the sniper. I can plug bullet hole wounds. I can bring people back to life. I am skilled to make sure my family has a chance of surviving, to make sure they have a base to sleep at while I go defend the country or my faction or the group or whatever. So make sure you know what skill you bring to the fold, or they will leave you out of it. But we getting off topic. We're getting off topic. Relationships. I'm gonna drop the link for those of y'all that want to come up because this is a good topic. Let me just tell you, you can do both. This is what I want to talk about today. You can absolutely do both. My question to the audience right now, if you could do it all over again, if you could do it all over again, if you are a single woman or a single man, if you could do it all over again, at what age would you have started to take either marriage or long term companionship seriously? If you are somebody over 30 and you could do it all over again, would you change anything? Or what age, if you could share with us, if you don't want to come up and click the link, what age would you have started taking marriage and long term companionship seriously? Well, if it's the end, if you're not in a relationship, there's no point. Woo! I don't know. You might have something there though. Kane the God says, been ready since 88. That's what I'm talking about. All of it, and here's the funniest part about it. All of us dudes are gonna find each other. We all know the same survival skills. Stay off the main road. Stay off the main road. Because for some people that don't know about survival, you think the best thing for you is to find other people. No, the hell it's not. Not if you got resources, they'll take them shits. They will take them shits. Stay off the main roads. Find hideaways and hideout spots. Only move when necessary. Protect yourself from the elements. Go near a water source. Like, yo, we all gonna find each other. That's the funny thing. And that's how societies, after you have decimated entire societies, that is how it's always been rebuilt. Survival of the fittest. The people who are mentally fit, that are able to cooperate, that are skilled, that know how to dig a trench, find the water source, clean the water, build a hut. We always build back. We always build it back. Lauren Mack says she wouldn't do it differently. Okay. RP Tipsy Nomad says 23. I agree with this. The average age of first marriage for a woman is now 29 in the United States of America. The average age of first marriage for a male or man is 30 point something. I forget the point something. But that is the average age of first marriage. So the interesting thing is that when I see a lot of ladies educating other ladies on the fact that they have time, they're not even taking a realistic look at this average age. And mind you, this is the highest it's ever been. 20 years ago, it was at 25 and 26. So those people met their companion, their wife or husband earlier. The average age of first marriage is now 29 for a woman and 30 for a man. That means these people met at 25 or sooner. Do y'all not know how this works? Remember, let's break it down logically. Okay? Break it down logically. You meet them at 25 or 26. You court or date until 27. You get engaged at 27 or 28. You get married at 29 or 30. These people met years ago. They didn't meet and get married at 29 or 30. So 23 is a very good time to start taking marriage and long-term companionship serious. Mandrell, what's going on, Chief?
What's going on, Mike? Can you hear me?
What's going on? Let me make this one point, and then I'm gonna chop it up with you. Let me make this one point.
Go ahead.
In fact, I forgot the damn point. What are your thoughts, though? Relationships or education? How do you think we are dealing with it in modern society, and can people do both?
You can do both. Man, I don't even understand that's a question. Like I hear people on these panels ask that question. They make their arguments one way or the other. They say you can't do both.
Yep.
And having a relationship and having a career, or having a relationship or a marriage and seeking education, it's the same as walking and chewing bubblegum.
Yep.
I mean, my thing is, look at how much further ahead you would be if you had the support of a significant other. You feel what I'm saying? Like you're better with two. There's a saying we had in the Army, right? Because I'm not sure if you know about my background in the U.S. Army, but 6 years in the U.S. Special Forces, we had a saying, one is none, two is one. If you send two people out, that counts as one. You send one person out, that's nobody. You send nobody out. One is none, two is one.
I like that.
Yeah, you make this correlation with marriage. You're supposed to be one. Two people operating as one. You know what I'm saying? And people don't fully commit to marriage. They say they commit to one another. They ain't doing that, Mike. But also, if you do commit to one another, cool. You're halfway there. You're supposed to commit to the relationship as well. Meaning the two of you have committed to stay with one another. Committed to live out the rest of your life to one another. You're committed to the commitment as well. It ain't just the other person.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So once you make that vow to be with that person, yeah, you vowed to be with that person through thick and thin. But we see all the time, like one person gets sick, the other person, I can't take it. And then they get divorced. Well, you were a piece of shit. How could you say that, Mandrill? Because look at what you did.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's how you
gotta apologize for saying that. I mean, no.
Now, you bring up an interesting point, because I said this on Precious, the real Precious, had a show. She's doing like a marriage series and wants to talk to the men. I said, you're absolutely right. It's not just about the other person. I'm not only married to a person, I'm married to an ideal. That's why we take vows. I'm married to the ideal, because look what happens under the umbrella of this institution. Man, if y'all see my kids, if y'all seen them, how happy these children are, that only happens under this covenant. You don't get really happy. I mean, they're like just doing your great jumps all day. Like, you see what I'm saying? And I know from watching, if you grew up in this generation, you have watched divorce ruin families, just almost like it's Adderall or a drug that just take the light and the spirit out of kids' lives. I've watched that my whole life. You think I'm going to purposely do that to my kids? Hell no. I'm married to the ideal and everything that this particular institution brings, not just the fact that whether I'm in love or not in love with my spouse. It's idiotic, man. I'm telling you.
Because you're not going to be in love with that person the whole time.
Yep.
You're not going to be in love with that person every day forever. You're not going to even want to feel like speaking to that person every day. Some days you're going to come home, you ain't going to feel like talking. Yep. And that person has to give you their space. And you have to do the same for them. And understand it's nothing personal. It's just one of them days.
Yep.
You didn't do anything wrong. You didn't do anything to piss them off. It's just like, it's like my girl, me and my girl now. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we both have our days. We have stressful jobs. You know what I'm saying? Well, I don't have a 9 to 5, but we have stressful careers. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, okay, Some days we just don't feel like talking. You know what I mean? We're around each other, and good, she's there. And I'm sure someday she feel the same about me. Oh, good, he's here. And that's all we need. That period. You're live? Yeah, thank you. Let's sit down and watch TV or something. You know what I'm saying? But people get this idea that you have to be in love with that person 24/7, 365. It's unrealistic. You're not going to. And so that's why you have to be married to the ideal. You have to be committed to the ideal, the institution, as well as that person. Yep. That's where the other half comes in. That still holds it together.
You know what's funny? Not only does it hold it together, so here's the interesting thing about people who are divorced and constantly leave relationship after relationship. You don't even realize how it makes you look. This is why they have to project out a look of I'm straight, or whenever some people break up, they're always trying to do it through like make it seem like a statement of power. Right? Like, I'm not taking this. I'm not standing for this. I left that money. No. I love the way this institution makes me look. It has afforded me many opportunities. I do not hold back about saying that. I know how the community views me being this guy. I know exactly how, when I show up with my children anywhere and they see that I'm black, so I know I already got 2 strikes against me, but I get 1 strike back when they see this ring. I get at least 1 back.
Because the general consensus is
you think about it as a man, as a black man, you're gonna have strikes against you.
Yeah.
You're all in this country, the way you have been portrayed, the way the media has portrayed you, you're already going into any situation where people believe you don't know something. This was the number one, I forget his name. Damn. A football player was trying to invest in my healthcare business once. And I didn't choose him to do it, but he gave me some game. He said, man, this angel investor industry is rigorous. Just assume this. You need a black investor, because when you're black, they already assume you don't know. Just because you're black, they assume that you need all the help in the world, that you're the lowest on the totem pole. You don't have the education for this, and they can help you by bringing all this value. Mind you, I was a subject matter expert of all subject matter experts at that time, right? So You know, he's like, they're gonna assume you don't know. So you got all these different hashtags, all of these different people telling you all these different strikes against you as a black man. You get them back when you get this ring. I get the responsibility badge on my Boy Scout uniform.
Mm-hmm.
When they see me, if they see me alone, that's one badge. They see me with my kids and the kids are having a good time, that's another badge, right? They see me leading a situation, that's another badge. That's what this institution does for you. And you think I'm gonna throw that shit away because I got an attitude? Hell no.
Hell the thing is, yeah, I mean, when I see a ring on a dude's finger, I mean, like I'm normally in leadership positions anywhere I go. You know what I'm saying? And they do this shit quick too. As soon as they find out you're black and you're competent, they throw everything at you, including the kitchen sink. I think it's a litmus test. I think it's a shit test, Mike, to see how much pressure you can handle. But then when you kick ass at it, they're like, oh, okay. So he's one of the good ones, because I've heard that before. Credit to you people, heard that before. Yep. You know what I'm saying? You know, that whole thing, you know what I'm saying? But I see a ring on the guy's finger, I'm like, at least somebody can stand the son of a bitch. Like, that's the kind of shit they say. And that's where I get it from, them. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, and that's the way they look at it. Well, at least somebody can stand it. Hey, come here, let me talk. Now the conversation starts. You're stable. You can commit to something.
Yep.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? That's the way a lot of people look at it. Shout out to Dirty Folks, my man.
Dirty Folks, what's up?
I just slid through because I saw man drill.
What's up, man?
Turn your mic up a little bit.
Yeah, my no eyebrow having friend. We gonna survive together. You see me, bro. I'm doing camping trips with models, bro. I still got girls from the pandemic, bro. I'm out here. As soon as it go down, I'm up.
Yep. People overlook that fact too, man. Because me, I'm very Darwinist about things. You know, you want my resources, you want what I got, come take it. If you can kick my ass, you deserve to have it.
And you know what though? You guys are right about marriage. That's why I have a fake wedding ring. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, it gets you some doors, man.
And it gets you more women because man, black women love trying to mess up your marriage. So man, a wedding ring. Woo.
I can't disagree with that. Like Dirty Folks, right. Some people talk about Dirty Folks and how crazy he sounds. Like, now if you listen to what he's saying, he's actually telling the truth.
Let me.
You can't say you haven't seen any of the stuff he's talking about.
Add to it though, bro. Let me add to it. It's not just black women, Dirty Folks. It's not.
I know.
There. Listen, I never. And let me put out a statement of complete truth. I was completely naive. I've always been a little inept before about relationship dynamics. So I'm one of those people that kind of went by the word, right? Because I want to do good, people gonna let me do good. And then because I want to be on the straight and narrow, my path's gonna be straight and narrow, right? You see what I'm saying? You could not have paid me to believe that the most looks, the most what is called advances I would ever get would be with a ring on my finger while I'm with my kids. You would never pay me to say this is when I'm most attractive to women. I would never would have believed that ever. So I was completely dumb until I've experienced. I've been married for 5 years now. I have all the tricks where you try to, let's say I was a single man in HEB in the grocery store, and you see a chick with she fits all your aesthetic pleasures, right? You go try to push up on her as a single dude, or you try to get the scenario going where y'all cross carts, and she's acting like she's playing hard to get. Like, excuse me, like, doing something, right? And then you like, oh, well, maybe she doesn't like people to approach her in the grocery store. Maybe I did that wrong. Now bring it to me as a married man. She's crashing carts with me. And every chance I get, she's putting her cart in front of mine so I can look at her ass. Like, it's crazy. I told you, I did not notice this until my sister-in-law had to come with me one day and basically go to the girl like, bitch, you got a problem? What the fuck you keep coming over here for?
I got all the tricks of the trade. People think I'm crazy because they spend too much time listening to girls with clothes on. If they would have just looked up at the world and listened to me, they'd have been all right. For instance, I've been wearing fake wedding rings since 2003. Right? I have literally, and I've been a lesbian since what? 2016, 2018. I'm a binary lesbian now. I'm no longer a man. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So the things, because girls are dumb. So the things girls say is, I like sleeping with married men because they know how to commit. Shorty, if I cheated on my wife, am I committed? But I don't tell her that.
Right.
Or I don't deal with men. I don't like men. I'm like, sure, they don't like men either. I'm a lesbian. You know what I'm saying? I just got an organic strap on. They're like, oh my God, you're a lesbian. I could be with you. Look, I don't pay attention to none. Y'all be doing panels with these goofy ass girls. Girls is dumb. But I do say this about people need to commune. People need communion. If that comes from your girl, that's cool. Because there's little idios idiosyncrasies that happen in relationships, the inside jokes, all the things you will have with your male best friend, plus you get to have sex. So a great relationship, because men know how to have relationships. Men have friends since third grade and they like 50. Like when I was in my 20s and I saw the movie Casino, and Michelle Pfeiffer was trying to get what's the little guy name? Not Pacino, not De Niro. Joe Pesci. Trying to get Joe Pesci to delete De Niro. And he was like, he's been my friend for 40 years, 45 years. I was like, yo, no, he said 35 years. But I was like in my late teens, early 20s. And I'm talking to my boy like, yo, they've been friends longer than we've been alive. Like, how is that possible? And now we older. And now I'm looking at him like, yo, bro, we 44. He just turned 46. I'm like, 44. I know you since Cub Scouts. That's almost 35 years. You know what I'm saying? How many girls have micro relationships? How many micro relationships have I had with girls who say, man, I got girls that tell me I need to settle down. And I'm like, where your friends at? I don't mess with girls because they mess. So why would you want me to have a mess? So you know that girls don't have the ability to be in relationships. Why would I deal with somebody without the ability to be in a relationship? So when you find that in someone, kudos to y'all. I got a fake wedding ring though. I'm still in the room.
Yep. Let me ask y'all this question. So the first question I got queued up: how do you navigate finding a companion while in school or training for a career? Because listening to a lot of women in this space, it is something that literally it's like a thorn on my side every time I hear it. I don't have time. I'm in school.
Oh
I
God,
don't have
yes.
time for marriage or to be courting. I'm in school. Now, this is not a dig, I promise you. But I have numerous family members that are doctors, countless engineers, people that take postgraduate education for years right after undergraduate education. Those people, it might be a little hard for them to maintain a relationship. For the rest of us, it is not. It is not. How do you navigate that? So I guess we need to spell it out in plain English. But for
Uh,
anybody, please let them know, how do you navigate finding a companion while in school or training for a career? Go ahead.
okay, it's the same way as if you was to go to the movies or you went to the gym. Well, black women are allergic to the gym. Don't give me that stuff, ladies.
And
I have
water.
access to 4 different gyms in the same city and several of them outside the city. Okay, you don't, sisters, y'all ain't in the gym like that unless you're old. You're 60 and above when you're in the gym.
Well,
Yeah,
January is
okay.
packed.
No. 2 weeks. That don't count. Okay. So
That shit is
yes,
packed
sisters,
in January.
y'all not in the gym like that.
Old
Okay.
ladies don't
So
work out. They just go there to watch TV.
right. And here the thing is, so to answer your question, it's like how do you navigate that? Just as in if you're in college, you're socializing. You meet people all the time. What are we talking about? And then all the times they go out when they're in their careers. They're in the careers. They're going out, hanging out with friends. They meet guys. They're around guys all the time at bars or lounges or restaurants, whatever. You're in position, ladies, to meet again. If you're sitting here saying I don't have time, you're just silly, arrogant, and weak. Period.
I,
You do
I,
have time. You just don't. You just thing is you want things to go your way. You want the relationship. You want the marriage. You just want it on your own terms. But marriage and life don't work that way. You can't. Nobody gets it all because if you get it all, what are you giving me? Pussy? I can get that anywhere. So what's so special about you? If that's all you bring to the table, why would I choose you over someone who's going to meet all of the rest of my needs and give me that too? I can't hold a conversation with you. Stop playing, ladies. I mean, yeah, no.
Andrea, you just
Uh-huh.
mansplained that to death, bro. You mansplained that. I understood every word you said. let me help you out.
Go ahead.
Girls are liars if they're wearing clothes. These are the same goofy chicks that say they master multitaskers. If you can multitask, but they can't never multitask. That means you did 5 things wrong because they never multitask. How do I go to school and maintain a relationship? How do you have a job and then get pregnant by a dude in Cabo on Hot Girl Summer? Like, figure it out. Look, girls are just liars. They don't not go to keggers. They don't quit being Kappa cuties and busting down the whole queues. They know how to get dick in college. They know how to get relationships. They have relations. Girls are just liars.
Yeah.
It's not an answer to the question because they lying about the question. They're just liars. If they cut up clothes, they lying.
There you go. There you go, Trigger Mike.
Yo.
Hey, you can bust it down the Hot Girl Summer and go to school at the same time. You can bust down the queues at the same time. How come you can't get in a relationship? Well, but no, here come the excuses. Like dirty folks say, you're lying.
If we're gonna be real about it, I think one of the things that women cannot deny, one of the things that women cannot deny is wanting. It's weird how a woman's desire to diminish her value is so rampant because it's like, who taught them that they could do this, but they do it anyway. I think the one thing women are trying to do by delaying relationships so long is they're trying to have sexual freedom for as long as possible. They're pushing out their whole face, right? First, like literally, let me just be clear right now because we've seen it and the data is available. If your whole phase lasts any significant amount of time, numerous years after college age, your chances of getting married or finding a good man it's almost shot.
Stop.
It's almost shot.
You mansplaining too. Look, 10,000 hours of anything make you a master. If your whole lasts 10,000 hours that you got at college, it ain't a phase. You just a hoe. Look, and I'm cool with that. Men love hoes. But just be honest with you, I like honest hoes. Like Harlem Nights. I like honest hoes with all her hoes being honest. You know what I'm saying? Look, let me tell y'all something, man. Girls everybody else goes to college to find a man. Black girls college, they don't need one. And I said that. Matter of fact, Kevin Samuel stole that from me because I had a post that went viral on Facebook when I said that in 2016 when my niece graduated with her doctor's degree and said, where are all the black men with doctorate degrees? I said, niece, you missed your husband in understudy. Men don't stay in school just to be in school. Here's the thing. They don't like men. They like sex. They don't like men. Because they don't like women. They don't like themselves. They put on war paint and hair hats trying to look like somebody else. Filters on top of the filter. Look, hateful, spiteful creatures. I hate you too, mommy. That's why we have amazing sex. You know what I'm saying? I choke you during sex. I spank you. I abuse you. You love it. Make you orgasm. Y'all I got you. I understand you. They trying to give you rationale. They trying to give you love because only men can love. They trying to give you love and advice and make you better people. No, be ain't shit. Just accept being ain't shit. And I'm here for you. I got
you. Okay. Let me somebody saying let me yeah, I lost the but that's really let me get into it. So as far as navigating to find a companion, just like Dirty Folks said, not only do people go like we used to call them professional husband hunters. Like a lot of the it's traditional like white girls. A lot of the white girls, I think some of the Filipino, I grew up in a really big Filipino area. The white girls and the Filipino girls are professional husband hunters. Even if it didn't pan out for them, they were treating the situation with the dudes they dated like it was going to end up like that. All right. So you can absolutely, and here's the worst part about it. I think most women will feel regret and remorse for the decisions they made once they realize they don't even like work. This shit that y'all were training for, do you know how many of my wife's friends are like crying and shit? Talk about, I don't want to do this shit by myself. And they don't even like their fucking job. I'm talking about master's prepared clinicians. You did all this yelling and screaming about your goddamn job. You don't even like that shit no more. And we not even 40 yet. Like, so when Dirty Folks say women like sex, I'm going to tell you, women don't even like work. You don't like work. Men have to work or we don't live. We don't eat. We literally are always a few months away from being the bum on the street. That's why we work the way we do. We have no choice. People are never willing to take care of men the way they're willing to take care of women. Most men will kick us down the road and tell us take care of our goddamn self. So we have to work like that. Y'all thought that we did that shit because we liked it. We did it to take care of y'all stinking ass.
Or I ain't gonna lie, Trigger Mike. I'm damn sure gonna kick you out there and say, go get it.
Yep.
Help me out with what? You know what I'm saying? Every man, look, hold on. In my family, my uncle told me a long time ago, my daddy too. Every man must make his own way. Every man must make his own way. I'm gonna give you everything you need to do that. What you do with it is your business. Every man must make his own, and they meant it. They meant it. They meant every word. I mean, seriously, they were not easy. My parents were not easy on me. My sister, Shushu, she had it a lot easier. They actually talked to her. You hear me, dirty folks? They actually had to talk. Like people ask me, did your parents talk to you about sex? I'm like, no. My sister, on the other hand, sat her down and had the conversation. Me, they'll figure it out.
No, they
figure it out.
Somebody called me with 2 shoe boxes full of condoms that I got from a But
my mama, hey, dirty folks, my mama bought me, but the talk I got from mama about sex, she bought me a box of condoms. She said, you having sex yet? Nope. Well, when you do, figure it out. Here you go. Don't bring home no babies. I said, yes, ma'am. And that was it. That's the only talk I ever had about any of my parents about sex. My daddy never mentioned it.
The shit can go down easy like that. My dad barely. It was the most confusing talk I ever had. I was like, where the is this shit coming from?
I didn't even have a talk with my dad about it.
Trick you into nowhere, no condom. I was like, what? I was 19.
My dad didn't even talk to me about it. My dad didn't talk to me about it at all.
Talk to me about tricking on girls, though. Make sure you carry a book bag and you pay for the popcorn. I'm like, I don't like that deal. But you know what? It is so ingrained in men to take care of women that a 2-year-old boy will fight over his mother and his sister. That a 12-year-old boy will try to figure out how to buy out my house, and she's 38 and she ain't figured out how to fry chicken and shut up long enough for a man to buy one for her. Men are just wired like that. So all
right, Dee, I know you about to firebomb this shit. Go ahead.
I'm fucking delusional. Like, one thing about it, you gonna keep a weirdo on this motherfucker, ain't you? Like, yo, y'all know damn well ain't no college dudes looking for no wives. So why are you putting pressure on women to look for husbands in college and ain't no college niggas looking for wives? This is stupid.
Man, what college did you go to?
Hold on.
Man, what college did you go to?
Break it down.
And I'm gonna tell you something. I was the one who
listened
to y'all dumbass advice. And I did that dumb shit. And I married straight out of college. And what the fuck am I now? Divorced, listening to you dumb motherfuckers. And you want
Why are you divorced?
How you gonna say men in college want to get married?
How's that our fault?
Right. You married a guy. I ran out of college. How are men not looking for comfort?
This was dumb advice. Because my husband wasn't in college. My husband was 10 years older than me.
Well, ma'am, here's the thing. Why are you divorced, if you don't mind me asking? Let's get to that. Why are you divorced, if you don't mind me asking?
That doesn't matter.
It does. It absolutely matters.
No, because I haven't finished making my point. So before you get to analyzing my life and wanting to gaslight, I'm telling you that stupid ass advice that y'all saying.
I'm not gaslighting, ma'am. Why you got divorced from your husband does matter, and the fact that your husband was 10 years older than you does matter.
It didn't work.
You did not. No, ma'am. You did not meet your husband in college.
What you want at 22 ain't what you want at 32. You're a different person. You and I both know that. Let's stop being stupid here.
But that's why you grow together, ma'am. That's how this works.
Yo,
you don't just give up on a marriage.
Easier said than done. Nevertheless, it didn't work, and this is the thing that you guys are setting up.
It does matter why you got divorced, ma'am. You can't escape that fact. I'm not going to let you.
Sir,
you got divorced because
your point is this. If you marry early like that, you don't have a chance to learn yourself. You don't get a chance to know yourself and to actualize yourself.
Oh my God. Man, that's a cop-out in this.
Hold on, y'all. So
y'all want to sit and say that our degrees don't matter and that when we get degrees, we don't use them because
you don't.
Why? Because you sit and you get us pregnant the moment we're done with
it's our fault that you didn't do anything with your degree. It's our fault that you did nothing with your degree. Right, man. Again, it's everyone else's fault except yours. Ma'am. If this meeting with you is any consolation, is any reflection on how your if this meeting with you is any reflection on how your marriage went, no wonder your husband left you.
Really?
Yeah,
That's so damn
Come on,
stupid.
man, bro.
that's not
You probably
stupid.
don't.
It's a
My
fact.
husband and
All right, hold on.
that's the thing.
Didi.
Like, that's a whole.
There's no,
assumption.
ma'am. There is zero
My
accountability
husband
coming out of your
and
mouth.
that's supposed to how that went.
There's
All right,
zero
so
accountability coming out of your mouth at all.
I gave
You've
you the
taken no
accountability.
responsibility for your part
let
in this
me
whole
ask y'all
fiasco.
this question. Hold on. Let
I
me
didn't
ask
tell
y'all
you
this question.
anything about why the marriage didn't work.
You married right out of college and said men in college ain't. It doesn't even apply to you. Your
Hold
husband's
on,
10
Didi.
years
Let me
older than
ask
you. You
this
didn't meet him in
question
college.
real
I
quick.
went to college with Mike. I can tell you firsthand. Mike was not dating for marriage in college.
How you?
How do you know that?
Cause I know that nigga. Me and him went to college
How
together.
do you know that?
Stop the count.
You trying to change the subject now? Well, nobody
Right,
talking about me.
deflection.
Mike
One
did
nobody
not.
talking about me.
Deflection.
Zero
Come on,
zero
y'all.
accountability.
Hold on, man, bro. Everybody, hold the hell on, Didi. I see
Zero
what the hell you just
accountability.
did.
Like,
No,
we
fuck that. I
act like
see what
people
the
ain't
hell
had
you
real
just
life
did.
experiences.
Mandrell putting the heat on your ass, so you said, "Let me just turn this shit to the host." Since I know that nigga. First off, you know this shit. Nobody was talking about me. First off, but I got a question for y'all, and this is actually this is around the topic you just brought up, Didi. So this is a good question too. If it's true that young men aren't looking for marriage, what advice would you give to a 25-year-old woman looking for a husband? Let's get Ikena in there real quick, then we'll chop it up, y'all. Trey Ferg, I see you in the back. Cam up real quick so I know you're a real person, and I'll let you up.
Is a question for me?
Yeah. Go ahead, Ikena. You got it.
This is what I always say to young women that are 25 and older. I tell them that anywhere you go to, once you hit, in some countries it's 16, in America it's 18. So let's stick to the 18 years old in America. You, at the moment you turn 18, all you gotta think is husband. At 25, you are in the danger zone. It becomes all you got to do, breathe, eat, is how to get married. Don't listen to anybody that tells you, oh, marriage isn't this, marriage isn't that. You got to get your youth in. No, your youth will destroy you. Some of us are paying the price of our youth.
Yep. Ooh, that was dope.
Some of us are paying the price of our 20s, in our 40s, in our 30s. We're paying that price. If I can go back to my 18-year-old, 16-year-old, 17-year-old, there are so many things I wouldn't have done. So at 25, please listen to men, don't listen to women. That's what I tell girls at 25. Men that are giving you the good advice, because we as human beings, we have the power of discernment. We know good advice, we know bad advice. Anybody that is 16, 17-year-old that tells you that they don't know good from bad is lying. Both men and women, we all know good and bad at that age. We know that staying in school is good thing. We know that not attending school is bad thing. We know that running the street is bad. We know that staying at home is good. At the age of 16, we know that. Nobody needs to tell us those things. So my advice for a 25-year-old girl is this: stay in your mother's kitchen. Cook that food with your mom. Stay at home. Stay away from club. Stay away from men that are going to make you get butterfly. Don't do that. Stay and cook and serve your brothers, serve your dad. Make sure that they eat before you. That's what you got to do, because your duty on earth is to nurture. That's it.
Okay. All right. Anybody else got? Let's get Trey Ferg on this. I'll restate the question. If it's true that young men aren't looking for marriage, what advice would you give to a 25-year-old woman looking for a husband?
Okay, that's a good question. In reference to the women and being of 25, that's a little more than half of my age. I'm 55. I like some of the brothers that are on the panel, went to college, went to the military, went back to college, graduated a little more than 3 years after I got out of the military. 2021 was when I finished up college. Now, first going to college, I think, it was a mindset, especially back in the late 80s. Women were finding that independence, a lot of young women into college. There was an influx of colleges enrollment by 200 or 300% all across the country. Great. Now, the women, although they were looking for some independence, they were still looking for those guys to be married to, maybe junior, senior year. Freshman, sophomore year, I wouldn't recommend a guy look for a girl look for a guy. First of all, find out if you really want to graduate. And then, but this was a mindset 20, 30 years ago. Now you fast forward since the crack pandemic took the mother out the home. All of these children are now adults. They have that same broken mindset that it can't work with a man of the same color because, and you all just said it a little while ago, black men, nobody has ever came to save us in America. We've always been pushed to the side, but somehow throughout our resiliency, we continue to fight, we continue to strive to be better. Now, women are not, to me, a lot of women that have gone through that whole crack pandemic, because if you look at a 17-year-old girl and a 40-year-old woman, a lot of them act the same, dress the same, speak the same, do the same type of whatever, it's really no different. So you're dealing with a bunch of older children now, and the fact that women are not looking to build and grow. Being married to a guy 10 years older, that's not the same as being married to a guy sitting in your chemistry class in college. It's not the same. And now, if you look 20 years ahead, most of those women, if they had chose properly during during college, they'll be sitting in a boss position with their husbands. The children would be 10 times smarter because they have a balance of a man and a woman. But if you look at this 25, 30-year stretch, the boy, son, and the daughter, they've only exercised the behaviors and characteristics of the mother. So, it's just ironic to me that in our warrior class state, that 18 to 35, 40-year-old woman, even men, it's difficult to establish a building type of relationship. And I think that's where a lot of individuals fall short within their own lives, because they're only looking to the finish line because everything that they know is broken while they're building. And that's where the dynamics come in, because if you're 24, 25 and you weren't about people and you weren't about, and I can see getting a degree, it doesn't really come into effect until you've worked 20, 25 years in it all together. But most men, and especially today, I think we would come out 10 steps ahead if we stop focusing on trying to get a woman. Just continue to build your brand, to continue to build your mental capacity, your physical capacity. Don't be afraid to take chances. And I don't know, I think it's so convoluted today that the women, they're being promoted by other women. They're being they have cheerleaders saying, separate from the brother, separate. Understand, and it's been said again, this is the most critical time for us to need each other. We need each other more now than any time in our history, because the Ukrainians, they coming. South of the border, they coming. They building these new apartments to house them, not Saprita and her 3 kids when they done cut her welfare, but she doesn't have a man in her life. The children don't have a man in their life. And, the guys, and this is why I speak to the guys, it's all about you. You have to be selfish. Stop wasting your money on stuff to buy to fake it in front of other people, when now is the greatest time to get your skill set up. You can still take $100 a month, take somebody out. She gonna give you all the cake she want towards the end of the month. First and the 15th, everybody got their hand out. So if you're willing to be disciplined, especially now in your early 20s up to 30, 40, 50, you put in that work, man, you can, it's like you can go to a new call out every day and pick and choose. Other than that, I wouldn't even worry about it, because as long as they continue to champion each other, then you're going to get the bad deal every time. So I'm just, I may have gone a little off topic, but it's deeper than just finding that partner, especially for a man. I wouldn't even focus on a woman. Just do your thing, because they pushing all kinds of crazy mess out there. And if you spend your 20 years worrying about people that you know in your neighborhood that never liked you and hated you and all that, you're going to remain at a disadvantage. You're going to remain on the low income bracket instead of spending 20 years getting your skill set up, and then you'll be able to pick and choose, because we have the capacity. I just think that we don't champion that enough. We always look at it like, oh, it ain't, no. If you just have a little determination, stick with people who's going to motivate you and encourage you to go through the fire, and not look at it from a defeater's mindset, because the women, they reach their plateau. About 30, 35, they got 2 kids, they done stretch marks, you know what I'm saying? And look, they still go give up the cake. They still go give it up. They're having way more sex than the men.
Land the plane.
Hold on.
So I'm just saying, just go ahead and get yourself together.
I know Ikene is not dropping a land a plane on somebody. You are the original. You are the original in-flight gas up, never landing the plane. Pilot, okay. What is it called when a plane can fuel while it's in the air? What is it called? Louis Davis, $20. Appreciate the love. As a collective, B-dubs in America do not know how to successfully get and keep a husband, yet they brag and boast about their education and their high school student loan debt, or their high student loan debt, earned degrees. This is why we're avoiding you. Damn. Okay. Didi, don't get triggered. I know you about to outburst. Hold on. All right.
No, I'm good.
I was about to say you buy, but you niggas, that's how you do. You know you do that.
Here's my thing, bro. Here's my thing. Men are leading, just men in general. Men are leading women in general in every statistical category. Even education, they lie about that. There's more men in college than women per aggregate, because there's more black women than black men sheer number. Here's the thing. The conversation itself makes no sense. For what he said at the end, you know what I'm saying? But I don't need them. I need Mandrell and Trigger Mike. If the bomb blasts, she the last thing I need, because she did wait. If she wasn't here before the bomb came, I don't need her after the broke bricks and roaches. But here's the thing. Ever since the golden age y'all talk about in 1850, when y'all talk about how black people had a 96% marriage rate, whatever, it is going down 10% every decade, which means it's projected to be at 2% by the year 2030 at a plus minus 2%. They don't want you. That's the one thing you said. They don't want you. With clothes on, they don't want you, right? Because their value is not with clothes on. There is no reason for men, because only men can love. Men are trying to find relationships. Men are trying to tell women what she needs to do to be a suitable woman for a man. What the fuck all that? Look, get a couple of dollars, keep your canned goods. When you're bored, keep $40. I don't spend 40. I spend 2 tacos, but I keep 2 tacos at all times. You know what I'm saying? And enjoy the ride, because because all girls act like black girls until they 20. And I'm gonna give them that point. All the way up until 20, white girls, Asian girls, they all want to save something. Save the whales, save the community, save the niggers, save the dogs, save furs. They want to save everything. Junior, senior, well, not junior, senior, but after they get their associates and they go on toward their bachelor, all of a sudden they get real serious about the type of man they want to be with. The cute girls go to the athletic dorm to try to get a job. The smart girls go to the engineering dorm to either get tutored or be a tutor. You know what I'm saying? Everybody get real serious. It's videos everywhere about white girls doing the rain challenge. So while all the white girls graduating from college with a wedding ring, I could talk about high school too. Every high school and college graduation picture I see with a black girl, she got a on her lap. So y'all getting what y'all want. Y'all want this raw thing. I got you. So I told you. I'm helping you get free housing. I'm helping you get free housing. So I'm here for you. Because I know what it is that you want. I know what the men want, but what the men want to buy is not what you selling. You think the men are buying sex. That's not what men buying. Y'all leave y'all coochies on the toilet. I go to the public washroom like, oh shit, a coochie. What men are trying to buy is better customer service. And we all know black women are most horrible at customer service. We want somebody to make them feel good about their purchase, feel good about paying your life. Y'all just horrible at being human beings, and then complain it's everybody. It's the customer's fault that you bad at customer service. It is what it is.
All right, anybody else? Drake Slay, what's up, my man?
What's up, Trigger Mike? How y'all feeling?
Chilling, bro.
So, I mean, me myself, I went to college. I never thought about marriage. I never seen anybody else that was thinking about marriage. As far as the guys go, like I don't know anybody, any men in college that was looking for a wife or trying to get married in college. Now I seen a few relationships, and most of them didn't last, of course. But yeah, I never seen anybody that was looking for marriage. I don't like as men. I don't know, where everybody from and how y'all was raised up and whatnot. Maybe in the South is different, but I'm from Chicago, and like I wasn't raised to think marriage
As am
first.
I, sir. As am I.
Okay, yeah, I was never raised. No, like none of my OGs, none of none of the elders or nothing. They never, like told me, yeah, look for a good girl and try to get married, young brother, and like that was never the thing. It was always, stay on your purpose, get you some money, shit like that. Like it was never put your focus into a woman, right? So, I mean, as far as men, I don't think they are looking for marriage that young. Most men end up typically getting married 30s or 40s, right? 30s or 40s. Ain't no men trying to get married in their 20s and settle down in their 20s. It's just not in a man's nature, right?
I was.
I don't know if that's true, bro.
Yeah,
I was looking for marriage in my 20s.
No, let me say this though, but to his point, because you said 30s or 40s, so technically, men still the average age of first marriage is 30 for men. But what I think is cultural for Black people in America. Most men, because it wasn't modeled for them, are not looking for marriage at all. If we're being real, because they didn't come from it. Most men. So I will say the people who, like me, who came from a two-parent household and my parents are still married to this day, I literally was kind of not running from it for a little while, but I was like, you better have your fun now because my daddy gonna put an end to all this shit. In a few years, you know what I mean? He gonna come knocking on my door like, time to get serious on you. Like, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, but I think if you had it modeled for you, you were a lot more either intentional in your relationships, or you knew that there was a like a timer. Like, my people traditionally are married people, and I'm not going to be able to live this life without them saying something. But no, in the Black community, I don't think by and large a lot of Black men were looking for marriage.
Exactly.
May I have the floor for a moment?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Please.
Myself, my background's a little different. Like the gentleman that I mentioned, that he's from Chicago. I too was born in Chicago. I left. I moved to Minneapolis, where I currently reside, and I enlisted. Now, like him, marriage was not in the cards. Not in my early 20s. Now, when I got in the military, when I enlisted, that thought crossed my mind. During my first contract, get my degree, get married, get out. That changed. My first marriage didn't take place until I was about 35. Now, to that woman's point about getting married in college, I think these men made their point already. These women are beating sisters right and left as far as finding husbands in college. These women knew what they were looking for. Of course, they got their degrees, but that wasn't the center. The center was finding a husband and building a life. Now, what those men were studying in college? STEM, science, technology, engineering, math. They weren't going after the jocks. They weren't going after the popular dudes. They were going after the men that were pursuing something. Somehow, some kind of way, they got wind that, hey, these guys are getting the STEM fields. They're going to be making some serious money, and I want to be alongside them. I've seen that play out time and again. I saw it play out when I was in the ranks. You know, you can't make this shit up. You can't dispute it. You can try, but the numbers are speaking for themselves. When I first got into to STEM, before I left my career in the military, I started to notice that there was a shortage of black men in the STEM career fields. That field is rapidly narrowing. What is happening is right now, a lot of black men are coming into contact with STEM. They are recognizing that it is easy to get telework and telework outside the United States, where your money goes a little further. $50,000 may not mean nothing here, but if you go overseas, if you go over to a place like Thailand or the Philippines, where the U.S. dollar triples and quadruples, you're going to make plenty of money. You will live quite well, especially if you don't trip the lights fantastic. You know, it's just, it is what it is. What hurts me the most regarding this whole debacle is that black women as a collective, because I would be a fool to say every last black woman in America, but as a collective, they refuse to look themselves in the mirror. Why? It boggles my mind. I would like to see black couples. I would like to see the nuclear black family, but unfortunately, and this is from my own point of view, from my own personal experiences, black women as a collective have made themselves insufferable in so many different ways.
Yeah.
I mean, dang.
I mean,
It's
let me add this to what you're saying, because when a lot of women hear that, they get triggered. But I want to put it to most, because that's
like the one
that's
that's in this group here.
I was gonna
I
say,
heard
that's
her.
why we are out here speaking about this, because it's not to beat you down. One of the things that I can't get over is that the reason we sound like assholes to so many black women is because we have to say things that should already be understood. Women should be telling other women about this, but because they're
Thank
not,
you.
we got to talk. It needs to be
If I
married
may.
women with these outcomes coming to these young girls and say, "You fucking up, young girl." Like it's like they're either scared of them or they don't care. Men should not be
No,
talking
it's
about
not
this.
so much that. It's the elders are speaking. The elders are speaking, but are these girls listening? And
website, enter it, put it. No,
for
they
the
not.
most part, most of them aren't. Why should I listen? Like
But
this
Yes,
Danica woman
they
that was in the
shouldn't
group.
listen. Let's keep it up with the daddy
What
issue.
you
Don't
want to keep
listen.
bringing me
Don't
up for?
listen,
What you
girls.
got to
Don't listen
say?
to
I'm
none of
going
these
to
guys.
bring you up in it because you're the only female in the group and you got a
Don't listen
bullseye
to
on
none
your
of these
back.
guys.
So what
Silence.
you want to say?
let me
Because I'm
put
not
it.
the
I've already
scapegoat
said
for
it.
every
I've
problem that
already
you
said
have
it.
with
Stop
black
being
women.
triggered.
What is no? I'm
I've
asking
already
you,
said
what
it.
is your
Stop being
direct
triggered.
problem
Stop
with
being
me?
triggered. Stop being triggered. Stop being
What am I
triggered.
triggered
For
about?
once,
And
Hold
I'm
on,
shut
y'all.
your
Let me
mouth
let
and
me make this
listen.
point,
yo.
and I'm gonna
Who the
pass the
fuck is
mic
you
to Trey.
talking to?
Let me make this
I'm
point,
talking
and
to
I'm
You
gonna
don't
you,
pass the
talk to
young
mic
me
to
like
Trey.
lady.
that. Period.
I'm talking to you,
I
young
don't
lady.
know
You're
what the
acting
fuck
like
you
a
think you
child
All
right
right,
talking to.
now.
y'all, hold it
That
down, hold it
voice.
down, hold it down,
But
hold it
that's
down.
wasted energy to go
Mike,
back
check
and
your
forth.
Let
voice.
me
Don't go
get
back
this
with her.
point off, y'all. Let me
That's
get this
wasted
point
Yeah,
off.
you're
energy.
right. You're right.
That conversation saying a lot
I
more
will
about
pause.
you
Go ahead,
coach than it
sir.
is about her.
Y'all, let me get this point off, then I'm gonna pass the mic to Trey. So when
Have
we're
at it.
talking about this particular topic of women, 25-year-old women looking for we see that women can do it. There are tons of women that can actually do that. They're usually from different cultures, but the one thing I want our women to understand that if you're going to use your education as an excuse as to why you couldn't find companionship, what you're actually saying is these other women that can are better than you. That's what you're saying. And I know you don't believe that shit.
Facts.
You don't
Facts.
believe it because they can do it. So how is it? And remember, this is not a shot,
Facts.
but Indian women and African women, these are STEM. They go into STEM willingly. So these are doctors, women in engineering, and they can still find husbands and maintain their career. So if you're a
I work with a few of
sociology
them, so I
major,
know.
if you're a sociology major working at Nordstrom Rack, how the hell you gonna tell me, somebody like me, that you don't have time for a man? Like, what the fuck? My cousin's a doctor. You know, she met her dude in school, and she was able to maintain that relationship. So, you know, we got to understand what you're actually saying when you're putting these excuses out there. You can absolutely do it, and we're asking the wrong questions. It isn't, I don't have time. You need to be coming into people and be like, how do I get it done? I don't hear that out of women's mouths, and y'all need to be asking those kind of questions.
Kevin Samuels was the last line of defense as far as that was concerned. He was telling people, men and women. All right, he started off on the dudes first. The fellas accepted what he had to say and did what was necessary. Some actually made things happen. Others failed in the process, but they made the effort. But when it came to the women, it was more often than not, it was met with hostility. It was met with hurt feelings instead of, you know what, maybe, just maybe I need to go and take a look at myself in the mirror. The way I look at this is the warning shot happened a long time ago. And I'll go all the way back to the 90s with a film called Diary of a Tired Black Man. That was the warning shot to the sisterhood.
I
own a copy of it.
I did too.
That was the warning.
I actually own a copy of that.
Didn't you make this point before?
So why can't none of y'all answer the fucking question?
What question do you have?
Trey gonna answer the question.
The question is scrolling across the screen.
Trey, you got the floor, bro. Go ahead.
What's the? Are you talking about the question that's on the scrolling?
Yeah,
the question that's scrolling. Nobody can answer it. It's like y'all are fucking retarded.
That's.
I don't give a fuck, really.
I don't know if there's actually an.
Trey, hold on. Why would a woman be insulting men like this, man? Didi, going too far. No. You guys shouldn't let this slide. You guys should not. No. I'm not gonna take that insult. No. Everybody stop. No. I'm not gonna take this. Why would you guys allow a woman to talk to us like this? What the fuck does she think she is? She's gonna be talking to guys like this? No. Trey, you guys should not like women get away with this. I don't like this stuff anymore. I can sit in a room and allow a woman talk to me like this or talk to guys like this. I don't tolerate that nonsense. Who the fuck does she think?
Akane, you sound like a whiny baby right now. That's the problem.
Stop! You people like you allow women to do this shit.
She wasn't talking to me.
She should address us with respect.
We gotta let Trey go. Let Trey continue. Trey, you got.
She's talking to Coach. Her issue is with Coach, it's not with me.
But that's the thing when that coach said that she needs to talk
even with coach, you shouldn't allow a woman to talk to another man like this. Even if he doesn't address you directly, you shouldn't allow a woman disrespect another man in your face.
You allow coach to disrespect her. You can't do that. You allow coach to
Did he say view what to her? Did he say view what to her?
Hang on a second.
Don't do that, man. And you guys should, if coach disrespect women, you guys should address coach. Address coach if you disrespect a woman. Address him.
Didi,
okay, but you didn't. You didn't address.
All right, y'all.
Let me
I didn't hear coach say anything, but guess what? If coach,
I gotta have control of my show back. The chat is getting upset. All right, Trey, you got the floor.
I listen. When I was at 25, no, I wasn't looking for marriage at all. And it wasn't that I didn't know that marriage was an option. I had an uncle who was on his third marriage. my mother was actually married at the time when I was 25. So it's not that marriage wasn't on the table. For me, what I saw, because I was in the military, I didn't go to college. So what I saw was failed marriages repeatedly, over and over and over again, which I would believe dissuaded me or deterred me from being married or wanting to get married at 25. My advice to young 25-year-old women has always been the same. I always believed and I always will. And my message to my daughter will be the same. Don't date men your age. You should be dating men that are 12 to 20 years older than you. They are in a different space in their life. That's just how the world works. A 25-year-old woman and a 25-year-old man are not on the same level at all. Not mentally, not physiologically, not at any level. They're just not the same. He's not even making the same kind of money that potentially a 25-year-old woman could be making. They're just not on the same level. She needs to go date
up.
On
that, we agree.
She needs to go date up. And so if she's 25, she needs to be looking for 35 to 40 to 45. Most likely, those guys at that time have got most of their fun times out of their system. They're starting to make some money now. She's still technically kind of in her prime. He's in his financial prime. Most men hit their financial prime between 35 and 52. It's actually a better matchup for the two. But most women are being taught, oh, well, better relationships work when you are struggling with them and you're 25 and he's 25 and y'all making it work. And yeah, maybe those do work in the long run, but I just don't see a lot of 20. I know I got a cousin, he's 23. He works for NASA. He ain't thinking about no wife. I can tell you that right now. A wife is not something he's thinking about. So my advice to 25-year-old women would be to date up and make it more than 10 years older.
But Trey, I would say, Trey, I would ask, why is your cousin that's 23, work for NASA, doing good for herself, Why is he not thinking about a wife?
You know what? Let me.
I'll be honest with you. I'll tell you the honest truth, Drake. Like I honestly think it's just because he's 23 and he's a good looking dude. He's 6'3". He played soccer in college and he's enjoying his life and he's got a good job. He got an engineering degree, so he went to he's working for NASA. He's making money. He's just enjoying his life. I don't think him wanting to be with one woman is what he wants. And it's not that he doesn't have an example because his mother's married. So it's not that he doesn't have an example of marriage. I just think he's just happy, being a young 23-year-old making some money.
Let me ask fellas a question. This is going to be a good one. It kind of pertains to, so Trey, do you think your cousin would be more marriage minded if good women or good looking women only were less promiscuous? Meaning if he couldn't really get the woman he wanted unless he committed to her, do you think do you think you'd be more willing to commit to a woman long term?
No. If I could find a woman that I actually wanted, I probably wouldn't have an issue with it. I think at him at 23. So here's the thing. I have to give you a little bit of context, right? Like his stepdad is the Attorney General of Maryland. Like he's kind of sheltered, right? So if he wanted, like his stepsister graduated from Stanford. It's like one of them type of families. You know what I mean? Like if he wanted to really find a really good girl that came from a good family, good stock, he could if he wanted to. I just think there's a part of him he just doesn't want to at 23.
Gotcha.
But Trigger Mike, that's where I think the pushback is between men and women, right? Men are taught to go out and explore and conquer the world and experience all these different things, but we telling women not to do that. So a woman, her mind is going to be like, why shouldn't I experience different things? Why shouldn't I experience life and things like that? And that's why I think the pushback comes in, that why we look at these women like, damn, they so promiscuous now and things like that. Yeah, we giving them all this freedom to do what they want. So they're pushing back against, hold on, wait, y'all want us to be housewives at the age of 20, but y'all want to been explored and experienced everything at 40. Like Trey just said, younger women should be looking for older men. What is a 20-year-old girl going to actually have in common with a 40-year-old man? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. So, I mean, here's one of the things that we absolutely got to stop doing, though. It is not the same. We're not equal. It's not the same. The dynamics are not the same between men and women. A woman is literally diminishing in value as she gets older. So, and the worst part about it is sexually active women do not make it out of their 20s unscathed. You will have a kid. Most of them do. You see what I'm saying? You will do something to completely obliterate your value if you don't take finding the right man seriously. That is 100% the case now, right? Not talking about the women
Can I ask the group a question?
Maybe were married or divorced or anything like that. But if you waited till 30-something to start taking marriage and companionship seriously, you likely did not make it there without a kid, without, God forbid, like a lifelong STD, something. You cannot be in the game reckless this long. Men would tell you that.
Yeah, you ain't right.
I have to answer. I have some. Go ahead.
Go ahead. You mentioned something about experiencing the world. All right. So that men are told to go and experience the world, and women are told to stay home. What dangers do women face in this world that only they can face, that outside of men? So let's say, for instance, she decides to go and explore the world. What dangers does she run the risk of facing as a woman versus the risks that a man would face in the same situation? Say, for instance, both of them get a passport and they decide to explore different parts of the world. What dangers does that woman intrinsically face?
That's a false equivalent. So I'm going to ignore that because nothing happens to black women.
I'm asking the question, but think about it.
Black women move this world like men. They ain't go to Jamaica, buy some coochie. Girls go to Jamaica, buy some weed. Pay for coochie when she come home. Nothing happens to these masculine, vaginal people. To answer, Mike,
you don't think so? You don't think the women run the risk of being kidnapped, that sort of thing?
With cartels,
that's man too. That's all. Everybody faces the same dangers as an adult. Once you get out into the world, those same dangers are there for both men and women. There's no difference. Man just will know how to navigate it a little different because most men have to be able to think through things. No man
I can barely make you out,
save
sir.
you, but you. So as you prepare yourself over the years, I'm just saying, as a man, you know that nobody's going to save you but you. So as you navigate over the years, you become more knowledgeable, more experienced, more determined because you've been walked on for so long. But then that's why I say women, they get information about being independent from women. Most of
I got something to say. I think his mic is breaking up. I got something to say.
Sound like R2D2 right now.
Your mic messed up, brother. Your mic messed up, brother.
Even you two know you was about to say some
this is one thing let's look at it this way, okay? Let's look at it this way. If you have a man in trouble and you have women and kids in trouble, who do you think the government is going to push the resource to save? Is the children and it is the children and women.
Women and
the
children.
The men are left to save themselves. So the danger, the protection of someone from danger, men are always at risk. That's number one. Then number two, when men ask questions like that, it baffles me. I kind of ask, man, which planet do some of us live in? It bothers me a lot because we as men are supposed to know these things already. Having your daughter, in fact, let me say this. When you see a blind person in a vehicle, right, and another blind person approaches the steering of that vehicle to drive, are you going to stand there and look to see another blind person drive another blind person in a vehicle? You're not going to let that happen, right?
Nope.
That's why you shouldn't let a 23-year-old boy marry a 22-year-old girl, because he doesn't know shit about marriage.
I want to say
That's why you see the black community is messed up our black community is messed up in America, because these kids, 15-year-olds getting 15-year-old pregnant, 22-year-olds getting marrying 22-year-olds. What do they know? For a man to marry your daughter that is 20 years old, that man has to be 30 or more. Marriage is not about you going to go have fun, go have good time. Marriage was never that. We've sold our daughters bad and false dreams. That is why we are paying the price today, because we've sold them bad and false dreams. They're not supposed.
I agree with that 100%. Let me get this super chat. Big N, $10. Why is everyone lying? Everybody does not have the solid life foundation to be in a marriage, and most of the women that I see are not worth the effort or time to take that step with. That's Big Ant's perspective, and he's standing on that. Let me say something about we got to stop, because I just looked up the passport numbers. Do you know only 6% of black men have a passport? 6 to 8%. So
why not? Why?
Only 6 to 8. I'm looking at it right now on Zippia.
What are they doing with their life?
Hold on. But we have to stop saying men are sent out, because this is a part of the lie women told girls. They think that we are out here cutting up in the club, popping bottles. Most men don't have an ability to do that. And if you really look closely, it's the same ones doing it every weekend. That's why all the same women's fucking them. All right. Men have to go out and create value for themselves. That's what we're out there doing. I work like a fucking dog in my 20s. I had 3 jobs for no fucking reason. I was at work when I should have been partying, and I partied sometimes if I didn't have to work. But I'm out trying to create value. My knees literally hurt at 36 years old from that shit. That's why at this ripe young age, if I was single, I could have any woman I want. My value is up there.
Can I say something?
If I bring a 25-year-old woman into this shit, she's gonna be like, what the fuck? Look at this house. Oh my God, look at it. Like, you see what I'm saying? We have to go out and create value. Your mothers and grandmothers lied to you. They thought we were out here having experiences and wild sexual escapades. As you can clearly see, most men do not even have sex. They cannot have sex with women.
Trigger Mike, how old were you when you got married?
31.
31. And how much older than your wife are you?
My wife is 17 months older than me.
17, older than you. So you are a living example that it doesn't take an old man to get the girl when she's young. You are an example of that. You see what I'm saying? All I'm saying is I think that you told the brother. If we looking at Trigger Mike, it doesn't take an old
You're not
man.
getting the call. Okay, this is what I've said before. This is what I've said. Trigger Mike, check this out. This is what I've said before.
When
you speak in adage, a man that doesn't understand adage gets confused.
Hold on.
That's what just happened here.
Hold on.
So, he said doesn't understand.
Trigger Mike is 31 years old. He's matured.
Wait,
that's the point I'm making.
Let me tell you this, though, Dre Slade. I would not recommend that for Ikene is right. That's what I'm trying to say. Ikene is right. Because think about it this way. Every single complaint women have is solved with age gap dating. All you niggas are broke. Well, date an older man who has his life established. Because here's the funny thing about this stat that people keep putting out about black men only making $44,000 a year. It's an average. That means some people are on the greater part of that average, and some people are on the lower part of that average. You see what I'm saying? It's an average, which means that if it takes men that long to establish themselves, I'm doing it a little bit faster than my peers, and I still think if I was white, I'd have broke through the stratosphere. I'd be a millionaire by now. So it takes men this long to establish themselves. If we stop capping, most of us are broke throughout our entire 20s and a little bit of our 30s. If you have children anywhere through that timeline, childcare is gonna wipe you out because you don't benefit.
I was broke as hell in my 20s.
Yeah, you don't get any
entitlement.
Paid for everything.
Any children out of wedlock puts you in a deficit. Any children out of wedlock put you in a deficit.
That's real life. I was broke as shit. Every time I got a raise, something else I had to do for the kids. Every time I got it, that's how it works. Until my son going into public school might be the best thing that happened to me. I started breakdancing in the middle of the fucking street. All right, because I get that money back into the crib, and now me and my wife can actually start living in abundance. That's real life, and women should have the patience to wait, but they don't. That's why if you want to skip, if you want the cheat code, you need to date a man that's already at this point in his life.
Trigger Mike, Trigger Mike, Trigger Mike. I have to have instant gratification, something for nothing. I want him to be six. He has to look a certain way. He has to make a certain amount of money. He has to look a certain way. He has to be in a certain type of shape. It's like Legos. That's what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It's like Legos. They're gonna put the different pieces together and make this Frankenstein monster of a man. It's like, ladies, okay, those kind of men ain't but so many, and they're not picking you. You're not in their class. You're not in the places they hang out and socialize in. You're not.
So
and if you're black, wait. And if you're black and you are in those circles, because I've seen this firsthand, those marriages are arranged. Period.
Yeah,
those marriages, yeah. If you are in those circles with multi-millionaires and even billionaires, if you're black and you're in those circles, them white people do throw a wife at you. No, you're gonna marry her. And that's gonna improve on, and it's a money thing. You're tying my legacy to yours as a white. You know what I'm saying? The white man's tying my legacy to his, and I'm gonna be like, okay, because this will come up for me. That's how those things work. You're not in those rooms, ladies. You're not. You don't even know where those rooms are. You don't know when they congregate. So just give up on that.
I gotta get my boy, but I'm gonna get a new question queued up for y'all. Didi, I want the woman's perspective if you will be so kind on this next one. There's some I've heard. I think I've heard a lot of black women say this. Why do black people make it seem like you don't fully mature until your 30s? We always having this talk about maturity and that it being necessary for marriage. So why do we pretend like people aren't mature until that age? You got the floor. I'm gonna jump on from the car. Y'all got it.
Based on the examples that we've seen within our friends and families' lives, we've seen that they haven't made the smarter decisions until they've gotten older. Also, when you're talking about somebody's brain being fully developed, your brain isn't fully developed until you're after 25. So you also, life and lessons will teach you. Experience is the best teacher. And by that time, you've had some life experiences. You've had some opportunity to watch other people's, the way it turned out for them. And that's how we come to the conclusion that a lot of times, a lot of us do not fully mature into our 30s. You have to have that time for life to hit you as well as your brain to fully develop. So that's my take on that.
But to me, this is a new phenomenon. This is something that's really just reverts this course almost like since the early 90s, the crack era. These are the individuals who are struggling to most to establish those lifelong relationships, to put in the work that it takes to put yourself in a position by your age of reasoning, by age 40, where your income is risen, your experience is 20 years in the game, so you understand the value of what it takes to be in a position and sustain that position. Unfortunately, since that time in our history, especially in our Black communities, once y'all mothers got hooked on crack and y'all was out there and she was out there, the children have suffered tremendously.
Everybody's mama
The
wasn't
younger,
on crack, bruh.
right, but it's that whole at time, because cousins, friends, guys that
Bro, you've been
were,
saying the same shit for months, bro.
because I'm gonna keep saying, because
Everybody's mama wasn't on crack, and everybody's daddy
exactly,
didn't go to jail.
exactly. Listen, but what I'm saying is these are the most dynamic adults that tend to struggle with just maintaining a elongated work history. You all look for the monetary value in a man instead of something that he can help protect and build with you, is all I'm saying. Mama and daddy didn't have as y'all say, didn't have a pot to piss in, but they kept the children safe. They understood the value of the family, of being together and working through it. Since that time, the numbers have damn near tumbled to zero. If they saying the wealth is going to be at zero at 2050, that's only 20 something years today. Some of y'all have children. Some of y'all will be at that age of retirement where there will be nothing for you. And it's going to be a whole lot of single women and men running around talking about, I can do it by myself, but you living in a hut. This is the critical time for us. It's just a time frame. It doesn't stick to everybody, but people in your neighborhood, cousins and big brothers that were killed by friends or the family. You've seen the devastation, guys in and out of prison. Regardless of the number, it's too many brothers still today in this modern time being taken out. Because the maturity,
if anything, those experiences will make people have to grow up faster.
No, but in a sense, but that's why they don't trust. That's why they're not looking to build with you, because they don't trust, because everybody that they felt like that they love has isolated them. Whether how they wasn't there or not, it's a whole baby daddy generation, and it was promoted. You don't need a man, but you can have a baby, and it's going to go back.
Aren't you a baby boomer?
I'm a baby daddy generation, exactly. But also, it was told that you being a man, you better get out here and you better work on getting everything you have for yourself, because nobody's going to give it to you. Nobody. And here we are 25, 30 years later. Very few people want to get out and put in the work, is all I'm saying. It's going to take work.
Okay, I get
that's it.
My thing is with that is that okay, if a woman is looking like she wants to generalize men like that, when I meet, if I meet women like that, or when I do, sometimes I'm like, okay, listen, that's your problem. I ain't nobody's baby daddy. I've got 2 degrees. You know what I'm saying? I make decent money. You know what I'm saying? So what's your excuse for me? Oh, you just don't want to be told what to do by a man. And I'm not a bossy dude like that. I'm willing to work with you. You know what I'm saying? 90% of the time, I'm going to let you have it anyway. So the 10% of the time I do tell you to do something or stop or whatever the case may be, I'm serious. And
man, Drew, you've been married,
bro? The thing is, no, I have not. Because here's the reason why. For the most part, the women that I meet, they want it all. They have a problem releasing control. They have a big problem with that. They'll sit there and tell you to your face and on these panels and stuff all the live long day. I'll follow a man, I'll follow. But when it's time for you to follow, you say, I want a leader, I want a leader. But when a leader gets in your life and starts leading, you got a problem with that.
So
Women
even when you
a lot of women are full of shit, and they don't know that they're full of shit. And you can't tell them that they're wrong because they don't want to be wrong.
Or maybe you just not compatible.
There's a thing too. Exactly, I agree with that. There's some women I met, we just weren't compatible, and there was no harm, no foul, nothing against it. Just we just weren't a good match. However, you meet woman after like that, and then y'all have the same habits. There is a problem, and it ain't me.
But Mandrell, you said you was in college, and when you was in college, you was looking for marriage. So
yeah, I was in college. I was with someone there, and I was serious about marriage, and she wasn't. So we parted ways. You know what I mean? I wanted to get married after graduation. She didn't. Okay. We parted ways. I joined the Army. So that's all. I mean, with that one, there's no harm, no foul. There's no blame with that one. It's just we wanted two different things.
Hey man, what was your MOS in the Army?
18 Bravo.
18 series.
Yeah.
I'm a little rusty. What was that? What was 18 series? It's been a while. I've been out for a few. I've been retired for almost a decade.
Oh, that's SF.
Special Forces, Special Operations.
Yeah.
Which group were you out of?
7th.
7th group. Nice.
Yep. Yeah, back when we were still at Bragg.
They renamed that place now, right?
What, Fort Bragg?
Yeah, it's no longer called Fort Bragg. They called it something else.
Yeah, I heard, man. Like what?
Nobody wants to hear your war stories.
Same things they did with Fort Hood, man. I'm like, whatever, man. You can call it whatever you want. The same shenanigans going on over there.
Sad but true. Sad but true. How long were you in?
6 years.
With the amount of time you got with your 6 years, the amount you with the how high was the op tempo with your group? I assume it was pretty high.
I joined in 2002, so war was red hot then. War was red hot.
So,
I mean,
nobody wants to answer this question.
What question?
Y'all quiet now.
I mean, I think it's obvious. I mean, I think it's obvious if we just said that, most men, they ain't gonna get their money together and whatnot till mid-30s. So I think it's obvious, like most men not gonna mature until their 30s, possibly. Over 30s.
I think here's what I think it is, and here's what I've observed about us over here is that we prolong adolescence to an absurd amount. We prolong adolescence in the United States. Your mom take care of you and all this kind of stuff instead of making you go out on your own and go get it. Like, no, I appreciate my mother for being the way she is. Nope.
But
I taught you my mother like this. I taught you how to cook, so you cook for me. You want me to cook? No. That's why I taught you how to cook, so you can cook for yourself. You're a grown man now. You know what I'm saying? I learned
most of those skills before I was 12.
Right.
How to cook, how to wash my own clothes.
Exactly. So I'm a grown man. Why am I waiting on my mama to cook? No. Now, if I have a wife, different story.
Why? Why is it a different story for a wife? If I don't need my mom to cook for me, what do I need a wife to cook?
Well, here's the thing. Here's where I see it, Trey, because I do believe in gender roles, right? Like when it comes to the house, let's see. Like, I talked to my lady about this past weekend. Like when I buy her house, that's her domain. It operates how she wants it to operate. She cleans how she wants to clean the whole nine. Now, when it comes to handyman shit, fixing stuff around the house, you want ceiling fans in every room, taking care of the yard work, that's me. That's all me. Maintenance on your cars, stuff like that, that's all me. You know what I'm saying? So when it comes to cooking and carrying on, all you. All you. Do your domestic thing. It's just one hand washing the other, and both hands wash the face. She's taking care of her part. I'm taking care of my part. And we got it.
Yeah, but I was taking care of my part before she got there. So what do I need her for now?
I mean, it's a personal preference. Why do
I have to clear a space for her?
Here's the thing, Trey. I've never
make her relevant in my life. It doesn't make any sense.
Right. I've never begrudged your idea on marriage or nothing like. In fact, I support it because it actually makes sense. But you know, it's just what I boil it down to is a personal preference. If you want a wife and want her to do that kind of thing, fair enough. If you don't, hey, it ain't for you. You know, that's why I see it. It's just some people desire that, and some people don't. That's for me. It's just cut and dry as that.
I think we do a lot of crying about the women and how they are childlike, but then we treat them like children.
Because they're childlike.
If we want them to grow up, we need to treat them like adults.
That's
if
a
we
fact.
want women to be adults, and treat them like it. I'm not taking care of you. You're an adult. I'm not taking care of a grown person. You're an adult. Take care of yourself. But I think if you want to do this protecting, providing, and all this other nonsense, sounds a whole lot what I do for my daughter. Sounds like children. So if she's a child, then that's why these guys are talking about, well, they want authority and they want this over, the same way you would have it over a child. So you can't complain about her immaturity.
Right.
And while the black community makes it seem like people don't mature, you can't complain about her immaturity because, well, you're treating her like a child.
Treat
her like an adult.
And it seems like that's why we advertising the older man to go get the younger woman, because he's looking for someone that he can control like a child.
Right, and the thing is, I don't desire that. And the way I see it is head of household. The only thing for me, head of household means is that more responsibility. It means there's more responsibility on the man. You know, and it don't mean you lord over a woman like you're a king or an emperor or anything like that. You're not her daddy. You know what I'm saying? I don't need a child in the house. I don't want that. I don't need that. That ain't what I need you there for. No. You know what I'm saying? A lot of guys just got this whole head of household thing mixed up and wrong. And when they meet women and then they try to treat them, you know, like they're the big boss and you have to do what I say because I said it and blah, 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 you know, swinging his dick around, that's when shit goes left. Because then I'm with Trey. Then if you treat her like a child, you can't complain when she starts acting like one. That's the standard and that's the tone you set.
Mandrell, I got a question.
Mm-hmm.
What is a man supposed to do when his woman starts swinging her dick around?
She can't do that.
Cut the motherfucker off, man.
You chop it off, Trigger.
She can't do that.
But see, that's the problem, though. If you're expecting her to be at home,
you go full Lorena Bobbitt on her.
If you're expecting her to be at home and do the home stuff, right, man? Shout out to you, by the way. How you doing?
Shout out to Lou. What's going on, man?
If you're expecting her to be at home and do the house stuff and go to work, she's gonna start swinging that dick around because she's gonna feel like she has a dick. And that's where the problem comes in. Most of men in general, everywhere in the goddamn fucking globe, do not have the ability to no. No, she's going to start swinging that dick because she has one. Because you need her to go to work too, right? So, I don't know, man. Like, I've been listening to this conversation, and it's so difficult to listen to it because how is a young dude supposed to get married and have control over his household, quote unquote, if he doesn't make enough money to have control over the household because it has become nearly impossible to make enough money to keep everyone in line?
I will say this because this is let me put it this way. The single family household model has failed. It is somewhat impossible for a young man to maintain a single family household by himself. But we're just now realizing that's not the way we're supposed to be living in the first goddamn place. All right. So there are multiple methods in which you can live and maintain control over your household. A woman is supposed to be willingly live under what her man can provide. But we live in a instant gratification, luxury first.
Now, though, Trigger,
stop.
right?
No. It's so hold on, Lou. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Who said a woman deserves a house at 25? Nobody said that, right? There's no rule saying that. Y'all can literally live. Let me tell you, I can save in my own house. I can save $120,000 cash per year, simply because it's two incomes, but if I was living at my parents' house. That's why when people say this, I said if I would make my wife live in my parents' house with my kids, which they do have room for us, I could still save the same amount of money. So which one you down for? You can either go to work or we're doing that. You can't have both. Most men are not strong enough to make that type of assertion, because if she wants what she wants, I can absolutely provide it, just not in the way that she wants. So that's the decision I think most people need to come to. You can get the life you want if you're willing to make some concessions for now and live it up later. What do
Are
y'all
you
think?
referring to financial frugality? Is that what you're referring to, sir?
Exactly. Yes.
Struggle
Yes.
up.
Now, I would have to
It's
agree
not
with you on
struggle.
this.
You know what? I'm about to wait till I see you at homecoming. I'm
No,
kick you right
You
in
know
the
what? You
kneecap.
know what's
hold, hold on.
let me say this real quick, man.
Go ahead.
Real quick. You know what's completely insane about that, Trigger Mike?
Yeah.
The average, let's just say the average man makes 50K and the average woman makes 50K. Well, for your woman to be completely comfortable staying at home and doing what you ask her, the truth of the matter is you need to pay her a salary, meaning you need to make double what she makes. Now, we know for a fact that only 5% of the population of the planet makes $100,000 a year. So we have a problem here.
Hold on. No, we don't. No, we don't. No, we don't. You forget. You
Yes, we
hold
Staying
on.
do.
home anything is a scam anyway.
This is
That
In
interesting.
math.
today's
I was
in
about to say.
today's era,
Hold
it's a
on, y'all.
scam.
Let me respond to Lou, because that was to me. That's actually a lie. You don't need to pay your woman a salary.
Oh,
What
okay.
men have. Hold
Okay.
on. What
Okay.
men have done since the beginning of time is that money that goes into the account, the woman spends freely or more of it, because that man just worked. Women
Trigger
who
Mike.
stay home, hold on. Women who stay home save
Jesus
their
Christ,
husband
man.
an immense, their husband and
Jesus
family
Christ.
an immense amount of money. They save
Trigger
their
Mike,
family money.
the point is, Trigger Mike, respectfully, if a chick has the ability to go out and work and make the same or more than her husband, why would she give that up to stay at home if he's
Okay,
not
so
paying her the
okay.
same amount
The
or
same.
more?
Hold on. The same way that you said that most women, or I'm sorry, 5% of people make $100,000 a year. Most women
Something
don't
like
make enough
that,
to cover. Most women don't make enough to have profit after childcare and food expenses. So that's, if you're a working woman, that's, and you have young children like toddlers, that you're basically paying to just work, because
yeah.
you're putting
Agreed.
all that money in childcare.
You're
Agreed.
not working, triggered. You're just pressing buttons. All the
Agreed.
machines do all the work.
There are situations like
You're
that.
referring
But
to automation?
when you guys initially started the conversation was about, okay, what are we telling to young people that want to get married? Well, young people that want to get or that might want to get married, or that are possibly looking for marriage, or that are in college. Nobody that is going to college, that is getting a degree that is worth a damn in STEM or wherever else, that has the possibility to make 50 grand or more, is looking to stay at home doing something for a dude that doesn't have the ability to pay that salary for them in return. The math doesn't work that way. What fine black woman is going to stay at home getting a salary of 30 grand a year, listening to a dude that only makes 70 grand a year, if she can go out and make 70 grand or more? It doesn't make no sense to me.
So I think it's a low percentage of people that make 70 grand a year. What I will say, and remember, like I said, there's multiple.
But Trigger, thank you. That's my point here in this conversation, guys. Why would women stay at home, technically working for men that can't pay their salary in the first place? Because if most
So
people can't
you're
make 70
creating a
grand a
straw
year,
man. Hold on,
then
hold on.
what's the point?
You're
What is the point?
creating hold on, bro. You're creating a straw man. A man is not required to pay his woman a salary. What are you talking about? He's
So
not
if she's
required to
doing
do that.
so
He
she
is
has to
required.
stay
No,
at
Hold
home for
on,
Craig,
free.
hold on,
She
hold
has to
on,
stay at home for
hold
free.
on.
suggesting it.
She
He's
has
Nowhere
to stay at home
in
for
suggesting it.
free.
hold on, y'all. Nowhere in the hierarchy of needs does it say provide your woman with money. You provide her food. You
Man,
provide her
y'all are
shelter.
crazy.
Hold
Y'all
on.
are
You provide
crazy.
her food. Yo, y'all.
So
You
what does that
provide her
shit cost,
food.
Trigger Mike? That shit doesn't cost money?
Yo, let me finish. You are not supposed to provide your woman a salary. You're adding shit that they
Okay.
add into the conversation.
Okay.
They say shit
But
like that. It's not necessary.
Mm.
this is what's wild though, Trigger Mike. The women are telling you, or telling us, right? Telling us what
Yeah.
they are requiring from us for us to get what we want from them. So when women say, listen, G, I will stay home for you if you make double what I make so that you have that same amount of money to trickle it down to me so that I am comfortable. That is what
All
we
right.
are telling
Agreed.
you.
Hold on, Ikene. Hold on, Ikene. And you know what else? The women who demand that, they're not fucking married, bro. They're not married. Ain't nobody marrying them those unrealistic ass expectations. They've priced themselves out of the market. All of the women with those dumbass demands are not married. No nigga would never.
And they are fine. And aren't they fine with that? Aren't they fine?
They're not
Aren't
fine.
they fine with that?
They're not fine with
Okay,
it.
hold on, guys.
Okay.
If they're fine with it,
Okay.
if they're fine with it, let them stay where they are. We fine with them being fine with it. And guess what we do? We marry the ones that are not bringing that stupidity to marriage. That's why almost what do they call it? 35% of black women are married, and a whole lot of them are not married. You know why? Because they keep pricing themselves out of marriage, right? So that's okay. I'm a married man, and if my wife has said something like that, guess what? I would have kicked her ass to the curb and married somebody that is serious. You see what I'm saying?
All I'm saying is we love capitalism. We love capitalism when it benefits us, but we don't like capitalism when it comes to this conversation because I'm telling you, this is what the women are saying, and this is what they're really saying because this is what was explained to me by one of
Are you married? Are you married, Lou?
No, I'm not married because I don't have the money to get married. G, I don't have the money to get married.
Guess what? Guess what?
The point.
If you are one of those men out there that always think that getting married is financial all the time, you're going to be single for a long time because you might never get that opportunity to. I'm just being
America, G.
Guess what? I live in America, and I know I live in America.
Can you stop paying bills? Can
you just stop? Listen. There is something that's called basic living.
No, listen, because you're gonna ramble.
Trey.
Answer the question.
I'm answering your damn question. If you let me respond.
Can you quit your job right now?
And guess what? That is selfish because guess what? If I make 60, listen, let me say this to you. If I make $90,000 a year,
you struggle with answering a simple question.
You're not going to let somebody talk, man.
No, because you're going to ramble.
Because your question is silly.
Can you quit?
Your question is silly. This man has. Okay, let me say this. This man has a job. This man has a job, but his problem is he's not making enough. He didn't say.
Can you quit your job?
Did he say it's jobless?
Can you quit your job?
Did he say it's jobless?
In your marriage, can you quit your job?
No, I'm asking you, Trey. Did the man say it's jobless? He said he doesn't have enough money.
I'm asking you.
And I'm asking you a question because you didn't let me finish talking. Did he have? Is he jobless?
All you do is ramble, bro. You just
no, I'm not rambling because you always interjecting. You can't even stay one place. Nobody knows what you stand for. Nobody knows what you stand for. I'm asking him question. You asking me question. So my question for him is he jobless?
Speed it up. You're gonna take us around the corner.
No, you don't speed it up because I have my own mouth. I can speed up my shit. You don't speed up things for me. I'm a grown ass man. You don't speed nothing for me. I speak for myself.
All right, you just
okay. I am almost 10 years older than you, so you don't speak for me. Okay, you feel me?
Just hurry up, bro. Just get to the point.
No, you don't need to tell me to hurry up. I move on my pace. And my pace is, Lou, do you have a job?
Of course.
If you have a job and you earn enough money, that's enough to take care of your family. So if you were one of those men that want to make $1 million before they have a family, that's selfish.
No. The point is, Trey, let me phrase it this way. Trey, let me ask you a question. You ready?
Go ahead.
If you were a woman making $1,000 a week, right? If you were a woman making $1,000 a week gross, meaning after taxes, depending on the state that you live in, you're netting probably like $800, $750 a week. And I told you, get married to me.
Is that before or after taxes, sir?
Let's just say after taxes, she's making $700, $750. Okay, she's netting that amount a week.
That's $39,000 to be exact. Go ahead.
All right. So let's say if I walk up to you, Trey, and I say, hey, Trey, marry me, and now realistically, based on what I can provide to you, The numbers are this. Instead of going out on your own and making 750, I can only provide you with 300. Would you take that deal? Yes or no?
No, that's a bad deal.
That's my point. Most men don't have the ability to keep their wife at home with the same salary they would be making if they were going out into the workforce. So guess what? They don't want you.
And Lou, not only that, as a father
is
of a
that
daughter,
fucking simple.
as a father of a
It's
daughter,
not.
she couldn't bring that man home either. To me,
Dog. So this is a nonsensical conversation. Again, most people do not make that kind of money, nor the funny part about it, nor do people who are not married. Married people own all the wealth. Do you know that? And this is one of those reasons why we need to have this conversation. Now, here's another part of the conversation.
After
Lou.
how long though? After how long do they own the wealth?
Hold on. This is another part of the conversation that'll make sense. So you said that are women fine with it? I would agree with you that they believe that they're fine with it today. Most women are very inept when it comes to using foresight to predict their own future. They're very inept. They don't know how to do that shit at all. So what I'm telling you is, would you take a deal? So to they say they don't want to go 50-50 or live a life on half income, but then they're going to choose to pay 100% of their own goddamn bills. Does that make sense?
Trigger,
it doesn't make sense.
Trigger, that's what they choosing.
It depends if the 50 they are getting covers the 100 they would be getting if they were alone. This is my point in this conversation.
What do you mean 100%? If you partner with the men, work the entirety of their life. Men are the workhorse of the family. Women, no matter what they're doing, will start to downgrade work after 40. That is proven.
The problem is, Trigger Mike, I'm not trying to fight y'all on this. The problem is most men don't make enough money completely alone to cover what their women would be making if they were alone. I'm talking about a chick that went to college, got a degree worth of them, and she's, making 60 grand a year. You're not making 120 grand a year to cover both your salaries. She's not going to be happy with that.
So
there's
first
a
off,
reason hypergamy exists, right?
Let me also. So we already advocated that women should go for older men that make more money. We already advocated for that. But a reason in my house a woman has to work is you bring no value to me if you bring debt to me. They have to work to pay off that student loan debt they have. So this is not something that men created. They created this problem for themselves. You brought your student loan debt, you brought your smart ass into this relationship, and you led with how valuable you are because of your brain. You need to use that brain to pay off that goddamn debt, or you are no value to me.
Okay,
why are we acting like the men are the ones with no value?
No, I agree with
that.
I agree.
Okay,
I agree
the student loan debt is paid off, then what?
What percentage of black women have their student loan debt paid off? Y'all owe the most.
Let's be real.
Hey, Trigger, my ex had 70,000, and that's the reason why I never proposed.
Unless they were taking cues from Dave Ramsey, very few of them.
Can we throw out an example of teachers for a hypothetical? If they work in a Title I school, they can get their student loans paid off because you're working in a poor area.
So you telling them to slave out to a job?
No, I'm saying like Mike just presented the whole you gotta work to pay out your student loans. So okay, say your student loans is paid off, and then what?
And then what? So look at the value add here. A woman that's paid off her debt over time, which is probably well into her 30s if she did it religiously, right? Well into her 30s, she should have a husband. If she stayed married, you have paid into assets already. All right. So I've only been in my house 3 years. My house got $130,000 of equity. I use that equity as to liquidate and show liquidity for a franchise business so my wife can retire at 40. People that stay together start to develop assets, and the woman has been a value add who paid into that. So you will have more wealth or ability to move how you want to as a woman if you stayed married to a man, if you got married young.
So Trigger, that's a man with a plan.
Sometimes.
Hey, Trig, there's one other anomaly you missed.
But sometimes.
But
Most
There's
men
one
are
other
not
comment.
thinking like that,
Everybody who
Trigger.
get
Most men
married.
are not thinking about retiring their wife by 40 with a plan for a
so
franchise. Let's be honest, bro. Come on.
No, but
so
no, no.
so
So what I was saying though is that there's a lot. Tell me there's not a lot you could do with 130K in home equity. You
Of
can go
course, of
buy a truck
course.
if you're a truck driver. You can do all types of shit with that, and that's what I'm saying. People don't have these assets. Usually, don't have these type of asset opportunities unless they are married. That's what I'm saying.
I,
Trigger
I, I
Mike,
get
but
I get
Men
I
then
get
don't
what
have
you're
these
saying,
type of
Trigger.
ideas. It's a lot of men who don't have
Trig,
these type of ideas either, though.
but
That's
then
the
Trigger
Trig,
thing.
Mike.
how
It
do you
seemed like it's boiling
account
down
for
to the teacher.
Hey, Trigger, here's a question.
Yeah.
You mentioned student loan debt.
Yep.
Now, how many people have enlisted and gone for the student loan repayment plan? That's been there for God knows how long.
I did that. I did that.
I did that too. I had student
That's
loan debt
actually
when
how
I
I stayed.
enlisted.
That's how I stayed current and got them out of the red, so I could qualify for all like my home loan and all that shit. So
Hey,
I did the
Trigger.
repayment
Sure.
plan, paid it on time for like 2 years, and that put me like they cleared out. You know how they'll put it on your credit like late. They just greened all them shit.
Uh,
So yes, that is a 100% great thing to use.
Hey, Trigger. Can I
now,
give you a stat that I just learned and kind of blew me away a little bit?
Let's hear it.
Only 50% of Americans in America or Americans have investments. Only 50%.
I could believe it.
he's
That's
right
even
about
high.
that.
So if
That's
He's
that's the
right.
high
case, we
too.
already
That's
know that
high.
whatever happens amongst other ethnic groups, it's double as worse for us, right? In our community, right? So
Yep.
I'm looking around and I'm like, I don't think like you are. I don't want to call you an anomaly, but you're just a man with a plan. I had a plan too. My plan was to be retired by 40. I did it by
Yeah.
35. So we all, everybody has plans, right? But when I started to look at our community and look at the men in our community, when it comes to, taking 10 cents and turn it into $1, a lot of these guys do not have that sort of foresight
Oh
and that
shit.
sort of
Oh, but let
ability
me
to
say this though,
plan.
Trey. Let me tell you what one of my I had this exact conversation with somebody. Let me add this to it though. See if it'll
Okay.
change your mind. Money is the opportunity. So I think a lot of people don't dream big at all. They don't see past whatever is right in front of their face. But what usually ends up happening is that in a marriage or a relationship, only one person has to be smart enough. Right. So usually it's like the man is the workhorse, especially in black families. You usually have a man that's a workhorse and a woman that's thinking in the background because he works so hard. He just deposited money in the account and she's figuring out smarter ways to use that shit. Or we should buy this house at this time. So in 3 years, we'll have equity enough to do blank and blank. You see what I'm saying? So it's
Okay, okay,
only usually
Now
for
that is a
families
partner.
when
okay,
you
That's a good
have,
marriage.
yeah, when you find a large absorbent amount of money, whether it's a settlement after a crash, usually people start to use that as an opportunity to advance themselves.
I got you, Trigger. So what if it's her? There's a lot
Mm.
of men out here who can't get past their pride and their ego to let her do it. What if she's the one that's got that sort of brain? And she's the one that can plan out like I know I have a friend right now who should probably be worth about 10 or 15 million dollars, but his ego is so crazy and it's so bad that he won't let his wife lead because she's just better. She's just better at business, she's better at networking, she's better at everything that he is. But he
Oh, he
won't
a
let
punk
her
ass
do it
dude then.
because of his ego. So what if it's the woman who just actually she's just better at it? Should he step back?
He should. He should. Well, so here's the funny part about it. Do you know your wife is on your staff? That's the way I call it. I did not just choose a wife. I chose a staff member. My wife is like an attorney. I wanted a woman smart enough to do things on my behalf, even if it's business related. Now I'm the more, I don't know, not even business person. My wife is very entrepreneurial, but I'm the managerial one. Like I understand the human condition and human relations and all that type of shit and can sell shit, but she's very entrepreneurial. So I would let her represent me on stuff. He's just a punk ass, because he didn't want to suffer the one critical step or take the one critical step required for marriage, which is the death of your ego. And yes, some men do suffer from that. So I will concede to that.
Right.
Absolutely.
And all I'm saying is in some of these situations, because even me, right, I have an ego just like everybody else has, but I know that I'm good at planning, right? I know I'm good at being organized, but I'm terrible at networking. I'm not good at talking to people, right, just because of my personality. So I know that any
Yeah.
woman, and I'm using air quotes, that I would have to bring on my staff per se, the number one thing she's got to be good at, she's got to be good at networking because I suck at it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, so we get a lot of guys, and I'm not trying to cape for women, but I am making the point that sometimes as men, We are in our own way sometimes. Sometimes our own ego
absolutely.
is
I
our
agree.
problem.
I agree. I would counsel, and I have kind of counseled some of the homeboys, some of the frat that be like, they'll say it like this, man. I don't want her to get a big head, bro. You know what I mean? They'll do it for different reasons too. Like if this happened to my homeboy, he let his wife handle something, then she start acting like she was too good and shit. So yeah, I get it, but you have to allow for things for your family to win. Really, that's all I care about is winning. This woman has my last name. She is me. Why else would I give her that shit? She is me and she represents me in all things that she does. If this particular business endeavor is better for her to handle due to her skill set, like I'm opening a autism ABA therapy business. My wife is a speech pathologist. Guess who's going to do all speech related things? I have no ego about that shit. She can handle that whole part of the business. I don't care because guess what? Have you seen the reimbursement rates for those therapies? Whose money is that account going into? Mine. I don't give a fuck. But most men can't, see past that shit. And for real, that's a barrier for growth personally and in your marriage, if I say so myself. But E-Man and somebody else came on. Y'all got it.
Me, Azra. I want to so to the person I was saying about, and this is why, unfortunately, I hate that Black people lack nuance when it comes to money. Like, we don't know how to go into terms of moderation. It's either the man doesn't pay anything, he live in the lap of luxury and feed off of the woman, or you got to subsidize a woman's lifestyle. Like, no other race is doing that, right? So I already have stats. It says the average
facts.
Let me just say this. The average Black woman has almost $39,000 in debt, right? They have more undergraduate, not graduate degrees.
That's just student loans. Just student loans, not consumer. Just student loans.
What I said has nothing to do with her debt.
Exactly.
What I said has to do with her gross income.
Hold on, let me say this.
Israel, you're making my point. If she has enough money to make it on her own, and she's already making payments for her debt, if she's making payments on her debts alone, and she gets married to you, and now, technically speaking, she has less money available to her because you don't make double what she makes to pay her salary, you're proving my point.
Oh, let me explain something to you. What is the percentage of women that work in America?
Oh my God, I don't know, man. I have no idea, bro.
That includes Miss Ann. That includes Miss Ann. That every time you see on social media, Black women want to say that white women are living in the lap of luxury. That is not true. 75% of women in America work, whether they're married or unmarried. That's combined, right? So this whole concept that every single white woman is just living like it's on some Gordon Gekko, the Wolf of Wall Street. They living in Malibu somewhere and they're chilling. It's not true. They work together. They have their first apartment. They buy IKEA furniture. They raise their kids.
But you got to remember what was asked initially though. I'm sorry. Is it Israel or Azrael? Azrael. You got to remember what was asked before I made my point. Someone asked, what happens or what do you do when your wife shows her dick? And this is what I'm telling you. If she comes into the relationship and you're not making double what she makes, so you could pay her the salary that she was already making alone, she's gonna show her dick.
Listen. No other, especially if you're upperly mobile. For example, I'm gonna graduate my second degree in accounting. My girl already has her degree as well. We would technically be considered middle class, right? So, but my point is this: no other race of people are saying, "Oh, as soon as you graduate out of school, especially if you're in your 20s, you're a young couple, you need to subsidize my lifestyle because I saw all the social media influencers and all the rappers' baby mamas. They got bought a house and they got Birkins and stuff like that. So you need to subsidize a lifestyle for me." No other race is doing that. We take what we see off of TV and off of social media, and we apply that to everyday life. When other races of people, you know, literally the first when you talk to an older white couple and ask them about what was their first apartment like? They more than likely bought furniture from IKEA. They probably had a little Mazda, a little Mini Cooper first car.
Wait, are you saying we should struggle? Is that what you're saying? Struggle together?
That's not struggle.
Hold up. Let me say this. Hold on, y'all. Because I just had an epiphany. This is an epiphany moment, and I wish I had the soundboard. Yes, Trey, that's exactly what the fuck I'm saying. Because what's the difference? Hold on. You struggle alone or you struggle together.
Exactly.
The only difference is you will get up out of that shit far faster together. So yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Trigger, in my 20s, I didn't have that. Why would I marry a woman? And even in my 30s now, I don't have debt. Why would I marry a woman
we built it off the false foundation that people don't struggle alone. You struggling alone.
We are teaching black people how the biggest problem with being average.
Hold on, Trey. So they're telling me, Trey, that the beautiful black chick that they want is struggling alone by having 20 dudes on her phone that will do whatever the fuck she wants, and now she has to get married to you, and you can't provide what those dudes can provide. I don't understand.
That's a logical fallacy right there. You're
a logical. Okay. So
do you know what I struggle with in my last relationship? One of our biggest issues was over money. And one of the reasons, but it wasn't. We were both making the same amount. We both had the same job, but the only difference was that her money was different because she had $70,000 worth of student loan debt, and I had none. I had no debt at all. So my money always stretched further than hers because I had more. And I'm telling you, we bumped heads all the time because she wanted to get married. And I kept telling her the same thing. Like, I'm not marrying $70K worth of debt. That's crazy. Like, it's insane.
Let me ask you something.
Hold on. Let me interject one check. Trey, you hear what the words coming out of your mouth right now? Do you see why you and I have never debated about this shit?
No. I know, man. I was just making a
sense.
point.
It makes perfect sense. I'm just like,
I'm just making.
I'm sitting here listening to your story, brother. I'm just like, I don't blame you.
When you work to get to a point where you don't have to pay anybody back anything, it's like, why would I ever sign up for a woman she's got bills? Like, that don't make sense.
Great. Let me have it real quick, y'all. Let me have it real quick, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Let me have it real quick because this is important. Let me read this. Or somebody read it for me. I'm driving.
Said your average white couple starts out with double the inheritance of a young black couple.
Yeah, all right. So
which is even more a reason not to get
hold on. That right there is so impactful because this is actually something I told my wife when I was thinking about marrying her, like proposing. I said, you are an eldest child. I am an eldest child. We are basically first generation American people, not really, but on my side. I said, generation college students. You don't have time. I was like, she said something about, I want to be there for the kids and move. I was like, I looked at her like she was crazy. We don't have talking about struggle of. We all fucking struggling. We all are struggling. You are putting on a mountain of debt on top of that struggle. We need to be freaking workhorses for our children to possibly have a better life and not struggle the way we did. Nobody here has any ability to be talking about living on easy street or none of that shit. The white people start off with double the inheritance. They usually inherit it in the form of land. We don't have that shit, and if we do, we sell it. Let
me say this.
So
I'm about to to you.
Needs to be talking about sitting down or staying home or living the soft life. We got generation. We gave up generational wealth for a quick bag and a Birkin, but whatever. We gave that shit up.
Mike, again, I'm sorry, Ezra. Go ahead, because you've been trying to talk. Go ahead, my G. Go ahead. My bad.
And I want to add 2 points to what Trigger Mike says. Dawn Harden said white couples start out with double the inheritance. Do you think that possibly could have meant that their parents actually maybe, I don't know, had life insurance or probably saved, had a certificate deposit, probably they got together when they were young instead of being a baby mama and baby daddy and invested into a house when the interest rate was below 3%. Oh, by the way, for the people saying that they don't want to, the black woman shouldn't want to struggle with a dude if he can't subsidize your lifestyle. Newsflash. They just said that the mortgage rate went up 8%. Good luck with trying to buy a house and maintain a mortgage with property tax with one person working alone. Good luck with that. Good. That's all I gotta say. I digress.
But that's
it's insane to me to listen to people say to take your debt and combine debt and just work it out, figure it out as you go. Like that doesn't make any sense to me. This is craziness to me. I can see why our community is as jacked up as it is. We don't really have the proper leadership because it doesn't make any sense. The fact of the matter is, if you're going to go to college and you're going to take on that kind of debt, you're putting yourself at the bottom of a mountain. And now you're asking somebody else to come along at the bottom of that mountain and help you climb that mountain with you, even though they didn't do it and they get no benefit off of it. My ex had a criminal justice degree, and I got no benefit off of her having a criminal justice degree and then working to get her master's. I got nothing out of it. So it doesn't make any sense. This whole struggle, I don't get this struggle thing. It doesn't make any sense. The struggle thing makes no sense to me. I don't know why we do it as a community. Come correct or don't come at all.
Let me bring this up. All right. So far, I've been hearing money, and debt. All right, here's the problem. Outside of student loan debt, consumer debt is the other issue. Too many of us would rather have those new Jordans, have a Birkin bag, have a car that you can barely keep fueled, maintained, or insured. Too many, and this is something else I've noticed. A lot of folks in the Black community that graduated from college, maybe they've paid off their student loan debts, maybe they haven't, but they'd rather look like they've got money as opposed to living under the radar, living within your means. Now, I got to be flat honest. During my years in the Army, I sucked at managing finances. Once I figured out how to do that, haven't looked back. I had to teach myself, hey, look, why do I want to keep up with the Joneses? For what purpose? Why do I want to spend all this money on clothes, or God forbid, have half of my paycheck every month eaten up in a car that depreciates with every mile I put on it? If I'm under the age of 25, or even if I'm over the age of 25, I'm getting my ass eaten with insurance. It kills me. It kills me to see that. It kills me to see that we, as a collective, we'd rather look like we've got money as opposed to dress moderately, or even buy a used car that has a few miles on it, but it is paid for. Instead of we'd rather ride the most expensive thing that we can get our hands on.
Coach D, if I drive an old car, how can I flex on these niggas? I can't flex on these niggas in the old car. I need to be stunned on these niggas. What do I look like driving a new old car?
How do you want to flex? Why?
I'm being sarcastic.
It was sarcastic, Coach.
First off, hold on, y'all. First off, if you can't pull a bad bitch in a Honda Accord, you ain't that nigga. That's all I'm saying.
You ain't got it. You just ain't got it.
Oh my God. Here we go.
I did it in a Ford Fusion. You ain't got it, brother.
I did that shit in a Honda Accord, nigga.
But the problem is and that's where it come in. We got to look at the teaching. Like if the best of our community are only taught to get something and leave the community, who is teaching the rest of the community, right? So these people, they coming out of that community and they don't know it, right? They going through the same thing that you had to go through, trying to figure it out for themselves. When, you know what I mean, all the other communities, right? The Asians or the whites, they stay and build in their community. They make sure that teaching goes down through the community and they come out better.
Well, I can attest to that because I'm married to an Asian woman. So you're right. I see that firsthand.
You know, it all stems down to emotional discipline and having the ability to delay gratification. So when I hear people say, why should a woman have to struggle with you? It's not struggling if you're being fiscally responsible or you're being financially conservative. You don't have to have the most luxurious things. When I was younger, I'm about to be 30. When I was younger, when I was in my 20s, all I did was buy Jordans and foam posits. The last, 3 or 4 years, I probably bought like one shoe per year. And that was just for working shoes. You don't have to live like you're trying to impress everyone else. And what it is because a lot of us as Black people, we lack the appropriate self-esteem to realize we don't need those things. We don't need to. What are you proving to anybody? Just save your money, get life insurance instead of trying to save up or try to buy a Birkin or try to get a Hellcat. How many of these niggas that have Hellcats have life insurance? I put money on them. Less than 20% of them do.
There will be
right?
no Hellcat. There will be no Hellcat slander on this stream.
My man, 1%. You said less than 20%. Go look up how many. Like these financial instruments. First off, it's not just black people. Let's just say that, because I cannot stand when we glorify white people like they're doing. It is a small, loud ass minority of whites that know how to use these type of financial instruments. All right, so it's like 1%. People don't think about that because it's not taught through family. Right? You're taught these things. The more stable people are in life, the more likely there are to have
Most
these
people
type of
don't
things
even
and these
make
type of
enough money to
teachings.
play the game. That's the problem, though, too. Like,
Oh
most
well,
people don't
I
make enough
can't
money
disagree
to
with
play
that.
the game, right? Like,
How many of us were taught how to
That's
save when we
facts.
were children, when we were growing up? How many
save
of us were
what?
taught
Save
How to
what?
what?
how to save money?
Save
How to
what?
save money?
Hell no! I was trying
I
to get
was.
some J's.
I was taught.
I
I was
saved
taught
up
how
to
to
get
save
some
money.
J's.
Haven't you guys noticed
In the black
that?
community, I would say it's a very low percentage.
Haven't you guys
In
noticed?
fact,
So
in
maybe
fact,
some of
you grew up with your mama telling you you don't know damn McDonald's money.
I know some of you guys are rich, unlike me, but haven't you noticed that most people are still making the same amount of money they made 10 years ago?
That's because they haven't upgraded
this,
their skill set.
this shit is insane. Like, listen, I I was making more money when I was 21 than I am now. And there are various reasons for that, but the point that I'm trying to make is that wages aren't keeping up. So when people say, hey, let's play the game, we have all of these different instruments to play the game. Most people don't have, I think, the statistic is something like most Americans don't have $1,000 in saving. What are you talking about? Invest, play the game. Play what game with what? I don't have shit.
The problem is that the other communities are okay with the husband going to the office getting his paycheck, the wife going to teach at the school getting her paycheck, and they come home happy. The black community, for some reason, is not happy with that.
And that's part of the problem that goes back to, and that's part of the problem that goes back to what I was saying before, because someone asked, what do you do when your wife shows her dick? Well, the problem is, if she's working, she's most likely gonna have a dick.
Let me say something to you, Lou. And I mean this with all due respect. Your reason that your wages have stagnated is solely on you. If you didn't upgrade your skills, whereas every 5 years your income at least goes up 20 to 25%, that's something that you're doing.
Some of that is true.
You are
is
smoking
not.
crack. You are smoking crack.
I'll give him an example, Trey. I'll give him an example. So when I started in the mortgage industry, I'm in the mortgage industry now. I started when I was 20, around there. Okay. Now I got fired from my first company 3.5 years later. Me and my mentor had an issue. I got fired 3.5 years later. I had to restart, and when you restart, we know capitalism dictates that the company will make you they will give you less money than what you were making before, because that's how capitalism works, and they make you work all the way back up to your $27 an hour, but now they only want to make you earn 18, and you have to work your way back up. We know how that shit works, right? So there are different reasons why people make less money than they used to make before. Obviously, part of that is my fault, but I wouldn't say that is 100% my fault. A lot of that has to do with how the system works. And all I'm saying is most people don't have enough money to play the game. Some people work at a company for 10 years, they're making great money, then they get fired or they get laid off. They have to restart. There's a lot of competition in the market, especially in my industry today. Maybe I should change industries, right? Rates at 8% are not rates at 8% are not conducive to high wages, because banks don't want to pay operations to save money. I understand all of that. I'm in the financial industry. I get all that. Trust me. All I'm saying is this. Most Americans don't have enough money to play the game with all of these instruments you guys are saying. Most people do not. And by the way, did you guys know that if you work for a company for 20 years, they force fire you and then rehire you to lower your wages because they can't keep increasing that every year?
Here's the thing, though.
There are many reasons to why people cannot keep up with inflation. It's a function of capitalism that companies, institutions, aka people, force you to have to restart. That happens a lot, which is the reason why people go to work. Which is the reason why. Hold on.
What you said is not correct.
It's not correct. It's not correct.
No, it's not correct.
So when I work for 5 years for a company and I get all the way up to $30 an hour, and then I get fired, and then I start a new job, they're gonna pay me $30 an hour?
Let me respond this, Lou.
Oh my!
Maybe that's what happens in financial industry. Okay, let me tell you, Lou. That's what happens in financial industry. That is not in every industry. I understand where you're coming from, but you're speaking on financial industry. And I got to tell you, most companies today cry to retain employees. You know why? Because employees, after 2 years, will go to another company to compete for wages, right? The other company will pay them higher than what their former employee, their current employee is paying. So the next company will pay them higher in order to get them out of the competition. So that's what people have been doing in the past 10 years. Let me finish. So you see where I'm going.
Income in America. Seniority dictates income.
Okay. Let me tell you. Okay, let me bring mechanical and aerospace for you because I think that will help you. People go from Boeing to Lockheed.
But now you're talking about something I don't have the IQ.
You spoke about banking, right? That's your argument.
Planes, bro.
You don't have it. Okay, now you don't like the conversation anymore. Now you don't want me to talk.
Oh my God.
You just spoke on financial industry. I said you're right on the financial, but you're wrong in any other industries, right? And you don't want me to speak anymore. Okay, take over the conversation because when the conversation doesn't go your way, you start crying.
I want to add this.
Hold on. I want to ask.
Hang on. We're not factoring in the cost of living and how it's been rising.
I didn't even bring that up, Trey.
So it doesn't matter. I was a police officer. No. My salary never matched the cost of living increases every year. As a matter of fact, I was there for 8 years. We only got 2 raises. We can thank our weak ass union for that, but we only got 2 raises. And those raises were not commensurate with the cost of living increases that come every year. Your money is not what it is. The dollar is not what it once was. And there's a lot of offsetting. And people keep trying to make it seem like, no. A lot of people out here are broke, flat out broke. And they don't want to admit it. And so we go into these black communities trying to act like that's not the case. You're talking about somebody should be able to increase their skills and improve and increase their salary 20 to 20. What are we talking about here?
All right, and let me say this. I don't know what field you were in, Trey. Lou, I'm very sympathetic to your situation, especially in the last 20 years, how the real estate market has been. However, I want to say this: in the last 5 to 10 years, as someone mentioned in the chat, you didn't think maybe pivot and say, the market is looking a little bit sketchy. Maybe you go to community college, get a certification, maybe possibly do what I was doing, become a bookkeeper, do that on the side, or do accounting, get an accounting degree.
You know what the truth is, Ezreal? The truth is it's scary. And I'll tell you why it's scary.
Come on,
Bro, we're having a conversation. I'm telling you the truth. It's very scary for a human being that I have mastered the mortgage industry to a point where I'm able to, listen, I can close loans with my eyes closed, no pun intended. I've closed over 700 loans in my career. I'm really good at this. It's so scary to have to change. It's scary, bro. It's scary. I understand. No, I understand it's life, but
what is frightening about the change?
I understand it's life, but I'm giving you the exact reason why I didn't do it. It's very scary to go into a different industry and try to master that industry when you have already put so much sweat and tears into the industry where you are now. It's scary, bro.
You know that changes their career at least twice to 3 times in their lifetime?
All right. If I may,
Most
military.
most Americans want to stay in the same industry where they started.
Lou,
most people
I'm gonna
want
speak
to stay
on
at the
this.
same company where they started.
No,
Lou,
not
I was
that's
in
men.
the
That's not
military
women.
for 20 years.
That
Lou, I was in the
men want
military for 20 years.
Shout out to you.
Let me
Thank you
finish.
for your service. My sister's in Poland right now. Shout out to her.
Look, man, I'm gonna tell you right now. When I was getting ready to exit the military, yeah, it was frightening because I'm trying to figure out what it is. What did I want to do? What avenues do I have here? All right, how do my skills? And I was a trained diesel mechanic when I was in. I chose a technology route. Was it scary? Yeah, but I still made the effort. Now that's 20 years of my life gone. Now I was in my 40s when I left the military. 42 going on 43. But I still made the effort. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with being scared. But you have two choices. Let that fear freeze you or you take action. I chose to take action.
You either adapt or die, to be honest with you.
Yeah, that's fight or flight. That's human nature. You live or you die, right? Either you're growing or you're dying. I get that. I'm just telling y'all the reason why I didn't do it.
As a man, you got to take a risk, brother.
I'm encouraging you to change up. If it looks like, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Hey, look, man, it looks like the landscape is shifting with the career field that you're in right now. It would behoove you to look at something else. Look at something secondary. Okay, have something to fall back on. If the mortgage industry is taking a nosedive, okay, have something to fall back on. Right now, the tech industry is blowing up. It really is. There are more positions that are paying close to or over $30 an hour in IT, and you don't need a degree. They'll train you. They'll give you the experience. The company that I once worked for, BAE Systems, that's a good example. There's another company I've heard of called Wipro, and it's spelled WIPRO. Look those guys up. They are grabbing people right and left.
All right, let me
that
get
money
this.
is there, but you got to go get it.
Let me go get this super chat real quick.
I
My
agree.
man Big Ant. All right. Question for the men of substance. Why are you giving females your attention that don't qualify for your time of day, or may be those types of females are what you qualify for?
I'll answer that question. I don't give those women the time of day.
Neither do I. I'm married.
Yeah, I do not.
I think this is, you know what? Let's put them at the forefront. I think this question is for Trey. I'm sorry. That's the first. Trey.
Wow.
Why do you give these women the time of day?
Because Trey liked the hoe.
Trey let the hoes. I figured he was gonna leave with
First
that.
of all, because I'm in no rush, like I keep saying. I don't have to be rushed to get into marriage. I'm 38. I can literally go the next 10 years and be the biggest whore I want to be, and then wake up on my 50th birthday and say, you know what? Now I want to be married. And I still have the ability to be able to get a younger woman. My life is different than women.
See, Trigger Mike, you see why we ain't trying to get married in college now? Trey just said it.
So I mean, damn.
Can I say
this? Aware that later that y'all age.
Hold on, go ahead.
But how do you know that they don't qualify until you talk to them?
Yo,
you got to talk to them.
All right, Didi, go ahead.
But can we acknowledge that the older that men get, the quality of y'all sperm decreases?
Oh, here we go with
that. More likely to produce children that have disabilities.
You and Shan with this quality of your sperm.
You said the quality of
y'all are more likely to have children with disabilities.
Didi wants to play. Since Didi wants to play genetics 101 in this bitch.
Yeah.
Yes.
We talking about producing healthy children. You know what I'm saying? Like the older that y'all get, y'all more likely to produce children that have disabilities.
Let me
and I'm gonna tell you, as a parent of a special needs child, it's not easy.
So hold on, brother. Because this is what I told Shan when she tried this whole viability of the sperm. Yes, you are correct. First of all, let me say that. Your sperm quality starts to diminish as you get older, just as everything starts to diminish. But we're talking about a small percentage of men, mind you. So even if Trey is saying it, it's not what's going to happen. Between the ages of, I think, 20 and 25 or 20 and 30, it's actually less than like 40% of men that have children at all. Then before at 40, 80% of all men have a child. in the black community anyway. All right, and then the rest, that small that amount that's left, is those people who don't have any children after that. So most people will have their children before the age of 40. It's not a large group of people out here impregnating, women after that. And if you like me, you saw the value of getting a vasectomy after you got you hit your cap limit. All right, once I see how much these babies cost, I said, "Fuck you."
Who says at 50 I'm going to want a kid? I already have a child.
You know
Who
what,
says I
Trey?
want a
Okay,
You know
kid?
what
but
I
if you
think it
get
is,
with a
though.
younger
You know what I
woman,
think it is,
he
though.
may want a child.
You know what it
Well,
is
that's
exactly.
that would be her problem, wouldn't it?
I was
That's
about
not
to know,
mine.
Trey. You know what it is, though. You know what
If
it
you
is.
gonna get
It's
her
just
retarded, baby, that's
Didi said it.
ridiculous,
Didi said
Trey.
it. It's because she want a kid, bro. Most dudes just won't say no.
What?
You
Yeah,
actually. So hold on. Think about the trade off, though, Trey. Think about the trade, though. You are looking like, oh, I'm 50. I just married a 30-year-old woman. She saw value to say, all right, I'm going to be his arm candy, his trophy wife, his whatever. The least this nigga could do, since I didn't marry someone my age, is give me a child. And it's usually a man saying, damn, that is kind of true. Well, shit, I'll at least give you one baby or two.
Or I could just find a woman that doesn't want kids.
You know what's problematic about that, though? They all say they don't.
Oh, look, I also had that problem too, where a woman said one thing, she didn't feel that way, and 2 years later she felt different. That's not my problem. You said that. You listen, you women who want to pull this, I reserve the right to change my mind whenever I feel like it, to crap. No, that doesn't work over here. What you say is what you held to.
I wanted to say something towards what Lou.
I keep telling guys all the time. This is what I tell guys all the time. I tell guys, if you are 50-year-old and you want a woman without a child, go and marry women with kids. But most guys don't want to do that. They don't want other people's kids, right? Marry a woman that is 50 years old. She can't have kids. That's the only thing you can do. If you're 50, marry a 50-year-old.
Nah,
why would I be 50 and want a 50-year-old?
I'm removing you for that one, Ike.
No, you wrong in a motherfucker, my African brother.
You on a hiatus for that advice. Who wants that old ass snack? No, thank you. You get removed for that. You said marry a 50-year-old woman. So do you know what 50-year-old women do? They need knees hurt. They don't want to put an arch in their back no more, bro. The missionary queen.
They always cold. They always chilly.
They always need to get warmed up first. Can you give me a massage? Fuck that. No.
Y'all funny.
You get removed for that. That dude said marry a 50-year-old woman. You know what? Marry her and take a life insurance policy out on her old ass.
In response to this thing about men at the age of 50 that can't have healthy children, I know quite a few men over the age of 50 that they're in their first marriage to a younger woman and they have healthy kids. I'm seeing this time and again.
Now it's
nowadays with these additives,
it can't happen. We're not saying it can't happen. We're just saying it is scientifically true that the viability of your sperm. Well, think about it this way. In America, of all places, we got bad fucking habits. We have really bad habits here. So naturally, somebody who has kept their body intact, they work out, minimal drinking, minimal smoking, all that type of stuff, sure. All that affects the quality of your sperm. But here,
which I don't do either. I don't smoke.
I was about to say, so you could definitely keep yourself in the clear as possible, but that ain't most people in this community. Everybody got a habit in the black community. Shit.
I am seeing some 70, 80-year-old men that are having kids though.
Oh shit! You know what though?
Al Pacino, Robert De Niro. There's a lot of 60, 70-year, 80-year-old men having kids.
Do you know that they can tell? Damn, I forget.
I don't even know if I want to be alive at 80. Real talk.
There's like a germ that is present on men that have had too many sexual partners. I don't know what it does to your body, but I was about to say, if that could affect your sperm, that'd be something a lot of men in this generation have, or a few.
Hey, you definitely got that, Trigger Mike.
No, you got that.
I might have it. No bullshit.
Hey, Didi, is a dog a good substitute? Can I just get her a dog?
Oh,
that depends on the woman.
Man, ain't no dog substituting for no.
Why? Most of them. That's how most of them gonna end up and die anyway. Why can't I just get her a dog?
Go ahead and bust that nut in there, bro. Go ahead, bust that nut in there. You ain't getting off that.
I don't want no more kids.
It ain't really about what you want. Go ahead and just. You're not gonna win. That's the funny part about it. Think about it. We we are extremely sensitive to women in that way. If it's your wife, the lady you chose to bug you like that, she gonna bug you. She gonna get that one baby. She gonna get at least one out of you, bro.
I'm going through
Like
that now.
I got a doctor
you
that
would
says
literally give
otherwise.
her a baby just so she can shut the fuck up. I promise you. I promise you.
I know a
Gentlemen, I
urologist that says
appreciate you having
otherwise,
me on the
Trigger Mike.
show. Hey, gentlemen,
Yeah,
I
look.
appreciate you having me on the show. I got to drop.
All right, no doubt. Appreciate you coming up. My doctor, when he did it, he said there is a 1 in 368 chance that this vasectomy might not take place. I mean, like it will. You can still have a kid. 1 in 368 chance. I was like, well, shit.
Yo, what tripped me out is when the doctor told me, "You still got some live sperm in there, so don't go getting it out." Like he's like, take some time because there's still some live ones in there. There's still some live ones in there. I was like, oh
Wait,
boy.
but I forgot what he told me to do. I can't even remember because you can't do nothing for a few days.
For a few days, right?
I was walking around like a sumo wrestler in this motherfucker. This shit was funny. Oh man, but I would actually look. I'm gonna be real for some of you dudes because I don't know if y'all know vasectomies are ridiculously inexpensive. It's an outpatient procedure. It's not even a what? You're awake the whole time, so they don't even do it surgically anymore. They do it with local anesthetic, same as your teeth. All right, so they don't got to cut you open. It's like a little tool they use now where they stick it in there, hook the vas deferens, pull it out through your skin, and sever it and cauterize it.
They're gonna find a way to make a pill. They're gonna find a way to make a pill.
Man, nobody's doing that shit to me, man.
I would never advise a man to take a pill. For some reason, if you read the studies, the reason why male birth control isn't out is because they can't find a way to not sterilize your ass. Don't believe that shit when it come out.
Because men don't give birth. Men don't give birth, so there's no birth control.
Just
you know what I'm
saying,
saying?
they got pills for everything. They got Adderall, they got ecstasy, they got Xanax, they got all types of pills. They're gonna find a way.
They're gonna end up fucking around, and they're gonna start fucking around with your libido. Your dick won't get hard no more.
They're gonna put it in the Elon Musk. What was that shit? Neuralink. They're gonna find a way. Trust me.
They need to hurry up because I'm wasting away precious years. So they need to hurry up and figure it out.
By the way, who's gonna get
the fun I want?
Who's gonna get the Neuralink? Y'all getting the Neuralink?
Hell
I'm getting it. This is capitalism. This is what I'm talking about. I need to make more money, so I need the chip so I can control computers from my thoughts and type faster than all y'all. So I need the chip.
Big Ant said $10. Mike, you don't have to have another child. You can just adopt Ikene. Ikene is a grown ass man. Who wants to adopt somebody who spends half their life in the car?
He could drive you everywhere.
Not only that,
car insurance is gonna be high as shit.
You can't tell a younger brother to adopt his older brother. Come on, man.
I'm like, come on, man.
Come on,
man. Big Ant got jokes for days. Appreciate the super.
That is it. But look at this, right? Man, I forgot what I was gonna say. Shit.
Yeah, look at you.
Time to re-up on that fuel package. I
know, man.
All right, let me get this question popping because this is a interesting one. Is it true that you need time to mature before marriage, or can a large part of your maturation process happen within a marriage? Anybody can go.
Yeah, before I respond to that, let me say this. I'm not going to ever get a vasectomy. Man, if any woman open her body, I'm getting that shit pregnant. Even at 80, I don't give a damn. I'm not. 20 kids, I'm not doing that thing, man. I'm a full-blown African man. I don't do that thing, man. I gotta spread my seed.
And y'all call me irresponsible.
Man.
Y'all sound like those Christians that don't believe in birth control, and then you have 10
to be
kids
quite
and
honest,
you can't pay for it.
that's the next thing. Like
y'all ain't never heard me say
no
crazy shit like that before.
That's why I did it though. That's like I don't like wearing condoms. I'm married, and I'm a shoot the club up captain of the team.
Oh yeah.
Captain of the shoot the club up team. I was like, unless I want to be broke for a lifetime, because these kids. Look, man, I'm gonna tell you right now, it is hard raising kids not even with, I don't even want government assistance. Remember, I told you the single family home model, it actually doesn't work. You need to live very close to your family. You need to have a grandparent in home with you. It needs to be you and your brother raising your
Trigger
families in the
Mike,
same house.
I don't know if I can come on your show anymore, bro. You're looking for this like strange how do you call it? Like what's the word for a perfect world? What is the word for that shit?
Whoa.
You're looking for a perfect world that cannot happen.
Hold
Come on, bro. What are you talking about?
Hold on, Lou. We are trying to live the utopian life.
Yeah, the
by
utopian,
living in a single family, one family per home. The Mexicans out here, bring your ass to Houston, bro. We going on a ride.
I guarantee you, Trigger Mike plays
doing it
Sims.
the right way.
He be playing Sims and he puts all the family in one house and shit.
Yo, no, bro. My neighbors down the streetway, 1, 2, 3 doors down, there are 3 families living there. 3 families.
Yeah, no, I believe it. It's just you just don't see that often in the U.S. because it's so individualistic here. But yeah, in other countries like Brazil, for an example, you know, grandma lives right down the street. Da 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 da. You know, so I get it.
No, you don't see it now, and you don't see it now in the U.S. That's how the Southern people actually lived.
Yeah,
no, I know that. I know that.
That's the way it's actually supposed to be. I think we messed it up with the individual spirit because kids are supposed to grow up around their cousins, around their family. The community is supposed to help you raise your children. Literally, my child should be in the street and kick the ball in the street and ran in the street. And my neighbor's supposed to be like, I pulled him out of the street. This boy is tripping. He's not following you. Like, we don't got that shit no more. Somebody will let your kid get hit and act like they didn't see shit.
If you hit someone's
it's in the word community. It's in the word unity.
Yep.
It's in the word community.
That's the way it's supposed to be, bro. I'll fight anybody any day on that. That's the way children are supposed to be raised and we're supposed to be living. Have you not noticed that the reason especially single moms are so stressed is because they accidentally moved away from all their support? They do their best to be away from all the people that'll help them, not closer to them.
But do you hear what they always talk about too, Mike? They always talk about a support system. You always hear women talking about a support system. They don't have it. They talk about the lack of a support system. This is why I agree exactly with what you're saying. We don't have the community anymore, and we got this little single thing, and everybody is on their own now.
Yep.
It doesn't matter, even if you're trying to live up to that whole ideal of marriage. If you don't have unity in your marriage, it will fail. There's a big chance that your marriage will fail.
So,
but I would love. Oh, go ahead.
Let me look up the term. I'm gonna respond to Easy Money Jones' comments where he says, "What is the nuclear family?" It says a couple and their dependent children regarded as a basic social unit. So he's right and wrong. Well, not really wrong, but we have to add context. So I'm saying the single family home model doesn't work because we used to have a multi-family home or a single family within a community home model, meaning you bought your home either closest to your closest friends to help you raise children together or your own family living within a house together. So if that is not nuclear family, then yes, you're right. But I'm not saying that. Yeah, just clarify what you're saying, Easy Money. But go ahead, JT, my bad.
So you were saying, what was the question that you initially asked?
Let me pull it up real quick. Is it true that you need time to mature before marriage, or can a large part of your maturation process happen within a marriage?
No, it's not necessarily true. You can grow up I think it's better to grow up in your marriage. Actually, you could grow together. So I think that you can do all, because when you're young, that's when you're supposed to be doing all your fucking up anyway. As you get older, the margin of fucking up is very small, so it narrows. So if you were 20 years in a marriage and you got married at, let's say, 24, right? You're still fairly young. You done went through all the breakups and dealing with all kind of bullshit. I mean, even when it comes down to men, think about how many men actually cheat. Mostly every man I know has cheated somewhere in their life, right? Married, unmarried, or whatever. And you would hear a lot of women saying that that's a deal breaker. That's on the contrary, mon frere. I think most women will still stay in that relationship even if that man did cheat. They do stay in the relationship even if that man does cheat. Now, if you talk to a lot of older couples, one of the things, if the man was being truthful, like say if he wasn't talking around his wife, but he was being truthful, I guarantee if he's telling you the story, there's going to be some story that has infidelity in it. It's just what it is. We just have a different way on how we look at things now. I think that people are more successful. I don't know what the attitudes that we have right now in this time, in this era we in right now, that is more successful. But I think, on paper, it would be more feasible. But because of how people think now, I think that it doesn't matter when you get married. It doesn't matter right now and it's not the marriage itself, it's how people's mindset is now. A lot of people don't even know the definition of merging together, being together as one, even talking through a lot of the things that you have, a lot of the conflict you have. A lot of people don't even realize that in your relationship, there's going to be conflict, but the conflict is not built there to hurt your feelings. It's for you to work through them. It makes you a lot stronger. Or in these days, it makes your relationship a lot weaker. But to answer the question, I'm still going to say yes. I'm going to say false to what they were saying. I'm going to say false to that. But I'm going to say when it comes down to growing up in your marriage, I think that's a better chance for it to survive.
But if we're not teaching our daughters to allow a man that space to mature within a marriage, then because we teach our daughters to make sure that the man got his stuff together, right? Make sure that he has everything together and is ready to lead you.
I don't teach my daughter that. I don't, because that message is very vague. Having your stuff together, what are we talking about? Are we saying just financially? I got young daughters. I have a daughter that's still in college. I don't tell her to pick a man that got his shit together. Most dudes that she's talking to, I mean, when you're talking about financial, they don't even have their own house yet. They're still in school, still trying to get, trying to graduate, still dealing with things like that. My whole thing is I have to be able to, what I tell my daughter is, you have to bring that young man around me so we can vet him together. Bring him around your uncle, which is my brother. Bring him around, your great uncles. Bring him around them, and we can work this out together. We can actually work, because the way the times are today, man, the way the times are today, these young men are not even being taught. So what do we tell our daughters? Just don't marry. Just don't even prepare yourself to marry. I make sure she gets her shit together.
Hey, JT, I got a question for you, JT. What is the age tolerance for you when it comes to your daughter? What's the age tolerance that a man has to be to marry your daughter?
Repeat that again, sir.
Which age will a man be to marry your daughter? Which age?
My preference would be that he at least be between 4 to 6 years older than her.
But that's why you have problem in marriage, because the age are too close.
Well,
like I said, I gotta tell you, my wife and I are about 3 years and 11 months apart. I gotta tell you, if I have the opportunity to do it again, I'll go for a woman that is at least 8 years younger.
Yep, I'm talking about 10.
Yeah, but that would be right. That would be you. That probably would be me. What I'm saying is that if, from what my man was asking, this is my daughter, so I can't base what I did in my past and what her mother did in her past based off of what she's doing, because she's in a whole different era. They think a whole different way.
No, it's not true. It's not true. We condition them to think like that.
But it still doesn't. It doesn't take away.
I got to tell you something, JT. If you start teaching your daughter that a man has to be 8 years and above older than her and condition her, she will go by what you say. But because we are this generation that messed around with girls around our age, so we automatically think that we have to marry girls that are around our age. And we're trying to get our daughters to do the same thing, even though we have failed miserably. Because if you look at our grandpas and our fathers, they were 20 to 15 years, 10 years older. And they had a long-lasting relationship. But because for some reason we think that our parents that didn't go to school are foolish. But we don't know that we with the degrees are more foolish. Because I got to tell you why. Degree only makes you smart in your field. It doesn't make you smart in life and psychology of life. Our ancestors are far smarter than us because you know why? They studied life. They studied nature. We never studied nature. We studied engineering. We studied accounting. We studied science, but we never studied nature. So I do tell men this, just like Trey said, discourage your daughter from marrying, discouraging the blind from being led by the blind. If your daughter is 24 years old or 25, and you wanting a 26 years, 27, 28 years old to marry her, that is not good. To me, personally, I would tell you that based on the maturity of men, a man that is less than the age of 33 shouldn't marry your daughter. Let's put aside all this sexual. Let's put aside all this sexual thing that we always think that, oh, so I'm going to have a grown-ass man in his 35 having sex with my daughter. No, we have to put that away.
Yeah, I'm not even looking at it that way. Okay. I'm not even looking at it that way, Inkane. What I'm saying is that, and I'm being very transparent. I don't have the answer when it comes down to this is real time with my kids. My daughter, she's dating a young man right now that's the same age as she. Now, what I have to do is I have to fight against the ideology that her mom tries to instill in her, right? These are the things I gotta fight against. So I even if I do agree with what you're saying, I still have an ideology that I have to fight against, and it's because of not just her, her mom, but it's also where she's at, her peers, where she's around, especially being in college. They're very confused. Her generation is so confused right now, bro. And my whole thing, like with my parents, they got married. That's why I'm like, no, they grew up together. My parents were 18 when they got married. On their prom night, they had a big ass wedding. 4 years after that, I was born, oldest child. They've been married until my father just recently died this year, right? So I understand how it goes, but my daughter doesn't. I didn't date a woman that had the same qualities as my mom. Even though it feel kind of crazy because when I talk when the men are talking on this panel, when they're talking on other panels, it feel like that we've like intermingled with women outside of our culture, right? It's kind of like when I hear people talking about that interracial marriage and shit like that, and they're talking about that shit. It don't even have to be interracial. It can be, people with different cultures within the culture. And that's what we having a problem with. Like, it's fucked up. With my kids, I tell them the truth. We kind of fucked y'all up because not what we tell y'all, not just what we tell y'all, is what we showed y'all also. That's from one generation to the next. So how do we go from that? Like, if I go to my daughter and talk about you gotta date a guy that's like 36 when you 24, she gonna be looking at me crazy. She gonna be like first. Oh, go ahead.
If we looking at that, then that would mean that let's just say one of your friends for Ikane or anybody else that was that's with older men, trying marrying a young girl, or Trigger Mike. Let's just say one of your friends comes to you and tells you he wants to marry your daughter. What do you think of that? What goes through your head?
Older dude?
I'm saying one of if we're saying an older guy to marry your daughter. So let's say if it's someone that you know, right, that knows your daughter, whatever the case may be, but he's your associate. He's of your age, right?
Yeah.
If he comes to you and tells you he wants to marry your daughter, what goes through your head?
That's a bad example, Dre Slay.
I was gonna say
That's against the
a little
rules.
too.
He knows better.
That might be a little
You
too
gotta
old.
have to find me
That
out.
might be a little too old. I've said this in the past before. I said like my daughter's probably gonna be like a doctor or something. She's taking a liking to that type of stuff. We put her in those type of camps, whatnot, so she can get exposure to that, right? So let's say she wants to be a doctor, and she's doing rounds at the hospital while she's young, like 2 years into her college education. She goes to do an internship at a hospital, and there's a 31-year-old doctor's resident that's taking a liking to my daughter, and my daughter's 21, and he asked to marry my daughter. Absolutely. I'm looking for her actually a 10-year age gap like that. It works for me. Now that whole 20-year blah blah, to me it's not. It's the quality of who her companion will be also for her. I'm not one of those people that's strictly about duty. I would prefer she gets something out of the marriage too. 10-year gap is still a good gap. This person will be an attentive father. He still can move around with his children. You know what I mean? He likely has acquired an asset or two for himself and has already gone through the rigorous part of his not his career, but his education and training. He's gone through most of that already. So I'd be looking for that gap. But 20 years? Wait, yeah, 20 years is a little hard for me. 20 years.
Can I say something real quick? And this is what I say about the hypocrisy of black people, man. Somebody tell me, what was the age gap between Lori Harvey and Michael B. Jordan?
Who cares? Who cares?
What was it?
No, it was 10 years. My point being, right? So my point being, especially with black women, when this topic come up, these nasty old men.
They do the same shit.
Yeah, but they had no issue with that, right? When I mentioned it to somebody, I was like, hold up. When Lori Harvey and Michael B. Jordan were dating, it was a 10. He was like 34, 35 going on, and she was like 25, and his intent was to marry her. No one had an issue with that. My point being that people try to play fast.
Let me give you my newly formed opinion on this. Do you know how we kill all these feminist ideologies and talking points and all of this shaming of men? We don't kill it. The women kill it themselves because they damage their credibility. The issue that we're going through right now, what we're going to start seeing is that women in power behave exactly the same way that men in power do, if not worse. That's all it is. Women have been looking from the outside in saying, "Ooh, you men are disgusting. Ooh, you men use power to manipulate." Women do the same shit. Look at Madonna. This lady she looked like a carved fucking ham that hasn't been cooked yet. All right. But she spends all her time and money trying to look younger. They want younger men. They like the energy and all that. They behave exactly the same. I have been propositioned by more female executives doing inappropriate shit behind closed doors than I can name. When they get money, power, and status, they do the same shit men do.
Trigger, their queen. Her husband is 12 years older than her. Their queen. They're the person they idolize the most, Beyonce. Her husband is much older than she is.
Yep.
So they play this game all the time. That's why I said I have no problems with my daughter dating a man that's 10, 15 years older than her.
Yeah,
I don't have any issues with it at all. Yeah, can it get a little crazy at 20? I would really have to sit down and talk to him about it.
I was going to say,
but
you know what? Let me tell you where it starts to get real. Hold on, Trey. It'll start to get real for me. I will skip to 15 year once she's 30. If she doesn't get married by the time she's 30. Because I already know how the game works.
And here's the crazy part, Trigger. As she gets older, it increases even more.
It increases. So yeah, it's like if you 30, well shit, fucking get whoever.
But if she's 17,
marry your
you
ass.
don't. But if she's 17, you're not gonna be cool with her dating no 35-year-old grown man.
Well,
that's because she's not an adult. She's still a child.
Hold on, there's legal parameters.
That's a legal matter. There's a legal issue there.
So somebody said it.
And that would be a pervert.
I was gonna say we prolong adolescence in this country to the point where we have really stopped our kids. Let me tell you how real this thing is for me in college and work. Not only should most people not go to college after high school, most people shouldn't go to high school. They learn nothing. Most people learn nothing. Most boys would be better off in the workforce, right? They would be better off in the workforce having learning on the job. Whatever skills you're trying to teach them in school, they don't learn because they can't
Skill
fulfill.
trades.
Put them on the job. It's exactly a skill trade. Put them in around a mechanic, an aircraft mechanic. Put them around some wind turbines. Let them learn whatever skills you want them to learn in school on the job, so they can benefit themselves and society. Because in that case, we'd have a lot more mature 15-year-olds. We'd have a lot more mature 18-year-olds, 20-year-olds, that in that nature. We keep them in school in that little adolescent, let me see your titties behind the stairwell as bullshit for way too long. That's why we don't feel comfortable with 35-year-old marrying our 18-year-old daughter, because mentally she's still a child because this society held her back.
Hey, Trigger, can I ask you a question? Is this a community thing? Because I'm looking at the other communities, and I'm seeing like Ryan Reynolds is 13 years older than his wife. George Clooney is 17 years older than his wife. Matthew McConaughey is 13 years older than his wife. Is this just us, or are other communities okay with this? And maybe we're missing the ball here.
You're naming all celebrities, sir.
Well, I'm giving you names of people you actually know. If I said Roger, Smith, you wouldn't know who that is. I'm giving you names of people you actually know.
It would still be more realistic than comparing celebrities to regular people.
I'm giving you people that you know. I didn't use it because they're celebrities. I'm just giving you names.
Right.
You're feeding into it too much.
Let me ask you though, Callie.
It's still not a realistic comparison.
Callie, let me ask you though. Would most of the complaints we all know, I don't even got to name them, wouldn't most of the complaints that women have be solved with this age gap dating and marriage thing? Wouldn't it be solved?
No.
Why not?
No.
What are the complaints?
You know the complaints. Dudes are too
ain't
immature.
No good man.
Dudes don't want to commit.
Right.
Dudes are lying. They play with your feelings. Like, come
on.
You know
apparently, being mature don't matter because all men cheat anyway, right?
But you don't connect. You can't connect cheating with maturity, though. That don't.
Right.
What
does one have to do with the other?
I absolutely can.
Well, they bring everything back.
You took the vow for taking all others, right?
You could be the perfect woman. She's gonna say, "Well, you still gonna cheat on me anyway." They bring everything back to cheating, bro. Everything.
That was the first thing. Maturity does matter because you can't even be mature enough to hold tight to your own damn vows.
I was a perfect woman, and he still cheated on me.
Wait. Hold on. Because I love when we do this. Y'all know women cheat more now. Now there are a multitude of studies saying women cheat more simply because they have access to do so. So you got to talk about it both ways. Do not talk about cheating as it's a solely a male activity. Women do this shit. They just love to excuse themselves when they do it. He's not fulfilling my needs.
This is the premise of your question, sir.
Okay, so Didi and Callie Bell, when y'all were 19 and 20, were you all looking at the age range of men who were 35 saying these are the men that I want?
Absolutely not.
And that's the whole. I don't think that you older guys realize that. I don't think y'all can fulfill the urge for excitement and things that those younger women are looking for in their life at that age. Y'all can pay for them. Y'all can finance their life and whatnot, but I don't think y'all can actually fulfill just that excitement level she's looking for.
You can finance my life, but you certainly wouldn't be able to participate in it.
You see what I'm saying?
But then when you're talking about
don't matter,
these
you
urges,
anyway.
Right? When you start talking about urges, I mean, now we're talking about something different, and we're not talking about like when you're talking about an older man and a younger woman. You're not talking about somebody that is 20, 21 years old. You probably have a woman that's why I started at 25, 24, and you got an older man, because it is like that. Most of my and I got a lot of aunties, right? Most of the men that they've married were at least 15 years older than them. So it is a cultural thing Because you will have people talking about these men are like perverts when they got younger women, but at the same time, if you look in your family, you're gonna see a bunch of young women that's younger than their men. It's just what it
Not by
is.
no damn 15 years, and I have a very large family.
I
Oh, why
guarantee somebody is. I guarantee
Okay,
somebody
but
is.
this is the
oh,
thing.
why
That is
damn
Well,
rooted
road.
you
in
know you can't
perversion
guarantee
and
that.
Hold up,
Go
Didi,
ahead.
speak up a little bit. Didi, speak up a little bit.
that is perversion, and a lot of this is epiphilia. This is the thing. When I was 19 years old, there were men of all ages looking at me. And I happened to be dating a man that was 3 years older than my mother. He was 46 at the time.
What
That
the
man,
Good for you, Didi.
when it comes down to it,
toxic
although he
trait?
provided, that man still had no business being with me. We didn't have anything in common.
Oh, so you're just
Exactly.
absolved of all?
You ain't had no business being with him.
But
I'm a
You didn't have anything in
19-year-old.
I
common with
cannot
him.
believe
You
I'm
was
a
an
big
adult.
titty 19-year-old college student,
You
and
didn't
this
have anything in
man
common with
they
him.
go,
is
Didi.
but they
providing.
go,
Yo, this is crazy. Wait,
but
hold
y'all
on.
This
can't.
man is
but
driving
Hold
a
on, Didi.
Benz
Hold on, Didi.
and offering
You were
me this
legal?
Benz.
Hold on. You were
so your
legal?
behavior is right.
He was
You
giving you
were
money
legal?
and dick, Didi, and you was happy.
Hold
You
on,
said you were
Trigger Mike
19.
Trey. Y'all can't do that. Y'all just said the older men gonna take care of young women. What happened?
No, I know.
Well,
No.
hold on. Let
I
me
was
hold on, because
encouraging
my
it, Dre
math is
Slay. I
bad.
was happy for her
46
until she tried to make it seem
minus
like it was all
19.
him.
Borrow.
Right.
No, but at the same
7.
time, I
Oh,
still won't really interested in him like that. Like I knew he was old.
But but,
I looked at him
but
this
as
man,
nigga
Why
old
did you
was
get with him
20.
then?
because he
For
This
was
the
nigga
money.
was
man,
providing.
you
Because he
show
had
For the
money.
man,
money.
He had money.
That's why.
Because he was
The reason
providing.
you showing,
There it
but you
is.
Hold
showing the
on.
same,
There it
but you
is.
showing the, you showing the same
Let me
behaviors,
get my dog Dre
the
Slay real
same
quick.
behaviors.
Hold up,
It's
Dre
the
Slay.
same
I
behaviors over
said
the last
10.
20
Hold on,
years.
Dre Slay.
It's,
I said 10 years I'm cool with in 20. 15 years, or maybe even 20, I'm cool with in her 30s. This nigga was 27 years older than her, and she was
Right.
19. I ain't trying to hear that shit.
Good for you, Didi. I'm sorry it didn't work out.
Wait, hold on. I do got a question.
Well, I don't think. Go ahead.
Didi, hold up. Was it different going down on a dude that was 47 versus a 19-year? Was it like gray hair on?
No,
Was it
because he was
salt and pepper
shaved. He was
ball?
clean shaved.
Salt and pepper ball. Okay.
So, Didi, what was the problem then? Like, seriously, what was the problem? Did the money run out or what? Did he find
The
somebody else? What
problem
happened?
was he wanted me to mature faster than what I was going to mature. I was 19 years old. He wanted me to get married to him, but this is me getting married to a man that I'm walking into it at 19, and I'm coming into this with a 24-year-old stepdaughter, a
You know what?
9-year-old stepdaughter, and
You know
3
what?
grandkids.
I
See
knew
what I'm
you when
That
you
is
saying?
were in
not
that age. I
appealing
feel
to a
duped.
19-year-old.
I feel duped. I knew you at that age. I don't know who I'm telling, but I'm telling. I knew. Look, this shit just feels scandalous to me. I'm telling. I don't know who I'm telling, but
right.
I'm telling.
So,
It
right.
don't work, fellas. I
But,
don't think it works.
but was he his said what money don't work. appealing to you? Was his assets appealing to you 20 years ago the same as it is for the young women today? It's not about him. It's about what he has to offer. These things have been going on for 20 years. There's no
Absolutely.
way. But it goes to show the lack of leadership that was in your family, because any man knew that a man damn near your granddaddy's age dating you would have been in your and his behind. So it just
Well,
goes to show.
my father, he came to my
Uh,
father. My father approved of it. Like I
no,
said, that man took care of me.
Oh my
uh,
God.
No, your daddy
Mr.
did not
Mr.
approve of
Mr.
that.
King,
So
what you
there
said is
wasn't
not.
like a lack of leadership. You know what I'm saying?
No,
Like
Trey
your
he
daddy
Ford.
came
did
to my
not
parents.
approve
So he
of a dude he can sit
so
down
he
and
No,
threw
Trey
you
Ford,
to
what you
laundry
said is
and
not correct.
start.
A lot of men. Go ahead, Trigger Mike. You said what?
You know
All
your daddy did
Ekane
not
want to do
approve
is
of
just
that.
correct people on the stream. Whenever somebody say
No,
something wrong, Ekane want to, what you said is not right.
yeah, say something wrong. Yes, yeah, because the something is wrong. But the thing is this, right? One thing is this: when we make certain comments, remember this. All of us here we diverse, right? We're very diverse in this space. 27 years, 30 years old, 20 years old. In some of our communities, is accepted by our own fathers. It's not something that I don't think we're going to say that is something wrong. Something is wrong with her family, or she didn't get a good family advice for how to deal with a 27-year-old man. No, in many families is accepted because the girl, when I was 16 years old, the girl that I was interested in, I was saying that that when we grow up, I'm going to marry her, and she knew that. Guess what? A man 27 years older than her married her. And I was shocked when she told me a few years ago that was the best thing ever happened to her, was for that man to marry her. That she never had been respected by any man compared to that man. That she got the best respect from that man 27 years older than her. And I felt, man, she went through my body because I thought the younger men were respectful. No, younger men are disrespectful. Mm-hmm. The older the man is to the woman, the more respect he grants her.
Not only is that true, so this is something that I think men are missing out on. A lot of marriages are not working because the age gap is within 2 years of each other. One, and a lot of the fathers, a lot of the community is not helping guide these people's marriage or relationship. In fact, the married couple or your kids or whoever are trying to isolate you out of their marriage. If your kid does happen to get married to somebody in their age group, you are guiding their marriage. The people that we do it culturally wrong. Let me tell you how we do it in Africa, other places, they do this shit. The people at your wedding are supposed to be the people who are supposed to uphold your vows for you. They are supposed to help you. These are the people you call when you're having trouble in your marriage. So the people that were there say, like you having, issues with him, but he did this. They're supposed to be like, look, that man's stressed. Stay in there, girl. You can do it. Whoop-de-whoop. They're supposed to keep you accountable to your marriage because a lot of men need that guidance. I only turned out this way because I could call my dad whenever I had trouble. I didn't make all the best decisions for myself. You see what I'm saying? I had people guiding me to this. So that's the issue with younger men is that women want to marry them, but these men have no guidance. They are literally blind, going through it blind, trying to pick up the pieces and put it together and keep their family together. So when you have an older man, not only does he still need guidance, but he's gone through life experience. Experience taught him shit. So it's a weight lifted off of the family and the community to say, all right, this man know what he's doing for himself. All right, look at what he did. Look at what he manifested for himself. This man got his own nice car, nice crib, clean shaven, presents himself, looks in you in the eye when he's speaking. You just get more of this vibe from men that are older. I would absolutely let my 25-year-old daughter marry a 35-year-old man. I would look forward to that because if he's worthy and built himself into someone respectable like her daddy, I absolutely would.
This is why I look for the women who got daddy issues.
This is you talking crazy again. Goddamn. I thought he said dude that got daddies. He said daddy issues.
Right, daddy's issues. I thought he threw me off, man.
Makes it a whole lot easier.
All right, let me get this.
Yeah, because you love the hoes. Trey love the hoes.
Yeah, love the hoes. Let me get this super chat, then we're gonna get Black Man Unfiltered in there. Big Ant, $10. I think it's funny how she said what was wrong with the situation was him, but she was the victim of being young. Again, look in the mirror and see the true failure and make change. Takes fortitude. Big Ant coming for your ass, Didi. You got.
Okay, but the whole thing is about maturation. You're supposed to have this maturation.
But, whatever. Since he's older and he has more life experience, but we're gonna look at the 19-year-old. Yeah, that makes a whole lot of sense.
Hey, let me tell you something because we keep doing this. Now I'm not gonna say it. We keep doing this. If that was my daughter, fuck, dude, I'm whooping her ass. I'm whooping her ass because the one thing she cannot come to me and do is act like a lifeless doll with no brain.
But you told her look for older men, Trigger Mike.
Thank you.
Yo, Drake, boy.
Like at the end of the day, this man was
hold on, Drake.
He has more life experience, so we're gonna look at the 19-year-old with less life experience who's younger.
Hold on.
That makes a whole lot of sense.
Hold on, Cali Bev. The one thing
I'm gonna help her get the experience.
This is exactly how I was raised. If I did something where I'm supposed to get the benefit of the doubt, right? Because I'm young and something happened to me, my dad, like this dude, whooped me for shit that wasn't even my fault, just for being there. You see what I'm saying? That's the way we need to teach our kids to be. You need to practice vigilance and not put yourself in situations where you can't dominate it. or you don't have self-control, or you gave your willing to make decisions to somebody else willingly. I will expect that of my 19-year-old daughter. I'm not capping.
But this is the thing, though. This is the thing, then, Trigger. Who was that said that you shouldn't blame the 19-year-old? You shouldn't hold her accountable.
Well, both the ladies said.
Anybody with sense say that.
Okay, so listen. Do you think that she doesn't have enough? Do you think that she doesn't have enough experience to be dating older men? That's what you're saying?
I did not have enough experience to be dating a man that was 46 at that time as a 19.
Okay,
what did you feel like you
so then hold on. Let me finish my thought right quick. So are you saying that it should be illegal for a 19-year-old to have a child?
Oh
no,
my
I
God.
don't think it should be illegal, but I don't think that it's something that should be encouraged.
So she's not. Do you think that she's accountable enough to have a child?
Yeah, but to be in a position to be a grandmother of 3 and a stepmother to a 24-year-old and a full-time mother to a 9-year-old that he had custody of at that time, that's a lot to expect of a 19-year-old. Yes, he had a 24-year-old daughter and he had full custody of his 9-year-old. And
well, she grown.
he's marrying him. You know what I'm saying?
Where's
like,
the problem here? I don't understand what the problem is.
Yeah, I don't either. I mean,
we're not even talking about legality. We're talking about what is and is not frowned upon. So no, it's not illegal for a 46-year-old to be dating a 19-year-old. It's frowned upon. Just like it's not illegal for a 19-year-old to have a child, but it is frowned upon.
I don't see how it's frowned upon because I'll tell you what they be having for these 19 and 16-year-olds. Reveal parties, goddamn showers, about 3 damn motherfucking showers.
Come on, JT.
That ain't frowned upon. They got more baby showers than they have bridal showers.
Hey, JT, and guess what, JT? The king, guess what, JT? The king and queen chairs are sold out for them baby showers.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
The mama sitting in the king chair and the daughter sitting in the queen chair.
You know what I also find funny though? I agree with you, Trigger. I think we're doing a disservice to the kids when they're growing up. We're not forcing them to grow up. We're keeping them in a state of adolescence because at 19 you can serve in the military. If you are found guilty of a felony crime, your ass is going to jail, prison. At 19.
Oh, Trey. Hold on.
As a matter of fact, I've locked up plenty of 15, 14, 13-year-olds who were treated as adults. So we gotta stop doing this to us. We're only hurting our own people.
So Trey, let me say this to Trey real quick. Hold on, real quick, Trey. You took the words out of my mouth. What I'm saying, so if a 16-year-old right now walk into a store and shoot somebody or beat the hell out of somebody, he can get tried. He can become an adult if he's a murderer. But if he get fucked by his 21-year-old teacher, that's molestation. He a kid. So he a kid. He a kid if he get fucked by a 21-year-old teacher. But he's an adult if he kill a teacher. Somebody, now come on. Somebody got to explain that to me. Somebody can explain that to me. If he give his teacher, if he give his 21-year-old teacher some dick, she going to jail. But if he give her a bullet, he's an adult.
Hold on. Hey, black man, and guess what? The 21-year-old woman is not going to prison. On top of that,
but come on, see, all this extended adolescence, bro. It's you know what? I had a video last night of a man saying this. He said, in our country, 9-year-old boys are more men than 25-year-olds in the United States of America. 9-year-olds over there are men because they don't do extended adolescence over there. Your ass a man at 9.
Let me find the video.
But y'all tell y'all.
Yeah, I know which one you're talking about, black man. Yeah,
extended adolescence.
All white guy, right?
But extended adolescence is going to happen when if most of our youth are born out of wedlock, 75-80%. That's still a C and a B in school. Most females don't even make C's and B's in school. So what I'm saying is this: if most of our children are born out of wedlock by a small group of men, at some point when that young man's balls drop, he becomes a predator towards women, meaning he's no longer listening to the voice of the woman. He's seeking the attention of the woman. And most women, when their sons reach a certain age, they would not hold them any accountability. They'll allow them to do whatever, and then they'll say, oh, his daddy was not there, which is pretty much not the case. He may have wanted to be there, but since y'all make these babies that look like y'all, smell like y'all, when she looking at that baby, she looking at you, so she don't really like the baby. She just holding them there for money. It's a financial gain. That's why a woman can have a child 15, then have one 2 years old, because that's 36 years of financial gain. And most young women.
Or welfare, there's a financial gain. Okay, right. The financial gain.
When you 20, when you 19 and 20 and 21 having a child, yes, it seems that way. But as your children get older, they become more behavior problem. And instead of saying, you know what, I done took my baby as long as I can. Let me go on and find their daddy for real and allow them to establish that relationship, because now they become more emotional stable. You know, their emotions will get more stable. Sometimes they come out of that self of inferiority, insecurity, because a righteous man, a brother that's on his grind, he's going to instill confidence in his child, whether it's a male or a female. Unfortunately, you got 20 years where a lot of youth have not gotten the balance. So everybody's out of balance.
Yeah.
And 35-year-old women, y'all compete against a 17-year-old woman today. Y'all dress the same. Y'all saying, get out here. You don't need a man. Ride the carousel for 20 years of your life, and you're still not grown up mentally because you spend $1,000 a month on your body. You got $1,000 wig on, $500 purse and shoes, and you living in a Section 8 apartment.
You look that.
And you don't even. So what I'm saying is, it comes back to accountability, because a man is going to be held accountable with that child when it comes to that child at some point.
You know what, man? You know what? Let me ask a little something to what you just said, bro. I remember a guy saying you only 5 minutes away from being a predator. And let me tell you what he meant by that when he explained and broke it down. He said, if I go right now, he said, is the legal age, he asked the question first, is the legal age for a person to date an adult is 18. When a man turns 18, he can date any age of woman he wants. If a girl is 8, when she turns 18, she can date any man she wants. Do we all agree?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Absolutely.
We all agree. It's going to be frowned upon. It's legal. It's legal, right?
I got the video.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. I got the video for this topic, so we can chop it up after.
Okay, go ahead.
That dude was saying. Hold on real quick.
In the way we do. I mean, a 9-year-old boy in Gaza is more of a man than a 25-year-old in America. You prolong adolescence to an absurd degree. You don't prioritize maturity, but at the same time, you sexualize your children very early. I mean, you've got like 3rd graders twerking, and singing explicit song lyrics, and then you put that on social media for everyone to see. You're teaching kindergartners about sex, masturbation, about homosexuality and transgenderism. You think that prepubescent children can decide to have their genitals removed before they even know what they're actually for. You put little girls in beauty contests and try to turn them into, miniature Beyoncés and Cardi B's singing about WAP. 12% of 12-year-olds in the U.S. are already sexually active at 12. And that's from a study 10 years ago. So you can expect that the percentage is even higher now. 6.5% of them had actually already engaged in anal sex by the age of 12. The majority of sex offenders in the West victimize children. And they say about 90% of sexual assaults on children are never even reported. So imagine what the real numbers are. No, you have a pedophilia problem in the West. And no matter how much you wish you could, you can't shift that over to us. We're not going to help you justify your sickness. Islam does not approve of this.
God damn. I feel like
that was a very slap to the Western face.
That's the truth.
Slap.
Somebody show me the lie. Not one
Ain't no
lie.
Ain't no lie, Trey. And you know what? Think about this. When I was saying, to allude to what he's saying, you know, the guy that was saying pretty much what he was saying, hey, listen, at 11, if you decide to meet a girl that you thinking is adult at 11:55, this is how the West thinks. At 11:55, you meet a 17-year-old girl. You don't know she's 17. She look like she's grown, and you have sex with that 17-year-old. You are a molester for 5 minutes. If her birthday is the next day, and just think about that. If she's about to turn 18, it's 11:55. She snuck into the club. You hit in the back of your car. You are still subject to go to jail because she's 5 minutes away from being an adult.
As you
I thought
should.
17 was consensual.
In some states, 16. But they do have like 4 year gap in some states.
Yeah, it just depends on what the location is.
There you go, Trey.
I mean, there's some locations where 15, you can consent at 15.
Dang.
Right.
And that's why when he says we have a problem, we have a problem. Like, he's not lying. We have a problem. And I don't listen. I was 14 when I lost my virginity, and I can tell you right now, I had no goddamn clue what I was doing. And that's
I was 12, brother. I was 12.
That's the honest truth.
Man,
I had no
12.
idea what my body was doing. I had no clue. I had no clue what
Yeah,
I was doing.
12.
I got lucky I didn't get that girl pregnant. And when I say lucky, I mean lucky I didn't get that girl pregnant.
Well, the one yeah. The one when I was with, she was on her way to what do you call it? When the woman body stopped, well, she was going through menopause. I was 12. She was throwing that Greyhound on my ass every day.
Damn, 12-year-old getting fucked by a 40-something-year-old woman.
That's the part we don't talk about, though.
She was 40, but you know we don't talk about it. She was 48 years old, brother. I was 12. My mama said, "Why you going back over there? You raked that leaves yesterday." I said, "I'm going back again." She want me to mow today.
I gotta fix a pipe.
You know why don't nobody talk about it? Because niggas sit around and high five about it. That's why these bitches ain't being held accountable.
Maybe we're laughing to keep you crying, Cali Bear.
You're right, exactly.
Yeah, but we didn't mind losing our virginity. It didn't matter who it was.
Mm-hmm, because we were men.
We men.
But the thing is that those women, we didn't know what was happening. Those women knew what was happening. They are pedophilias.
Yep.
If they're brown men pedophilias, women are also pedophilias.
Yeah, did you?
Yeah, but this is black.
You still got your black on. I turned my black off. I ain't doing this.
I should have turned it off. Yeah, I kind of let it go.
Turn my black off. Like, ain't no with no black.
Hey, Trigger Mike, I already told my wife last night, baby. I'm gonna be talking about this in the next 2 weeks. I don't want you to feel disrespected, okay? But I told them last night, my son, we had meet the teacher. My son said, "Hey, Pop, you coming to meet teacher?" I said, "Absolutely." So this was way at the beginning of the year. So we get there. He's like, Miss King. She's so sweet. She's so nice, Daddy. You gonna like her, Miss King. I said, "Okay, cool. Okay, damn, son, calm down. All right, cool. We're gonna meet her." So I go in there and meet the teacher. He excited. My son, he was 15 at the time. He just turned 16. I said, "Let me go." He said, "Dad, this is Miss King class right here. We wait till last to see Miss King." I walked in, guys. Listen to me. Miss King was fine. Listen, if on a scale from 1 to 10, 1 being bomb, 10 being Beyonce and Halle Berry in her prime, this girl was at a 12. She was at a 12.
Halle Berry.
When I tell you she was bad, I said, "This is why my son in a hurry to get up in here." As soon as we walked in the door, she said, "Hi, Jabari, come give me a hug." And my son just smiling from ear to ear, finer than a motherfucker. And so I know my son sitting in class with a hard dick every day. Because he's 16 years old. He's 16, and he look at that ass and that little waist and those breasts every day. Man, come on, brother. Come on, man. And I know if she tried my son not gonna be like, "Don't touch me." You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know and maybe somebody can explain to me what the difference is, because I know it's very harmful to women, mentally, spiritually, all that, and my heart goes out to the women who were taken advantage of. But why is it not like that for men, though? Because I know at 16, if that teacher tried my son, that shit gonna be a secret. He gonna do whatever she want to do.
Well, it's also I don't know. It's not even cultural. What's the word I'm trying to use? So
And she's
remember,
24,
just
guys,
remember,
23, 24.
just remember that we created all of this. It's wrong primarily because, like they said in the video, we have delayed the adolescence of our children. Your body, nature tells you when you're supposed to procreate and have children. We
And when
actually
is that?
hold the process back,
When is
right?
that?
So nature, whenever puberty.
So,
Puberty.
so,
So
hold on.
remember, go back
Okay.
200 years to when they were getting married at 14, right? So people were getting married at 14 when they were young because of the lifespan. So we've kind of pushed it out and put like rules in place. But one of the things that, like I said, we have to stop doing, we need to start maturing our kids, not for sex or not for marriage. We need to just get them ready for life so they know what some of this stuff means so they can start making decisions on their own. Because right now, the part that I don't understand is that you remember being a boy. That same thing that he had going with that teacher is what I had. I would sit there looking at one of my teachers like, remember when they used to turn around and write on the chalkboard, and when they put their hand up high trying to get over,
Hell yeah.
their butt just starts.
Hell yeah.
God, I used to be in this shit like, can you stand up, Michael? And I know I cannot stand up. You better get somebody else. But yeah, if we prolong this whole thing. We don't tell kids what it means. We abstain from talking about sex. We just tell them not to do it. We don't tell them how to deal with those feelings and urges, right? So yeah, we're gonna keep on creating some kind of socially constructed
Right.
blockade to children's growth.
Now, Sugar Mike, let me tell you this. And now, one of the contradicting things that I think our black women do is when I remember when my sister first got her period, right? She got her period. My mama they said, what's wrong with her? Because she was cramping and all this other stuff. And finally her period came on. I remember my aunt, my mom, and grandmama sitting there. I remember my aunt saying, I said, my sister okay? Oh, yeah, she's okay. She became a woman today. My sister was 14 years old. And it's amazing how women will say she became a woman when her period come on. But then, you see, you see where I'm going with this? Like, y'all saying
it is not taken
grown.
literally. It is
not
a figure
grown
of
enough to make decisions by herself.
she's not. That's my point. But you putting that woman on her real early.
See, it's not literal. We all know this.
Oh. Okay.
But Black Man, to answer your question, remember we talked about it last night. It's more than just the sexual fantasy that your son will have. It's the bond that he will create with that teacher. And what happens is that when we realize it as older men and we look back on it, that's when it probably will take its toll on us. Because remember, in his mind, he may think they go together. Now, what if she gets married? Or what if she, she starts to show a little more interest in another student or something like that? How would that affect him is what you need to know. You need to know what his development when it comes down to that. It's a great thing that you are aware where he's going, because most young men and young women, their parents don't know. It kind of affects the same thing. The difference is with the young men and the young women, that connection that young woman had with that older, like, let's say, for instance, the teacher. A lot of times, nobody knows that these young girls were having sex with their teachers. Most of the time, they don't know. Why? Because that girl was in a relationship with that teacher. She don't talk about it until she gets older. That's the problem. Think about in high school, how many of these damn teachers was out there screwing these young ladies, right? It's not like that in high school.
It's not a
Right.
relationship.
In their mind, listen, in their mind, it's because they have a bond with that person.
I agree. In their mind.
And I have a question for the ladies on the panel, though. So when y'all look at these statistics and these numbers showing the age of these girls right now, that he just alluded to it in the video, but if you can go look it up for yourself, the average age of a female having sex right now at the age of 12 to 14, the majority of those 12 to 14 girls, they are already at 9 to 10 bodies average. 9 to 10 bodies from 12 to 14, they're already at 10 bodies. So my question is, it don't even have to be an older man. Take the older men out of it. Take them out. They fucking. This man just said that they even
Yes.
doing anal sex to each other. They fucking each other. Not only fucking in the pussy, they fucking in the ass.
And you
And
just,
And
but you can't take
and
off pedophilia off the table when pedophilia was the reason attributed in the video.
and most of them
Pedophilia
live
was
with
the
mama.
reason attributed in the video. You cannot absolve that fact out of it.
I'll say it again. I'm sorry, you broke up, baby. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Pedophilia was the reason attributed in that video. We cannot absolve that from the reasoning in this video. The basis of this statement was built upon pedophilia is what's introducing this.
Right. Okay. Okay. Let me tell you this. Also, who is the number one? Let me say this because I know this gonna go left, and I'm ready for it to go left. Because my thing is, who is the number one supporter right now in our community of the LGBTQ men?
The
And how many?
movement
The movement period. Hold on.
movement period.
The movement period. Hold on. Oh, see it.
Men.
The men are the biggest
What?
support. So men are here saying, yes, gay men, you come on.
Women.
We like y'all. We like, come on, stop
You
it.
being
Men are the ones
disingenuous
fucking them.
now.
Y'all, you
Men are
being
the ones fucking
disingenuous.
them.
No,
Men are the
hold
ones
on,
fucking them.
ma'am. When you
Men
at the
are the
parade,
one having sex with them.
ma'am. When you at the parade, when you at the
Can't nobody
parade,
have sex with you that you don't allow to have sex. It
ex-
doesn't
Men
happen.
right.
are having sex with the gay men. And
But okay,
to
that's
having
fine.
sex with gay men doesn't
Ma'am,
support it.
I'm talking about taking. Ma'am, I'm talking about
Single
take the
mothers,
sex.
they having
Right,
sex
All right,
with their
one mic, y'all.
brothers,
well,
their
take
uncle.
the sex. Take the sex out of it for a second. I'm talking about who support them when they on stage, who support them when they doing these shows, who support them when they doing the music, who support
Who
them when they.
support them when the way that they really
Who
get
let
their money
them?
is by
Hold on.
prostitution.
Who let them in the school to do a
The
drag
way that
show?
they really get their money is by prostitution. And
No,
it's the men who are buying sex from
no,
them. It is the
We
men
talking
who are
about
buying sex from them.
ma'am. I had a
Hold
therapist
on,
call my.
hold on, BMU. Hold on,
They
BMU.
make their money from
Hold on,
prostitution,
BMU.
and the
Hold
men
on,
are buying it.
BMU.
Go ahead.
We're talking. So, Didi, I see the point you're trying to make, but anything that men do, I'm not involved in that life. They do it underground. We're talking about who supports it in the mainstream. That is actually more impactful. Who supports it in the mainstream?
There you
Out
go.
in the open, above ground.
Didi, straight men don't support it.
I damn sure don't support
Plain
that shit.
and
And
simple.
married men
Either
don't.
way you cut
Fathers don't support
either
it.
way you cut it. Straight men don't support gay. No, we don't support it.
And guess what, Trey?
And if you're saying that a man is doing it, he's on the DL, that would mean he's not straight.
And guess what, Trey? She just said you can't take the pedophilia out of it. You can't because kids don't go on what they hear. They start acting on what they see. And how many single mamas right now sitting down at home watching Empire with their little boys and watching Juicy Smollett kissing that man and fucking him up against the wall, or you got your kids watching P Valley where your son walks through the living room and see a nigga getting his dick sucked by another man on HBO. See, that's what I'm saying. So we talk about the pedophilia, but sometimes the mamas will introduce this shit to their kids knowingly and sometimes unknowingly.
Single
They'll introduce
mamas.
it to their kids. Come on.
And y'all brothers are turning the kids out. And y'all pedophilia brothers are turning the kids out.
Hold on. Guess what? I had a lady, I'm going to say this, I'm going to land my plane. I had a lady that was coming on my show that does therapy, children therapy, and she canceled. She said, I cannot make it. She said, you won't believe I got parents in my office today that I have to cancel. I said, what happened? She said, a mother had the cheerleader squad, the girls, all girls, come over to her house for a sleepover. She said she gets up to go in the kitchen at 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. She hear moaning and crying, like the girls in there doing something crazy. She opens the door. These are 9 and 10-year-old girls. They don't even know how they got them. They got dildos and toys playing with each other's pussy, jabbing each other in the pussy, fucking each other in the pussy with toys. At 10 and 11. Now, somebody talk to me.
Hey, can I ask a question? Because I went back and forth with this. I went back and forth with this lady on Instagram.
You know the old saying, you get it from your mama.
Are any of the men would any of the men on the panel take their son to see Beyonce?
Bullshit.
No.
Would anybody on the panel, any men, take their son to see Beyonce?
Hell no.
Hell no.
So would it be safe for me to assume that those parents are trying to make that child gay on purpose?
Exactly.
Of course.
They on aisle 5 at Walmart.
So just
ain't no righteous man go do that.
Because this is very weird. This is very weird. I just had this
Which my
conversation.
son would actually go to Beyonce.
No, it's not weird because her tour was just happening. So my wife was like, "Oh, I can't wait for me until her and our daughter can go to a Beyonce concert." I said it won't happen until she's a grown ass woman, and a damn show. You know, and she's like, we can't go as a family. I said, "Do you know? I have Instagram too. Do you not see who's going to these concerts? Women are dressing more provocatively than Beyonce's dancers. You think I'm gonna take my kids to see that shit? That was a show for women. Like they treated that shit like Halloween. It was a chance for them to dress slutty as hell and a chance for the rainbow community to pretend that they were girls too. That's all I saw on my timeline.
Them niggas was at that man. Go ahead.
And they marketed. Now watch this. They also marketed for the mothers, not the fathers or the parents, to bring their children, their daughters, to that concert. You know how I know? Because guess who they had dancing in the forefront as a backup dancer? Somebody? Anybody?
Her daughter.
Ivy Blue.
Yeah, her daughter.
No thanks.
And you know what? They had all them niggas up in there looking like Christmas tree ornaments, shaking their ass in front of the stage. You think you gonna take your children to see that bullshit? Man, get the fuck out there. But guess what? Hold on. But you know Beyonce, her music is for them gay dudes. You can see how her music is. Them gay men, they love her. So
that was my argument.
They champion her.
Beyonce doesn't make music for straight men.
Right. But didn't somebody on this panel just say men are the biggest contributors to the influence of these gay and supporting this gay shit? Beyonce got gay men dancers. She got motherfuckers back there looking like reverse Cisco's dancing behind her. All this bullshit. And when you see this, these women are the biggest supporters. When them motherfucking gay dudes come up there twerking and shit, the women, woo, come on, you gotta throw that ass.
Okay, but look, but gay men sold their ass to other men to pay for those tickets to go see Beyonce.
Oh man, come on, bro.
Yeah, but those were not straight men. Those were gay men. What are you talking about?
That's why you keep missing it. They're gay. We're talking about
how many men took their songs to that shit? Nobody.
So you really believe that all of these men that's claiming that they straight is the ones that's buying is not buying ass?
I'm gonna go as far as say this.
Ass is claiming they straight. It's a lot of y'all buying boy pussy.
Well, it's a lot of them new generation millennials out there going both ways and they ain't saying nothing. But guess what? But here's the caveat. Most of those men, a lot of those men were raised with a woman in the home and 3 or 4 sisters, and the brother and the women ain't saying that those brothers, they the one turning their own kids out. Them brothers,
gay men I know actually had daddies.
No, not a righteous man in that house.
Pedophilia.
No. She's right. No, she's right.
Hold on. I'm gonna say this and I'm done.
The penetration.
No, she's right, but
comes from a penis. Y'all are the ones that are the threats in the community when it comes down
to
my God. No, she's wrong. She's wrong on that one. She's right. No, she's right on the first one, but she's wrong on the second one. What is happening in the community is this. I'm gonna remember you. Wait, black man, wait. So this is the problem. The men that are being raised by women are the ones corrupting the ones that are raised by men.
Okay, we're gonna let you cook, but hold on a minute. I was a 12-year-old kid when I got my dick took by a 48-year-old woman. I know a whole bunch of dudes that don't even imagine the men that will come out and even talk about older women fucking them when they was 11 and 12. Matter of fact, some of your biggest artists that we used to like in the day, and look at them now, everybody want to call them petties and all this here, are telling them to become no petty from my man sticking him in his ass. He became a petty from his sister fucking him, his auntie fucking him. Come on now. And so we need to start talking to you.
I'm not going to, I'm not, like I said, I'm not going to disregard your personal experiences. Like I said, these women are dead ass wrong. They should have been locked up for it. However, in this example that was given, it was talking about anal sex and children. And when we are talking about anal sex, this involves a penis most of the time being inserted into somebody's anus.
Or
it is the man.
Hold on, Didi. Because this is one of those things that's very sensitive. we really got to understand the promiscuity proposition for men and women alike, boys and girls alike, is equal. It's not just a dude saying "let me stick you in the ass." It's a girl literally bending over saying "stick me in my ass." It's they're both things can happen equally. You see what I'm saying? So one of the things that I don't like, and just from collecting information, let me tell you, I was very naive as a youth. I was sheltered, all that type of shit. When I was on the basketball team, and oh shit, let me not say that because we from the same area. You probably know who I'm talking about. The star basketball player, mom was never home. His dad died years before. His mom had a job where she traveled out of state all the time. She was only home like 3 days a week. So he had a car and a house to himself. This dude I thought he made up a lie about him smashing our 1-year-old, young, fine ass black woman, big ass booty and everything. He's tall, so he looks like a grown man, but he's only 17 years old. This dude taped an encounter with him and this woman. Taped it to show me. And at first, when we young, like, oh, snap, he getting ass from she was like 36. From an older woman. Now I realize that as I got older, I said, yo, that's crazy that this woman was doing that with him. Freely, like just in his bed, came over to his house just because she knows that his mama's not there. Right?
She needed her ass beat.
That was the time I started to realize that this is not a man thing. That's what women would have us think. Men either don't talk about it once they realize it's wrong, and we definitely don't talk about it if it happened from a guy because it's embarrassing.
Exactly.
So,
but y'all were just cheering it on a second ago, though.
We're not cheering it on.
Hey, let me address Easy Money real quick. Let me make it clear. Easy Money. My brother in the chat. Hey, bro, if any man I know or any man, period, go to a Beyonce concert, he gay as fuck. Because the music ain't for straight men. If your ass at a Beyonce concert, you gay. Easy. If you went to the Beyonce concert, we're going to have a conversation behind the scenes. Because I need to understand why your ass in there talking about single ladies and church pussy. So if you at a Beyonce concert, and you checking your ass and you a grown ass man towards you heterosexual, you gay as a motherfucker. And that's simple. That's the end of it. You gay as shit.
Well, that's your opinion, but okay.
Listen, man. Listen to this.
Any man that goes to Beyonce
woman is gonna say that.
Let me get the super chats and then Pain.
I bet I was gonna go to no damn Beyonce concert.
Let me get the super chats and Pain got it. All right. Big Ant, $10. If Amazon delivers a package already opened and leaking out, are you just supposed to accept it? Equate that to the product of single moms that just deliver you to me, and I'm supposed to just accept it. 100. Pain, back before you became a stripper, did you have a crush on one of your teachers? Did you have a crush on one of your teachers, Pain, before you started the stripper life?
Mrs. Tecalis. I'll never forget it. She was fine as hell, man. Man, she might as well have been a magazine, man, because I have a whole bunch of sticky pages over her, man.
Damn.
Yeah.
These are sticky pages. Goddamn.
Yeah, oh, shit,
Man.
What was your go-to?
Sugar Mike, look at the comments, Sugar Mike. Look at the comments, Sugar Mike. Look what Easy Money said, bro.
Let me read the super chat. I'm gonna go check it out. AL,
oh my God.
I was 11 and grown. Oh wait, I was 11 and multiple grown women in their 30s and 40s were telling me they were gonna make a man out of me. You a virgin? I gotta change that. I'm telling you. When
why y'all didn't tell y'all mama this?
Right.
Oh,
yeah, y'all should stop high-fiving when older women give younger men attention. Y'all should stop high-fiving and be like, yeah, she fine and all that kind of stuff. Y'all should stop high-fiving these bitches.
You say, why you wouldn't tell our moms? I was
victim shaming.
Right. I was 12 getting my dick sucked by a 48-year-old woman. I just think I'm finna go tell my mama so that can stop. Yeah. I was a kid. And I loved it. Okay. It was wonderful at the time.
Okay.
And guess what? That's how these little girls, you see how men think that, oh, this was fun. That's how little girls also think this is fun until they're caught. You see what I'm saying? But the difference is when a man is caught, he get penalized for it. When a woman is caught doing the same thing to a young boy,
slap on the wrist.
So what we're saying is this.
No, it ain't no slap on the wrist. Women goes to jail too. Y'all
women don't go to no jail. They don't go to
Yes, they
shit.
do. What Miss teacher arrested in jail because she got pregnant by her student?
All right,
That's
so
Yes.
That's like 1 out of 5,000. 1 out of 5,000.
Trigger Mike, look at the comment, Trigger Mike. Look at the comment, please. Look at Easy Money. Look what he said. This is a married man with kids. This nigga say, you won't break my soul. Listen, you see it? I'm just Easy Money. We're gonna have a conversation, man.
With the
Y'all want to live in this delusional ass world where women don't get punished for pedophilia. Yeah, women don't get punished for pedophilia because niggas don't tell. And older niggas will sit there and co-sign the shit for the young dude and sit there and high five the young dude. The older niggas don't tell the younger that shit is wrong, even if the younger dude does tell an older man. The older man will sit there and high five. Oh, ain't nothing wrong with that, young blood. Y'all niggas
hold on, yo. This is not a mudslinging session because not a lot. It is actually very.
It sounds like a mudslinging situation.
It's not a mudslinging session because I got one to throw right back at you. There's extremely rare for a I'm sorry. It's on the woman's side. Most of y'all can tell us stories when you were 14 fucking with somebody who was 29 or 30. Okay, and y'all were high-fiving each other over that shit. Some of y'all were getting picked up in when the Charger first came out, picked up across the street at the gas station from your Navy boyfriend when I was in high school. So
okay, let me ask a question though.
Older men, older women do not co-sign that shit. I'm talking about young men and older men.
Exactly.
That's because they don't attract them niggas no more. They don't talk about it. That's because they don't attract them niggas no more.
No, nigga. What I'm saying is, if the young man confides in an older man and be like, yeah, this, that, and the third happened, then the older man will sit there and write it out like, oh, young blood, that ain't nothing. But when a younger woman confides in an older woman about what happened with them, the older woman will say, that shit is fucked up. And you know this, so stop playing with me. Stop playing in my face.
Hold on, BNU.
All right, so my question is this: if you had told your mother, do you think that your mother would have beat that lady ass?
Hold on. Didi, hold on. Well, both sides, your parent, your opposite sex parent would have beat that person ass. So let's just understand. But let's say it like this, because remember, sexual dynamics are different between men and women. Men usually understand. Well, we understand how sexually driven men and boys are, especially at puberty. So you're basically saying there's no way I would have told me while it was going on, and there's no way I could have stopped you from doing it, from literally hitting some open pussy. Men know that. So you're not gonna reason with the son. You'll say don't do that shit again because your mama find out.
Them sound like excuses, Trigger Mike. Them sound like excuses.
Hold on. I can't fucking stop you. Now here's the dynamic on the other side. Your mama is not encouraging it because she's your competition. You fucking a man that denied her. That's why your mama.
Absolutely not. Come on now. Stop it. Yeah, this is some mudslinging shit because you are talking wet. You talking out of your ass right now, Trigger Mike, for real. You talking straight up out of your ass.
Let me say something on that.
Older women jealous that old men their age like younger women?
Not when it comes to that older man fucking with their daughter, sir. That's what you're missing.
Okay, Kelly B. On that one, it would have been more appropriate to say that a mother would tell her daughter not to do that because she knows if the girl is pregnant, she got to fucking take care of that kid. That's more appropriate. Let me. I haven't said anything.
I don't know. Have y'all seen Precious? Precious? I'm just saying.
You mean a movie? Oh, okay. No, I haven't seen Precious, the movie.
That shit happen every day. It's big.
Yeah, I've seen real life.
You guys will not let Mr. Payne talk. Let Mr. Payne talk.
That's all right, man. This is a heavily charged thing. But Mike, you were right. Listen, the sexual dynamics between boys and men and girls and women are just different. We can't equate the two. That's why until recently, older teachers, female teachers, were getting away with sexually molesting young boys. They were escaping jail time, and there was an outcry from both men and women to say that shit ain't right. Some of these bitches got to go to jail. But that's a more recent phenomenon. When a boy got molested by an older woman, also, a lot of judges didn't look at it as a crime because it was a boy. He was 13, 14 in puberty. And a lot of men who get sex from women older, they're not really that scarred. They're really not scarred as women the other way around.
The judge was likely a dude. Looked over at the woman like, damn, I would have hit that shit too. Men are dynamically
and the boys are not necessarily as scarred as young women are when they're that's a big dynamic thing.
See, this is how I know that people are just retarded. MS Best in the comments is talking about women are trying to defend female pedos. No female up here is trying to defend female pedos, you idiot.
Okay, hold on. Let me say this real quick.
Black men on Future and Kelly Beef will not let us talk. Can you guys just let us talk?
Oh, yeah,
Black man, hold on. Black man, hold on. Let me talk. I can never talk. This is what I'm trying to say.
If I die, each and don't talk about people. Just come and support the family. But go ahead.
Okay. So this is what I'm trying to say, right? Most women don't report cases like that when it happens to a young woman. That's one thing that we have to see. Usually the person that gets mad is the father, not the mother. Because from my understanding and from what I've seen, whenever a younger girl like that deals with an older man, it's the father that takes the knife. It's the man that actually takes it to a different level. The woman wants to, put it quiet, but deal with it within the house. That's my experience.
No, but now the women are beating up their daughters. When the daughters tell them that the boyfriend done touched them, they whooping up on them, and not only whooping their ass, but they putting it on fucking camera and throwing it on IG and TikTok.
Oh, you mean like how Kevin Samuel scolded that woman for taking her children and leaving or whatever like that, instead of coming and asking him and trying to keep it on the low like that? Oh, okay, gotcha. Right.
No, I'm talking about the little heifer that when her daughter told her that her boyfriend was touching her, the mama whooped her ass. The mama whooped her
in
ass
that same kind of situation,
her.
Kevin Samuels told this woman that she was wrong for leaving her husband.
Okay, hold on, guys. Let me say this real quick.
That wasn't the same situation.
Yes,
You know what
Kevin Samuel said that you shouldn't believe your child if your child said
right. Kevin Samuel said you're not supposed to believe the child. You're supposed to believe the man. That's what he said.
You know what, guys? I want to say this. I thank God for my oldest daughter. I do. My daughter just turned 20, but when she was in high school, that girl used to come and talk to me and her mama about every goddamn thing. And one of the things that my daughter told me, she said, Daddy, you ain't gonna believe what happened at school. I said, go ahead, tell me what happened, baby. She said, the girls at my school, Daddy, we be sitting at the table eating lunch. I said, you friends with them? She said, oh, Dad, I just be sitting there eating, just listening. She said, Daddy, these girls got a plan. They said they got a plan, a pact with each other. They're saying who gonna get their cherry pop first by a teacher. They planning it. They're saying that they're gonna seduce the teacher, wear tighter clothes, the girls go in the bathroom and adjust their titties so their titties can be out. And she said, Dad, they virgins, and everybody betting with each other on who gonna let a teacher fuck first. I said, wait a minute, what? She said, Dad, I'm telling you. She said, these girls are saying they don't want to be virgins no more, and they targeting these young teachers that's in here real handsome, nice cut, low cut teachers that's 23 years old. 22 years old, them they walking in there with them the tight clothes, big ass, big titties. Because girls these days ain't like girls that was back in the 50s. These girls built like Serena Williams in school now. And she said they were going to seduce the teacher. They had a plan. We're gonna fuck some teachers this year. So where that come from? If the girls are virgins, and say
I know it's rare since the school system is rampant with women. Remember?
Oh my God. Okay.
I didn't say it doesn't happen. I just said it's rare because the school system is rampant with women, right?
But I'm asking you, what do you think about young ladies who are virgins, who are 15, 16 years old, saying that they want to fuck a grown man and they're going to target grown men to seduce them and fuck them? What are your thoughts?
I think they are severely misguided, and I think they are, they got the wrong idea.
Well, that's what the mama come in at. What the mama come in at?
Where do you think the guidance comes from? I said they're severely misguided. They either don't have any guidance, they're being guided by outside forces, or their mother isn't providing any guidance at all.
But y'all are the most active fathers, so
Look at God. Look at God.
So can it be saying that your mother and father is full of shit?
So maybe the father wasn't saying nothing.
You said it sound like what, Akine?
So you saying that the father and the mother is full of shit?
What I said was, if the father's not around or whatever like that, then the mother is either providing no guidance or she is severely misguiding them. It's one or the other.
Mm-hmm.
But ain't that in 80% of our children in those conditions?
Are 80% of 15-year-olds talking about fucking teachers? Okay, then leave me alone.
No, but okay. So let me ask you. Can I ask you one question?
Hold on. Let me tell you
I just want to ask you a question.
Real quick. She talking about that. They had a whole TV show on Lifetime on 15-year-old girls, 8 of them that made a pact that said we all gonna get pregnant at the same fucking time.
Right, And when I go by stats, the teenage pregnancy rate is dropping severe. The teenage pregnancy rate has severely dropped since the 90s. Teenagers ain't getting pregnant like that. And according to y'all, the school system is rampant with females, with women. So, I'm not that worried about that shit.
They had a reality show hyping this shit up, but let it would have been the other way around.
Yeah, that was in the 90s. Yeah, I remember that. 16 and pregnant and all that kind of crap.
Well, come on.
When the teenage pregnancy rate was high, yes, I remember that show. It was on MTV.
Yeah, she's right about the teenage pregnancy rate, but the women between 20 and 30 who are single, they're not. That I don't think that's going down. You know, I think the teenagers are, but the women who choose babies over marriages in the 20s, I don't think that number is going down. It'd be nice to see that statistic.
Yep.
You know, and that's what blows it for women when they get in their 30s and they want to calm down. This chick Drea was just on the show talking about she wants to absolve herself of her wholeness. Right? I'm a now I got a little boyfriend that's like 10 years younger than her. She's gonna say, well, I wasn't a hoe in my, I was, but now I'm just forgiving myself, and now I want to be on a straight and narrow. And the host couldn't even keep her composure. She was laughing so much. She said, well, how are you really going to do that? And it was an interesting interview. So, I mean, like I said, the dynamics between men and women are so different when it comes to sex. The only thing that's true is that we want to stroke each other. That's the one thing that has to be, we need to realize that if you put men and women together, we're going to stroke, man. That's it. But the dynamics and the way people react to it are different. And this is like one of those conversations. There's no way to have a good ending on this one. But it's interesting to laugh. Anyway,
we dying out, y'all, because you know what? They said most men ain't having sex. Like in the chat, they said most men are not, the sex rate, the baby rate, they went down. You know why? Because the agenda is working. We got more men now in this generation that want to be the woman instead of fuck the woman. So yeah, absolutely, it's gonna drop down when you and your man laying on the bed. When you and your man laying in the bed doing pillow talking, this motherfucker got a goddamn lingerie on with you. See, that's what women. See, that's what women want. Women want men who are more like them. They don't want masculine men no more that's gonna tell them, "Hey, you talking too much. You need to be quiet." Or checking them. They want men that's like them. And you hear women say it all the time. You remember the song back in the 90s? You need a man with sensitivity. That shit that came true. These
right, I don't want a caveman. You better talk to me nice. You better talk to me nice. You can say what you mean, but you better say it nicely.
Hold on.
Roll your ass over here, Kelly Bell.
We gotta
roll your ass over and throw that ass back, Kelly Bell.
This is
you better talk to me nice, goddamn.
This is a manifestation of women getting exactly what they asked for.
Exactly.
This is why cultures throughout history did not let women dictate. They took the highest echelon of women, their wives. They took their opinion into counsel with other men. They did not let women make any decision, because this is what you get when you let women make decisions. The gayest society that ever fucking lived on the face of the earth. This shit is worse than like ancient Greece, and that shit was pretty gay.
It ain't there yet, Mike. It's coming though. It ain't there yet.
Whatever, them niggas over there gay too. They just don't have the freedom to do so because they live in a theocracy.
Hey, I love
you are the biggest supporters of the gay community.
Wait a minute. Hey, you heard what the African man said. Don't you bring that shit over here. You bring that shit over here, you die. We don't do that shit here. You better go across the water. Shit, they're not doing this shit in Africa. You're not going over there pumping no ass in Africa. They find you to cut your ass cheeks off and hang you from a tree. They're not bullshitting over there in Africa.
It's gay niggas in Africa too.
Shit, yeah, they better hide though. They better be fucking out there by the tree over there by the lines then. They better not get caught fucking in public.
Well,
They ain't
that
on
is the price of
TV.
freedom,
They ain't
sir.
on
That's the
TV.
price of freedom.
I don't know.
You ain't free.
Hello.
You're not free.
Hi.
Hey,
This is. Hey,
Uncle,
sis.
What
Uncle
up,
Jeff,
Uncle
what's going
Jeff?
on, Uncle Jeff? What's going on, Uncle Jeff?
Hey, brothers. I have never ever understood. Well, no, I sadly understand the allegiance that sisters have to gay men, and it is because they do not hold you to accountability. You get to find a man with no accountability to deal with. This is the only thing. These men throughout history, you're looking at someone who envies you because they want, for whatever reason, to be you. And this is what really I don't understand about sisters. Do you understand that for a very long time, if I don't know if now, so don't quote me about now, but for a very long time, the number one demographic with the HIV virus was Black women between the ages of 25 and 51. Now, Black women were not getting the HIV virus from dudes that was fucking women with the HIV virus and bringing it back to them. Black women was getting the HIV virus from dudes that was fucking other dudes and bringing it back to them. So how they can just high hurdle that in order to get somebody to agree with their lack of accountability fucking astounds me. It astounds me that this is where you get the double down with the gone in with dudes going with the passport bros. You never hear how can we get them back, because they don't want them back. They don't want the Black woman in America. Your house is on fire, and instead of trying to find a way to put it out, well, let it burn then. Talking shit to the firemen. You don't want aid in your house burning down. Gay men being gay doesn't help you.
They're your competition. For
your complaints about us don't help you. You don't want shit to do with what helps you, because in order to help you, you might have to change you, and you aren't interested in that.
I can't change somebody that say that somebody else is better than me.
No, I'm not talking about changing nobody, but the
accept me for who I am. That's what he's talking about.
And you know what we do?
Exactly.
I mean, that's actually a good practice.
It
you
is.
shouldn't
It's a
try to change anybody.
No, it's not a good practice.
Fellas,
Yeah, go ahead.
It's a wonderful practice. I tell brothers this all the time. Please pay particular attention to social media Black female nonsense. When you hear it, look at the women who co-sign it in the chat. Look at the women who co-sign it who are near you. Count all of those women out, especially if they are Black, because they are helping you. They outnumber you 16-1 if you don't need a ride or need to use her car. If you got your shit together, the world is your oyster, and this is what you need. You need to find women who go tit for tat with you on issues that make no fucking sense. You need to find women who back and die on hills just because they're pink. Not because they make sense, but because another woman is involved. Find those women. They are raising their hands. They are being loud. Find them. Find those who follow them and cut them the fuck out of your diet. You need to do it, because it's getting harder and harder to find the women you can deal with. So when the ones you want do you the absolute favor of standing up and going, hey, me, I'm unaccountable. Hey, me, I'll get in your face. Hey, me, I'll interrupt you. Hey, me, I'll talk in a circle. Hey, me, I'll embarrass you in front of your friends. Brother, you need to say thank you and stop fighting this shit. There's too many of them. Has anybody here heard of the Great American Black Woman Shortage? Me neither.
I 100% agree.
I don't know what this. Okay, if Beyonce is something that dudes in mass are going to and we're seeing it wrong, great. I'm glad you said that. I pointed you out. If you can't see my logic, you don't need to, because there's plenty of women that do. Plenty of them, and plenty Black ones. Just not that one. She's doing you a favor. The people who think like her, find them. When you hear female foolishness, it's manna from heaven. Me. Don't take me serious. How would you like it if all of the lottery tickets said, me, I'm not the winner. Me, I'm not the winner before you bought it? That's what delusional black women do. They are losing lottery tickets to let you know they ain't got the numbers. And you niggas is complaining. I don't know what the fuck for.
Hey, that's a good vetting question too, Uncle Jeff. You ask a woman when you're dating her, would you take your son to a Beyonce concert?
And just sit there and wait.
And
Bruh, sit there and wait.
My son like Beyonce. Oh, okay, then I can't wait till our second date and cut her ass off.
Bruh, I ain't even, you know what?
Like my brother Hink say, leave her at the restaurant.
Bruh, no, I'm not going to be outside of my shit. I'm not going to be outside of my shit. I'm a gentleman. This just may be the last time you see me. The last you see of me, it might be my taillights getting smaller. That's it. Because I don't have to do this. The dating issue is not my problem. It's yours. I'm a black man. The world is lining up to fuck me. I don't have a problem. I moved it because dude got off and you were still on the phone. So I had to move it.
Man, Uncle Jeff is on point today, man. He is killing the game.
I mean, it's really just common sense, though. Real talk. That's regular shit.
No, well, I'm gonna tell you, Callie Bev, with all the love, it really points to today's conversation, and it will be the ladies here that I'm discussing. Usually, I agree with you, sis. You say a lot of stuff that's on point. Today, you about 100 miles off, sis. You about 100 miles off.
Not really, but
okay,
your opinion.
That's fair. No, and between me and you, my opinion counts more. You know why? Because there's not 2 million more of me. There's 2 million more of you. So
it really ain't. It ain't that many of me.
Okay. I'm wrong. You're right. I'm wrong. Next. That's exactly how we handle that, gentlemen. Next subject. She's right. We're wrong. All of us are wrong.
She's wrong though.
No, bro. Let her be, Mike. Let her be. See, Mike, this is what we lose. This is what we lose in these panels. We think this is about changing the minds here. No, brother, it's about changing the minds watching. It's a young girl somewhere that would be great as a wife, great as an elder sister, that is on the fence with social media nonsense. And she is watching this, and she is making sense of this. And this is for her. This is not I wish I would try to change a grown black woman's mind. For what? How do you get a black woman to jump out of an airplane? Have a black man tell her not to. Why am I going to argue that? I am here. We make our points. We let them make their points. And brother, leave it on the floor.
Uncle Jeff, do you know that every time you say that airplane joke, there is a specific woman I have in mind.
I'm not gonna say in your head.
But she is that damn rebellious, and I know she would do that shit.
And I'm gonna tell you what you're gonna see. That's
you
Lot's wife.
Me, nigga. Now I'm gonna jump out of this play. Like
that's right. That's Lot's wife. That is
the chat would like to know what I was wrong about.
Motherfucker, you can't tell me shit. I'm jumping.
You know what? Never mind. It's Callie Bev. Callie Bev would jump out of the plane if we told her not to.
Oh yeah.
What was I wrong about?
Absolutely
I'll tell you.
Absolutely
okay,
nothing.
here. I'll give you a rule of thumb. Whenever a man makes a point, before you go to another one, you should concede. You don't. I heard you Spider-Man all the way through this conversation. Whenever they made a point, you would angle and go the overabundance of female molesters. Nobody let
I never disputed that. Keep going.
No, I'm not asking if you disputed it. You never addressed it as true or not. You went.
Yes, I did actually.
Around it. You angled around.
I did actually.
Okay. Well, then forgive me. Perhaps you did it in woman speak, because in the man speak in here, none of us, and that's a problem. And that's not your problem. That is a problem we have as communicators. Man speak and woman speak sound familiar, like Spanish and Portuguese, but they're different. They're different. Man speak involves and needs a lot more declaratives, because that's what you use to build a bridge or to build a skyscraper or to drop a bomb on time. You use man speak. 9 o'clock does not mean sorta. 15 tons of concrete don't mean sorta. We need 15 tons of concrete, which is why you can't find a bridge 100 women built, because that bitch Keisha came in here from accounts receivable wearing pink. I told her I was wearing pink today. I'm only sending 2 tons of concrete. That's where you get that. And that make perfect sense to her.
That's all we can afford today.
That's all we can afford today. They gonna learn.
Yeah, that stanky bitch thinks she gonna outdress me today. Send her 1 ton. I don't give a fuck if they need 12.
Yeah, but bruh, that's why you will not find a bridge 100 women built to this day on the earth. Where you can't, because of
if they build it, I'm not driving over it.
I ain't driving over that some bitch. I wouldn't send my ex-wife over a bridge 100 women built.
God damn.
So is there anything else, Uncle Jeff?
Nothing today. Nothing today, because I remember it vaguely. I was walking around trying to do other stuff, but nothing today. At your Sterling today, I tell you what, we'll call it 0-0 today, and the next time this happens and I'm around, we'll bring it up from there. But from here, you can keep spot on. You're spot on. Okay.
That's a bit.
We love Kelly Beef, so Uncle Jeff, take it easy. We love Kelly Beef.
I love
it.
Bruh. She be bruh. I wouldn't even bring it up if I didn't love how Cali Bev get out. A lot of times she be saying shit. I'm like, oh my God, I wish this was all women in here to hear what she just said. Today, not so much.
And deep down inside, Callie be agreeing with us, but she said, I gotta protect these hoes, and I gotta protect these women, because if I don't do it, nobody will. But deep down inside, when she get off these lives, she go in there and say, "Damn, them niggas was right. What's wrong with these women?"
Black man, you can okay. Let me. I don't know that to be true, but as a rule, Black women specifically, the ones you not talking about, will circle the wagons around the funky ass ones you are, and fight to the death to save them. And these are the women. It's not what we say that's making your life hard. We're reporting what's making your life hard. We are telling you about the women who are making it hard for you, and we get fought, and them hoes sneak right behind you and they'll sit quiet and let you defend them and fuck your man behind your back if they get a chance. They don't like you either, classy queens. These horrible broads we don't like are you don't like them either. But because they're standing on a pink hill, you defend it. And until you separate yourself from them, you're going to have a hell of a road. That's who I feel sorry for. I have no sympathy for horrible broads. I don't need any sympathy for the good ones, because they're going to find their way. It's the good ones that continue to defend the bad ones. I feel sorry for you. I really do, because the bad ones you are defending are going to be the reason that your monkey ass is out in the cold. And that ain't even you, Cali Bev. That's to whoever. Keep defending these horrible bitches that don't give a fuck about you. Horrible. Fucking horrible. I don't ever hear. I said this last night. I'm gonna start. The new word for bitches is rutabagas. These rutabagas here don't give a shit about you. But you don't. But for some reason, you seem to think that just because they're women, they need defending. Until you separate yourself from them, we throw grenades. Y'all the one. Women are snipers when they pick a man. Pew, that one. Men, we throw grenades. What do you think that hole over there mean? That mean I have made an assumption about them women. If I know Keisha's a hoe and I see her with 3 women I don't know, guess what them women are in my head as a man? Hoes. That's how we think. Y'all don't give a fuck about that. You're going to pay for it with your very existence. You're going to pay for it.
Hey, Trigger Mike, can we get the collection plate ready for Brother Jeff, please?
Look here.
Absolutely.
I just come in here when I back clean up. When I see because a lot of times, and this is something that brothers need to get into, is talking in absolute declaratives that female energy cannot hide from. Ask a question and don't move from it. And I can't even say it's women no more, because it's old funky sad ass dudes that communicate like this now, where you can't get a straight answer to a straight question because it looks like they might be wrong.
You're right.
When you get met with that energy, you ask a question, a legitimate, simple question that a goddamn grown-ass man should be able to answer, and you nail their ass to the fucking cross to that question, and don't fucking move. Bring them to that's the problem. That stinging taste. Those of you in the chat room, women who will watch this later and get mad. You know what that sting is? It is the feel of forced accountability. I'm trying to tell you, accountability stings a lot less if we don't have to force it. But since we do, feel the burn. Feel the burn. Because soon it ain't gonna be about what we talking about. It's going to be about y'all ass out on the cold prairie, starving. Because any man that's worth his salt that's going to deal with you ain't going to deal with this shit, and he ain't going to have to. You can get out there with your circular beliefs and try to fix a flat on your fucking own. You and niggas that can't fix flats will all be together. Because us dudes who can really do shit, when the power go down, we not worried. If it's an earthquake, we ain't worried. If it's a flood, we ain't worried. Aliens, whatever the fuck, we gonna stand up and fight. Whatever it is that get close to Trigger Mike's family ain't got but about 400 yards.
You ain't goddamn right.
Anything under 400 yards, Mike got it. If you ain't got
goddamn
one of them,
right.
if you ain't got one of them, woe be unto you, sister, and it will be because of your funky ass mouth.
Yep.
Damn. Message. All right. Let me ask y'all this question real quick. I'll go downstairs and get my son a snack. This little ninja just woke up. I was hoping to get 30 more minutes.
Now you back on duty.
All right. Yep, definitely. Where is his mama? All right. Who are the best kinds of men to marry for a 25-year-old woman? Let me give y'all some context. Because I'm thinking about what Ebony K. Williams said in her recent little clip about women taking marriage more seriously when they're young. But y'all do know for the past damn near 30 years, women have outnumbered men on college campuses. Men value competence over education. So we go straight to work and work with our hands and do all that type of shit, learn on the job. Women prefer to go to school. So there's, I believe, 7 women to 1 man on a college campus. So some women will say, oh, find a man while you're in school. Well, that's physically impossible for every woman that wants to be married in school to actually get a college-educated man where she is at, or somebody that she knows or met at her college. But I remember, and I don't want to answer the question, I remember a lot of women still getting married, but it wasn't just to men on the college campus. So I want y'all to help and educate some of these ladies, because I believe that they should be taking marriage seriously at 25. They need to be looking, because by 30, that shit come quick. And then you in the danger zone for real. So what are the best kinds of men for a 25-year-old woman to marry? Where can they find these guys that are ready? What job titles do they have, etc.? Y'all got it.
So let me go, since I'm here in the front corner, and be real quick. Listen, I say this, and we got to put it in context of the time that we're in. I think one of the things that these panels are doing for women is kind of letting them know that it ain't what you want, it's what men want in certain situations. And we go through this all the time. If you just listen, you might get some game, especially if you listen with open ears. When you're 25 years old and you got a guy who's your age or not, you know, this whole thing about college, let me start there. It's the disparity is like 5 to 6%. It's these numbers that they throw around is not as bad as people think. And it depends on if you're going to a HBCU or a white college, but it's like 5 or 6%, the difference between black women and black men. Maybe it's getting wider. But a part of that 5%, those men are going for vocations. They're going for HVAC and certifications and things that they could get a job for or with, and so they could actually support a family. You know, so the women who are discerning whether you're a college educated or not, you know, if you find a guy who's a plumber, he's got a business, or he's an HVAC dude, or he's an electrician, you can't just count him just because he doesn't go to one of these liberal colleges and get his head full with a lot of bullshit. This man is in the real world, you know, and he's more capable than maybe even an early college grad who's a man. So I think if a guy's around 30 years old and he's looking for a wife, you got to take that into consideration, especially if he's on his grind. You don't have to be at the finish line. You black fucking women got to understand a man don't have to be a finished product. Stop listening to these women on the internet. Excuse my language. You can't just listen to all this bullshit on the internet. Some guys, are not there yet. You just got to be able to discern whether they're on their way. That's where I was when I found my wife. I wasn't 30, I was 27. I was looking for her. But I already established my engineering job. I didn't think I was going anywhere because the government was putting a lot of money into the Department of Defense, and they still are. And I was in the right place at the right time. I was able to make a career and support my family. So my wife was able to see that. So women got to be a little bit more discerning and turn off the internet and stop listening to everybody. If you want a family and you want a husband, what is this guy doing? I mean, you got to vet him just like he's vetting you. And you can't have these pie in the sky Disney kind of things. So if you're 25 and you're ready for a marriage, a guy your age could be a good candidate, but a guy maybe 30 is a better candidate. But either one, it has to be where his head's at. And you have to have some grace on some things, just like he has to have some grace on some things with you. So, but you got to get all this shit that we hear on the internet out of your head. You do. I mean, you can't think about traveling the world with somebody who's 25 or 30 years old. That's crazy. You can't be thinking that you can't have a degree and a profession and a husband at the same time. That's a lie. That's a big lie. And it seems like every other woman understands that. And the guy doesn't have to be at the finish line because by the time he's there, you might not qualify for him. You might not qualify for him. And listen, and then here's another thing. You guys can't stay in long-term relationships with dudes and you want marriage. If you're 23 and you're in a long-term relationship with a guy for 3 years and it don't go nowhere, that's 3 years wasted. If you're 28, you can't afford 3 years with some asshole. You just can't. You'll be 31. So you got to take that into consideration. If a man wants you, he's going to tell you that within that first year. That first year, if he wants you as a wife, he's going to let you know. So you got to keep that in mind too. So you got to stop looking at yourself and what you want, and you got to also be open enough to see what a man wants. What can you provide that dude? Every time I hear women talk about relationships, all I hear is, what I want this, I want that. I can't remember a woman saying, shit, man, this is what I could provide for a man who wants me. That's why the table question just blows women into hysterics. It's not a hard question. Shit, I want a man I could be faithful to. I want a man I could be respectful of. I want a man I could be loyal to. And that's just simple shit because we don't have a big, long list. And so, I know I'm rambling a little bit, but you guys got to watch, you guys got to absorb some information from when men are telling you the real shit, and you got to separate it from bullshit. Because we don't really necessarily want our wives to be some queens. We just want them to be black women who want to have a black man, who want to start a family, and who's going to be able to deal with some trials and tribulations along the way and be able to overcome that. And take the vows seriously. Well, let me just land it there. Go ahead. I'll land it there. Go ahead, JJ.
All right, let me get these super chats real quick. My man AL, sorry I'm reading these so late. $5. That teacher was 30 and got pregnant by her student and never went to jail. She only got 1 year probation. That just happened in Houston. For some reason, I hand to God, the last 10 cases I've seen have been Hispanic women in the Houston area. And this is the part that really troubles me. It is actually a sickness. It has to be. These women are bad as shit. They look good. So it's not like an ugly, she can't get a grown man. It's actually a sickness. These women have no problem, I'm sure, getting grown men to holler at them. They're thick. They look good. This one had hair flowing down her back. I was looking at the TV confused. Why did you choose a 13-year-old?
So she could groom
it's a sickness, man.
So she could groom him. That's why.
Yeah. AL, $5. And that 13-year-old student will owe child support and arrears will accumulate when he's 18. Switch the genders and dude would be under the goddamn jail. You right about that. Appreciate AL for those super chats. Let me go get this boy a snack. Y'all chop it up. The question on the table is, what are the best kinds of men to marry for a 25-year-old woman?
So For one, a man that is focused on his direction, where he wants to go. It doesn't take long for a man to want to marry you, not wife you, marry you. A man that actually has some sense of direction. That man, if that man is smoking weed and drinking more than he's out working and building a future for, even if it's just for himself before he met you, that's the man that you need to be looking for. A focused man. Most of these guys that's out here, they're not focused because they are leading their life in fear when it comes down to relationships. So you have to be able to weed, just like what Uncle Jeff was saying about how we have to weed these type of women out. You have to weed these men out. You can't look at love as a damn disease, something that you just can't help. You don't even love these dudes when you first meet them. You have to be able to vet these guys. You would know when that man is serious about himself because he's going to be that much serious about you. If you have a man that is pretty much bullshitting, it don't take long to find out how much he's bullshitting. It just doesn't. But it doesn't. Like if you just looking for a man, you got to find a man that has some sense of direction, and then you can go from there. But it ain't a whole lot that you have to look for. It's the shit that you have to look out for that I'm looking at, because you got a bunch of chameleons that's out here too. So I'm gonna land with that.
Good, Jeff. You're on mute.
We can't
You
hear
on mute,
you.
bro.
You're still on mute.
Okay, there we go. Sorry about that, fellas. I was just letting everybody ride. One, I'm gonna say, y'all might not like this, but ladies, if you want a black man and you're under the age of 35, you're gonna have to share him. The destruction of the black family, the American family, but namely the black family, is one of the best things that could have ever happened, because we are not families, we are villages. That family shit, that's some European shit. I've talked about it before. Where we are going, monogamy doesn't work from a mathematical standpoint unless you want to condemn millions of women to be without men. What you need to do, and my daughter is 19. Her boyfriend, she's known since they were in daycare. They've known each other forever. And if you want marriage, if that's, I'll give that press conference answer. But what you want to find is a man that more than a dude with a college degree and a bunch of fucking debt to where y'all can't buy houses other than what you live in. You want to find a dude that is somewhere beyond the beginning of his plan. Somewhere beyond the beginning of a cohesive plan. I'm gonna have 10 HVAC trucks in 10 years with my name on the side riding down Houston streets. I like that dude right there. But if all he got is pictures of HVAC shit, he ain't told you where he took no tests. You can't see where he spent saving no money. He always got the latest this and the latest that, and he's not saving for HVAC tools or training. He always got time talking about what he want to do with you, but he always got time to do what you want to do. That nigga bullshitting right there. Yo man, the man that's gonna make you happy, ain't gonna have time for you all the time. You're gonna have to wait, or you're gonna have to help carry some HVAC shit. How about coming up with a program that sets up all his clients? How about helping him find some real estate or cheap trucks? You get behind a man like that, and that's the man you're supposed to be with. And with regard to those men, this is another thing sisters don't look at, is that when you see an accomplished man with an average looking woman, the average looking woman was there at the beginning. You don't get to get out of line. If she was there at the beginning as an average woman and he make it, what do you think he gonna do? Go back and get an average woman? Nope, he made it. If she get out of line, if they break up, guess who she got to deal with? Dimes, nigga, dimes. She has to prove herself valuable and worthy. So any man that you're going to be looking for, you need to prove yourself ready to be coached by his team and make sure his team look like it's going somewhere. If you still believe in that monogamy shit, which I don't. Anybody else?
Hey, Mike or Dee, you up?
Okay, so the best kinds of men to marry for a 25-year-old woman. A man who actually wants to be married. That matters. Someone who you are compatible with. You need to have similar goals and values as well. It definitely needs to be a lot of communication. I would definitely not encourage anyone to get married without having premarital counseling, just on the strength of when you're in love, is certain questions you don't think to ask. So when I say premarital counseling, I'm not necessarily leaving that to professionals or something like that, but trusted sources that you guys that both trust, and elders, that you can consult with. Have those sit downs and discussions with your families and stuff like that. Because marriage is not as easy as one would think. You know what I'm saying? It's more to it than just providing and submitting and stuff like that. And it's also recognizing that your partner has strengths, and so do you, but knowing when to fall back and when to let your partner take the lead. But also your partner has to be comfortable on letting you take the lead on things that you know best. I think a lot of things in regards to choosing a man, you're 25 years old. Make sure that you have gotten your own stuff established before you get married to anybody. I would not suggest that any woman not have some type of skill sets that she's developed on her own. You need to come into the marriage with some type of skill sets. Anything can happen. It's life. If your man ends up getting hurt and y'all already got kids into the mix, somebody's gonna have to pick up the weight on this. So it might have to be you, and you gotta, you don't think that these things are gonna happen, but it's life. So make sure you got your own type of skill sets that you're bringing to the table before you get married to anybody as well.
Yeah, Dee.
So
Let me
that's
just add
that.
to that. Let me just add to that, because with my daughters, and I make a distinction big time. I raised them to be self-sufficient, not independent. Right? Everybody in life is interdependent on somebody else. So, but I wanted them to be self-sufficient precisely for what you just said. So now if and when they get married, they're gonna have skill sets to take care of a family themselves if they had to. I'd prefer a man cover them, though, but that's right. The other thing I wanted to tell everybody here, and I'm gonna just make a plug. The Real Precious has a show about married people who are married, talking about this situation in the vows on Monday night on her channel. Monday night, I think it's at 8 or 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. So we're going through the vows and talking about some of the struggles, trials, tribulation, and good things about being married. So if any of the ladies and guys want to hear that she has that on her show every Monday, and she's going through a series of vows. So I think it's a pretty good read. You can go back, because she started on Monday, so you could just go look up her channel and check it out. Trey Ferg, you up next. You there, Trey Ferg?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you up? Yeah, we hear you.
I mean, it's just, I don't know. I guess it's just an anomaly to me, because during my younger years as a man, it wasn't as difficult to meet someone close within age, 2 or 3 years older, 2 or 3 years younger, and to be able to sit down and have a conversation about some of your dreams and goals and aspirations. People were able to build a family with $35,000 apiece, We all know with inflation, job skill set increasing, you're able to increase your funds. And now, to me, that make for more balanced younger men and women who are out here now. And unfortunately, a lot of women do not want to be held accountable. And they don't want a man that's really going to hold them accountable, especially in their 20s. When they saying, be toxic in your 20s, be a 304 in your 20s, when that is the most critical time for you to start building and developing the skill sets needed. And now, a lot of our women, they go into things from a defeater's mindset. If something happened and I got to bail, I got my stuff already stashed to the side. If something happened, he lose his job, I'm going to leave him. I'm going to bail everybody on him and everybody out here and say I still hold the same value. Think about it. No, you're not. You're not going to hold the same value. As you get older, those guys that was pretty much in trying to maintain the level that they established. So I can understand. So if you're young, one thing
You're breaking up, Trey, a little bit.
it comes down to the women holding each other accountable. You gotta call your girls out there popping bottles, spending your rent money.
I think you
Is
dropped
that
out.
his phone or is that
When those
mine?
same friends are in the DMs of your husband or your boyfriend that you've been with for 5 years. So we
Trey,
have to get to a place now where men
Trey,
Yeah, Trey.
I don't know if
Anyway,
you're
but I'm
trying
just
to
saying.
break into the atmosphere from
Yeah, he broke up. Kelly Babs is
15,000
up
miles
next.
up.
He's going, Uncle. Hey, go ahead, Kelly Babs. You up.
Okay, since he was off topic anyway. But look, all right. So I would say you need to date a man who keeps his word, says what he means, and he has that follow through to do what he says he's going to do. Okay. I would say you're looking for a certain amount of financial skills. He needs to be frugal, not cheap, but frugal. He knows how to budget. He doesn't overspend, stuff like that, right? You want a man who has self-control. You would also want a man who actually values family. You want to look at his family. What kind of family does he have? Because, the apples don't fall that far from the tree. So be able to look at his family and see what's going on over there and see, because if he got a messed up family, it can go two ways. He can either run in the opposite direction or he could fold right into it and be a product of it. You know what I'm saying? So you want to, kind of look, look for that kind of stuff. I would say also you need to look for a man, not necessarily who has his whole plan mapped out and he's sticking to 100%, but you want a man who has a plan, but he has the ability to adapt. Okay. He has to be able to adapt to the things that are going on around him, because if he has this goal of, being, let's say being a plumber or whatever, but then they have an overabundance of plumbers and he can't get he can't, there's no potential for growth in his career or something like that. You need to have a man who has the ability to adapt and be able to take his skills, a hustler mentality, but not necessarily a hustler mindset. Okay. And let me see, outside of anything else that's already been mentioned, for the fear of rambling, I'm just going to go ahead and stop there.
All right. Ekanay, go ahead. I know you're chomping at the bit. Ekanay, are you there? I'm surprised. He's usually ready. Ekanay. Oh, he's down too. Go ahead, Mike. You got something on the topic? Yeah, you back.
You know what? I will say this. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
I will say this. I think women, the best kinds of men, of course, are if you're 25, get like a 35-year-old man, at least 33. Men that are have done a significant time in the military. So being from Virginia, that was something I seen a lot of people do successfully, right? But you gotta be ready to live that lifestyle, right? So he might be coming up towards the tail end of his career if he started when he was 18. You know, he probably got 3 more years left till he retires, or they don't do retirement anymore. But you know what I mean. He can get out with that full 20-year package. Who else? Yeah, just the working man. I think a lot of women love dudes in the age group. We live in the age of fuckboys, right? They're really attractive. They're like, they give you a certain aesthetic, right? They give you like a rapper and his girlfriend type of aesthetic that women are looking for. But all of the complaints women have, you go through dealing with men your age. And here's the weirdest part about it. When it comes to finances, I don't understand why women think a man who's the same age as you is supposed to make like $50,000 more than you. It makes no sense. He's going to take time to develop into the person who will make serious money because he has to have serious skills, serious experience to command that type of salary that women are looking for men to have. So if you age gap date, right, you go with a man who's been driving trucks for 15, 20 years, he probably owned 2 of them shits. That is how women have traditionally secured a life for themselves, you know, when they are most attractive. You are most attractive to men. I think, what did men say? Between the ages of 19 and 22 is when all men find women the most attractive. So, you know, use that to your advantage, right? Get a man that's in his 30s, that's done something for himself. He might have a few properties. He might, you know, you can tell. You can always tell when a man has assets. So that's what I'll say the best kinds of men to marry are.
Yeah, but 25 is the sweet spot, man. Women are at 25 is a damn sweet spot.
I would, if I wasn't married at this age, no, you know what? For some reason, I have something against getting with women that are younger than my younger sister. I don't want to do it.
For what?
I don't want to do it.
What you gonna listen to?
Yeah, I was about to say 30. I'll do 30. At 36,
I'm not saying you can't go older, but 25 is a real sweet spot, man, for women. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Well, the Quran says half your age plus 7.
Mm-hmm. Wait, that's 25 for me. that's 25. But that will work. Like, seriously, the worst part about it is that women think that we're trying to control these women. I think if we really boil it down, we're not trying to fight. I can seriously teach and add value. You haven't finished school yet? Use my GI Bill. You know what I'm saying? Like, I could add value. You know,
but plus 25 is a woman maybe 2 or 3 years out of college. She could be starting her path on her career as well. So that satisfies the need for her to be on the road to doing something constructive. And so she just has to be open that the man she chooses at that point, you know, doesn't derail her plans, and her plans can fit into his plan. Because I don't know a man who finds a woman on their way to a profession and say, listen, I want you to stop this right now and just lean on me. Now, if he's a real rich dude, yeah. But most people in this society, if you find a woman on a career path while you're on yours, you look at how the plans are compatible. And then all the other stuff that goes with trying to build a relationship. I don't think men typically will say, I don't want you to be a lawyer no more. I don't want you to be a nurse anymore. I don't want you to be, you know, I mean, not when you're 25, you know? Yeah, so women will come to their own conclusion once they start having families as to whether they want to continue down that path, or now that they have a baby, they want to modify what they're doing.
Gotcha.
You know,
Let
and
me
then
get
you
this
trust your
super
family
chat from
accordingly.
Dub Will.
You know,
super chat from Dub Will, $2. Self-sufficient is greater than independent. Bars are a pain. Damn, those are bars. If you said it. All right, we're winding down the show. Cool Nerd, you got anything you want to say on this real quick before we depart?
No, I was just gonna say that successful. My observation is successful relationships. Most of the expectations. What do you like? Like a lot of people come in with the wrong expectations, so it taints what they can get, or it taints the relationship even if they get it.
Mm-hmm.
If you manage your expectations correctly, to who you are, where you are, how you grew up, then you can you'll have a successful relationship. And I think a lot of times people just look at social media and they see the world and see what they see what everybody else the world's expectations are. So they apply that to their expectations, and then that's what they end up failing.
Yeah, I would say definitely compatibility is really important.
Well, I'm not even talking about compatibility, really. I'm talking about like a woman will look at Sierra's life and say, "Oh, I want to live Sierra's life," and so instead of just going with something that she could attain realistically, she's going by the expectations of what Sierra had. So now if that dude's not a star quarterback, she ain't satisfied with him.
Well, I don't know if you can fix that thinking with a conversation. I think that you're talking about a particular individual, and hopefully the creator won't be cruel enough to subject a man to that woman. Why if that woman is not fit to marry anybody?
I agree, and
be fit to be married. I think
I agree, but that comes with your expectations. So if you're like, hey, you know what, I just want to, like you guys described perfectly, like the type of qualities of a good man, right? And if you can if she can see that if she has her expectations to have those type of qualities, they're not superstar qualities, they're not extraordinary qualities. It's something that just a good person, should have. A person who's doing something with their life should have, right? So you can have somebody who is, I'm just going to be a person who's trying to be a plumber, but maybe they're trying to step their life up, and that's a good man, right? But because she has this expectation of, I want to live the life of Sierra, right? Which I think a lot of people in our social media, in this social media life is doing. Now they want, you got to be able to buy me a Birkin bag. Because you can't buy me a Birkin bag, then you ain't the man for me, even though he's a good man. So they pass up that dude.
I mean,
that's not necessarily true. Like a lot of us are still fucking niggas that's broke at the end of the day. Like broke niggas is still getting.
You said the operative word though, Didi. Fucking nigga. Damn, my son is here. Sorry. Smashing niggas that's broke. But the men that are worth the damn, you say gotta have this, that, and the third.
Well, when I say broke, I'm talking about the average man, because the average man is making what, $47,000 a year. That's broke.
Well, but it's got to be relative to what a woman's making too, which makes less. So it depends on where you're. If you make a lot of money as a woman, then you should be looking at men at that level or not. And you got to understand that the pool gets smaller the higher on the economic scale for all men of all races, and the same goes for women. You're not going to have a big ass pool of men over $100,000, depending on the geographic area you live in.
But wait, hold up. But why is 47,000 broke? If you're making 40, he's making 47. That's 87. Why aren't you looking at it like that?
Because that's the thing. You're counting my money.
Yes. Absolutely.
Hold on. Let her speak.
Let me make the point. In order for you,
you got to count both monies.
In order for you to live an $87,000 lifestyle, you would have to include my income. So the moment that I don't have income, God forbid, then you might not be able to maintain the lifestyle that we have together based on us putting our incomes together. So at that point,
hold on, fellas, let her finish.
Your income. Let's be real. Like a man who makes $47,000 a year is not really fit to provide for a wife and children. There will not be no family vacations and you living in no nice area and all of that shit. Building is going to take a long time. He's going to need your fucking money. He can't live an $87,000 lifestyle without your money.
If you're living an $87,000 lifestyle, you're not
25.
Let me know when I can respond to that. Let me know when I can respond. Sister Deoncia, what you have just done is invalidated the marriages of Denzel Washington, Bill Cosby. Let me see. And okay, I can't think of them right now, but we'll leave those two and Sam Jackson and any other woman that got together with a man when he was dirt poor and they built together. You've just invalidated the concept of basically the future, because this yardstick that you're using was a middle class middle 20th century yardstick that made sense then, that was for white folks, that even white folks can't keep up with no more. Gas in many places is $6 a gallon. I put this to women who put those yardsticks up all the time. Sister, I ask you, if you judge your man by the amount of money he makes, what will you judge him by when the dollar collapses?
And that's exactly what I just said. You know what? This is exactly what I'm talking about earlier.
His ability to gather resources.
Okay, well that can't be equated to $40,000 a year. I know some dudes that make $300,000 a year that ain't worth a goddamn when the grid go down. So it's the wrong. I think it's an inaccurate metric, especially
but while the
in your
grid is
early
up,
20s.
I need you to be able to pay these bills.
Okay, well
no.
That's fair. That's fair. Cool nerd. You are not responsible for the metaphysical universe that these sisters build. Hold on out for that guy. Good luck with that.
And that's exactly what I'm talking about. About you guys live the expectations drive your compatibility.
You got to leave that there. She
but that's her choice. That's her choice, though. Cool.
No, I absolutely. I absolutely agree. That's her choice. But what I'm saying is, it's your choice. But don't complain. But don't complain about the results that your choices yield.
Absolutely.
And that's her consequence as well. Yeah. So yeah.
You guys are doing the complaining about women being single.
Let me ask you this,
Stevie.
I complain about nothing.
Wait a minute. Who's complaining about what? Wait a minute.
You guys are the ones who are complaining about women being single. Women are not complaining about them being single.
Okay, well let me separate myself. Let me separate myself from the morons on this panel who obviously are not paying attention to Essence Magazine, Madame Noir, BET, MSNBC, Fox, that are all saying, that all have had black journalistic pieces on how black women can't find black men. I stand corrected. When you leave the house, you step over educated, intelligent, articulate, upwardly mobile brothers that don't need to use your car. I don't know where it is you live, but you need to start telling more sisters to live there, because the men I know have absolutely no complaints with regard to dating women. They have problems with dating black women, the ones that they really, really, really want. That's the only reason they're complaining. They're not complaining because they don't have options. They're complaining because they don't have the options they want. Now, women, on the other hand, and these are women different than the ones that I'm sure you've seen, the black women that I have seen are complaining because they don't have black men, and in mass, nobody of any other race. When men get serious, they predominantly marry their race. So, since the number is small and we ain't dealing with y'all brains, y'all pretty much ass out until you start getting your minds right. That's what I've seen. Now, I know it's different for you, and I'd love to hear it, but I don't remember us complaining about it.
So, D'Ancia, let me put it to you this way. One of the things that you said that is critical, right? If you would say both of you guys are making 50 grand and make it easy, right? 100 grand. Yeah, he'd have to be able to sustain a lifestyle if you went out of the market. But it depends on when that happens. If you're talking about tragedy, that's one thing. But you should plan together with a guy. One, the plan should be that he won't stay at 50 grand. The other plan is, what do you do with your part of the money for that rainy day? That would be part of the plan. So if after 4 or 5 years, you decide to have children, or if you decide to, or something happens, you have a reserve to carry you until you either go back into the workforce or you can pick it up, right? So it's not like you just live day to day off of the 100 grand. You got to plan, you got to invest, you got to do things to make sure you safeguard against the future, or plan for the future where one of you could leave the workforce if it comes to that. But the modern person, let me just say this, cool, and you can go. The modern person, the modern couples, and across all diaspora, race, everybody plans to have 2 incomes. That's just the plan. The remaining people who are married is usually 2 incomes. There's not a lot of pie in the sky men just sitting around having their wives just sit around baking cookies and shit, going out to work. Most families have dual incomes.
This
it's just
ain't
a reality of the
1955.
situation.
Even in 1955, they weren't doing that shit.
Yeah, aren't women the main?
No. In 1975, they was doing that
Which
shit.
brings back the point of
Aren't women the
are not
main
in
ones saying
position
step out of the 50s?
You know what's
Well,
crazy?
then you have to
But
step
people don't realize
this thing about submission
People don't
when
realize
you
this.
need somebody else's money. You cannot submit.
Oh no, I'm getting submission.
Why
I'm
would
getting
somebody
submission.
submit to somebody?
No, submission ain't got nothing to do with the amount of money that the man
But
makes,
it's
though.
not
That's
somebody else's money, DT.
I'm getting submission regardless. I'm getting Republic to dime.
It's not
I'm
somebody
not
else's
going to
money,
submit
DT.
to poverty.
That's not fair. That's not
Not
fair,
going to submit
guys.
to poverty.
Hold on,
You
hold on,
guys
hold on,
expect
hold on.
women to
Hold on.
submit to poverty. That's what
That's
you
not
expect.
fair.
You want them to
Well,
wait
no.
until you actualize yourself.
Hold on,
You
hold
want
on,
them
hold on.
to
This is
give
the
you
stuff
their
we got to
youth
stop
and
doing.
wait until you make something of yourselves when you're late in your 40s, when you finally get some money.
We understand.
You know what part of your submission is?
Hold on.
Give me your paycheck.
We gotta understand that we somehow created this monster as men, and Dee Dee is justified in whatever she's saying. But you also got to understand, Dee Dee, not a lot of men, especially the ones that are worth the damn, are going to put up with that shit. So are you willing to go without and be by yourself, staying glued to that ideology?
Absolutely. But who's to say that I'm going without?
You more than like so when men hear
Because
this
if I'm
talk,
able to sustain my own needs, I'm not going without.
hold on, really. I'll tell you why, though. When men hear this discussion about submission, let's be honest, submission is actually natural. So when we hear this talk about it, you're going out of your way to behave outside of your nature. That means you have some deep disdain or dislike for men in general.
No, that's not true. It just means that
Nah,
every man
Trigger
is not
Mike,
worth
I'm gonna just be
submission.
real. Trigger
Man's,
Mike,
man's
when y'all talk
authority,
about
man's
submission in these
authority.
spaces,
Every
y'all
man
make
is
it
not
sound
worthy.
horrible. And I'm gonna just be
Every
real.
man.
Y'all make it sound horrible when
let's
y'all
not
talk about
project.
submission
Hold
in
on,
these
let's
spaces.
let her
But Mike,
rebut.
let's
Go
not
ahead,
project
go ahead,
on me
Dee.
because I don't have a problem with men, but every man is not worthy of my submission.
No, I will agree with that. But what I'm saying is the men that
So
are worth
that's just the only point. So it doesn't mean I have
No,
a
listen to
problem
what I'm
with
saying. The
men
men
in
you want.
submission.
Well, I'm sorry. The men that are worth the damn that can take care of you, they tend not to like that rhetoric, that dialogue that you're talking
I
about.
don't have a
You
problem
haven't
getting
locked them out,
men.
Mike. You haven't locked them out.
Mike, I don't have a problem getting the type of men that I like. I don't have a problem
Okay,
with
well
the
then,
type of men
you
I like.
guys,
If a man is not getting married to you, you have a problem. If a man is not getting married to you, not having
I've
sex.
been married. I'm legally married still.
Okay,
Okay then.
thank you.
So
God
it's not
damn.
like
Would you
it's not
stop
that
trying
deep.
to fix a problem that ain't? This woman has absolutely no problems. These problems are for other women. Stop. Dee Dee got it figured. You're not going to figure, you're not. Okay? She's married. Her submission has a value on it. She needs to see that value up front, and that's fine. That's just, there's a brigade of women and a brigade of successful relationships that she has just disqualified herself from. But okay, that's her business.
That's all I'm saying.
Yes.
Hey, but you know what I hear when I hear that rhetoric. Hold on. When I hear that rhetoric, you know what I hear? When things are good, oh yeah, you hunky dory. When I give you whatever you want, you're hunky dory. You're good, and everything's gonna be great. The moment something don't happen that you don't like, oh, I'm out. Oh, we ain't gonna have sex no more. We ain't gonna have sex for 2 years.
I don't know if I hear all that.
Y'all real talk. I don't know what this submission is that y'all be talking about in these spaces, but y'all make it sound completely horrible.
Okay,
No,
and I think that's part of the problem.
Hold on.
A lot of times it's subservience that you want.
No, it's not subservience. Let me explain.
Well, y'all describe it in terms of subservience.
Well, you understand that things being said and things being practiced are usually different. When especially black men, and let me actually, we've gone into deep detail.
Oh, so y'all be selling wolf tickets to other dudes.
Hold on. Black men just want cooperation. When they say submission, that's the word that they're talking about. I don't know if y'all noticed, but black women have a reputation of being extremely difficult, especially as they age. So black men want cooperation. So here's the part that I've actually noticed. Even with a competent man, black women reject. Like they're uncooperative because they've practiced it for too long. You're going against the grain because you've just been practicing going against the grain. Let me tell you something. I'm an extremely competent man at work, in life. I was trained to be this person that I am, and I've failed enough to know how to do things right. I do not deserve to be second guessed on most shit in my own home. If I had a woman where I'm saying we're going left, and she's like, well, maybe we could try right. We didn't try left. I'm like, if I was still single, I'd leave that woman alone. Somebody who is as competent as me, I deserve the benefit of the doubt. You see what I'm saying?
Is the average man as competent as you?
No, with at this age, of course, Mike. Sure. In most things, yes.
Mike. No.
I think so.
Mike.
In most things, yes.
Why, okay, ladies, here, see, Mike, this is the problem, brother.
Yeah.
You have to lock knuckle draggers out. Dear ladies, pretty please with sugar on top. Can we just talk about the men you want as opposed to the men you don't? Are you average women? Because if you're average women, then we need to figure out why you need anything other than an average man. Now, with that out of the way, I'd like to not talk about the dudes that ain't worth a fuck, if that's okay with you. Because no one wants to condemn you to a dude that ain't worth the fuck. What we're trying to do is to socially and metaphysically prepare you for a dude that is and tell you what he is looking for. And for some strange reason, this leads me to number 2. Not anywhere else, but right here, Sister Callie Bev, could you outline one thing specifically that these son of a bitches, if they have said it, I will nail them to the cross for it myself, that is subservient about submission, if you could, that they've said here?
Well, the topic of this discussion, whatever, today was not about submission, but, you know, there have been prior instances on panels where they make submission sound like subservience, and it sounds horrible. And I've said as much during the panel when I was there.
Okay,
so,
could you give me one now? That. Could you give? No, that's not a that. That's just that's the headline. That's on the front of the book. I want chapter 1. Somebody said blank, and that sounded subservient to me and wrong. Fill in that blank for me.
Oh, the woman's opinion doesn't matter. She should just do what I say.
Okay, can I handle that, Mike? I'd love to handle that.
But I need her money.
Let me ask. Let me do it in reverse. Callie, since you're married, we're married people. We're married in real life, as I like to say. Would you say that you respect your husband?
Yeah.
As a husband and as a father?
Yep.
And that even he takes your advice into counsel, but sometimes on things he's very passionate about and competent about, you accept his word as absolute and final because he's competent?
Yes, I always say I get the first word, he gets the last. That is the submission
that we're talking about. And he deserves to be followed until proven otherwise wrong. And he can make those adjustments and be given grace to make better adjustments so your family can move forward to progress in the future. That is what we're talking about when we say submission.
Okay. That's that is the
I know this, Trigger Mike, because of conversations that I've had with you on this kind of level, whatever. But I'm saying when y'all get the huff, when y'all get the barking and all that kind of stuff like that, y'all start pounding your chest, and it sounds like subservience.
Can we say that? And the next time it happens, Callie Bev, please point it out, because the official term of submission is what Mike just said. So anything outside of that cannot be hung on this room, because Mike said what it is officially here. So if it's something else that's unofficial, we need you to point it out, because what it sounds like is that you have submitted to your man.
Yeah, I look, Uncle Jeff, I do it every time I hear it. I will say, y'all make submission sound crazy. And Trigger Mike knows this. I will start hollering at the daggone panel and start windmilling. Yes, I will.
Hold up, y'all. Y'all read this from greatness to work. This is funny. Oh shit. Trigger Mike. The women of this generation also think eating booty is cool. You wasting your time, bro. No, that's just Sukiyana. That's not Callie or
Man.
that's not Callie or
Red. I'm gonna do a piece on that one.
That's not Callie.
Man, we had a whole dude up here talking about how he liked to get his booty ate. So let's not even go there.
Listen,
These dudes is out here too.
Yeah, that's
it wasn't
okay.
me.
Okay.
That wasn't nobody.
Yo, disbar me from that coalition. I'm not in.
Dear panel under 50, I got some bad news for you. You niggas did not invent eating ass. Eating ass been around long as it's been asses and mouths. Okay, let's knock this shit off. I done seen ass being ate in porno from the 70s. This is nothing new. Pussy isn't any better.
In fact, it's so disgusting.
Actually, first people to eat ass are the Indians. That's why, because Kama Sutra is the Indians.
This is a great time to end the show. Thank you, everybody, for coming through. I cannot believe y'all was about to derail my show. See y'all tomorrow. Nope, we're not doing it. They tried to turn this into the eating ass show. I'm not doing it. All right, y'all. We'll be back tomorrow on the Trigger Mike Show. Thank y'all for coming through. Thank you for all the super chats and support. Shout out to the sponsor, Tej Hanley. Please click that link down in the description. 30% off along with a free gift. I'm out, y'all. Catch y'all tomorrow. Fatty is on right now. Y'all support your local YouTubers. All right, Fatty is on right now. Go pull up on this panel. Tell him I said what's up. All right, y'all. I'm out.